Chapter 22. Ramsay. Section 1. The attempt to distinguish between constant and variable capital. The view that capital is not an essential social form. George Ramsay, of Trinity College, Cambridge. An essay on the distribution of wealth, published in Edinburgh in 1836. With Ramsay, we return again to the political economists. Ramsay's chief contribution is, first, that he does in fact make the distinction between constant and variable capital. True, this occurs in such a manner that the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, which he takes from the circulation process, is the only one which he nominally retains, but defines fixed capital in such a way that it includes all the elements of constant capital. He therefore regards as fixed capital not only machinery and instruments, buildings in which labor is carried on or in which the results of labor are stored, draft and breeding animals, but also all raw materials, semi-manufactures, etc., the seed of the agriculturalist and the raw material of the manufacturer. Moreover, manure of all kinds, fences for agriculture, and the fuel consumed in manufactories are fixed capital. Quote, circulating capital consists exclusively of subsistence and other necessaries advanced to the workmen, previous to the completion of the produce of their labor. It can be seen, therefore, that by circulating capital, he understands nothing but that part of capital which constitutes wages, and by fixed capital, that part which constitutes the objective conditions, means, and materials of labor. The mistake here, however, is the identification of this division of capital, which is directly derived from the production process, with the distinction which arises from the circulation process. This is due to his adherence to the economic tradition. On the other hand, Ramsay again confuses the purely material element of the fixed capital thus defined with its existence as capital. Circulating capital, i.e. variable capital, does not enter into the real labor process, but what does enter is living labor, which is bought with circulating capital and which replaces it. What enters in addition into the labor process is constant capital, that is, labor embodied in the objective conditions of labor, in the materials and means of labor. Ramsay therefore writes, fixed capital alone, not circulating, is properly speaking a source of national wealth. Labor and fixed capital are the only elements of expense of production. What is really expended in the production of a commodity are raw materials, machinery, etc., and the living labor which sets them in motion. Circulating capital is superfluous, extraneous to the process of production. Were we to suppose the laborers not to be paid until the completion of the product, there would be no occasion whatever for circulating capital. Industry would be carried on a scale quite as great. Nothing can prove more strongly that circulating capital is not an immediate agent in production, nor even essential to it at all, but merely a convenience rendered necessary by the deplorable poverty of the mass of the people. Fixed capital alone constitutes an element of cost of production in a national point of view. In other words, the labor materialized in the conditions of labor, materials and means of labor, which we call fixed capital, and the living labor, in short, embodied materialized labor and living labor, are necessary conditions of production, elements of the national wealth. On the other hand, according to Ramsay, it is a mere convenience due to the deplorable poverty of the mass of the people that the means of subsistence of the workers at all assume the form of circulating capital. Labor is a condition of production, but wage labor is not, and neither therefore is it necessary that the workers' means of subsistence confront them as capital, as an advance by the capitalist. What Ramsay overlooks is that if the means of subsistence of the workers did not confront them as capital, as circulating capital as he calls it, neither would the objective conditions of labor confront them as capital, as fixed capital as he calls it. Ramsay attempts in earnest, and not merely in words as the other economists do, to reduce capital to, quote, a portion of the national wealth employed or meant to be employed in favoring reproduction, end quote. He therefore declares wage labor and consequently capital, that is, the social form which the means of reproduction assume on the basis of wage labor, to be unimportant and due merely to the poverty of the mass of the people. Thus we have arrived at the point where political economy itself, on the basis of its analysis, declares the capitalist form of production, and consequently capital, to be not an absolute, but merely an accidental, historical condition of production. Ramsay's analysis, however, does not go far enough to draw the correct conclusions from his premises, from the new definition which he has given to capital in the immediate production process. Section 2. Ramsay's views on surplus value and on value, reduction of surplus value to profit, the influence which changes in the value of constant and variable capital exert on the rate and amount of profit. Ramsay comes indeed close to the correct definition of surplus value. A circulating capital will always maintain more labor than that formerly bestowed upon itself, because, could it employ no more than had been previously bestowed upon itself, what advantage could arise to the owner from the use of it as such? There is no possible way of escaping this conclusion except by asserting that the quantity of labor which any circulating capital will employ is no more than equal to that previously bestowed upon it. This would be to say that the value of the capital expended is equal to that of the product. This means, therefore, that the capitalist exchanges less materialized labor for more living labor, and that this surplus of unpaid living labor constitutes the excess of the value of the product over the value of the capital consumed in its production, in other words, the surplus value, profit, etc. If the amount of labor for which the capitalist pays wages were equal to the amount which he receives back from the worker in the product, then the value of the product would be no greater than that of the capital, and there would be no profit. Although Ramsay is very close here to the real origin of surplus value, he is nevertheless too bound up in the tradition of the economists not to begin immediately straying again along false paths. First of all, the way he explains this exchange between variable capital and labor is ambiguous. If he had been quite clear about this, then further misunderstanding would have been impossible. He says, circulating capital, for instance raised by the labor of 100 men, will employ a greater number, say 150. Therefore, the product at the end of the year will in this case be the result of the labor of 150 men. Under what circumstances can the product of 100 men buy the labor of 150 men? If the wages received by a worker for 12 hours labor were equal to the value of 12 hours labor, then only one working day could be bought back with the product of his labor, and only 100 working days with the product of 100 working days. But if the value of the daily product of his labor is equal to 12 labor hours, and the value of the daily wage he receives is equal to 8 labor hours, then 1 1/2 working days can be paid for, bought back for the value of his daily product. And 150 men can then be employed with the product of 100 working days. Thus, the condition in which the product of 100 men sets 150 in motion is that each of the 100 men, and in general every worker, spends half as much time working gratis for the capitalist as he works for himself, or that he spends a third of the day working gratis. Ramsay does not make this clear. The ambiguity appears in the conclusion. Therefore, the product at the end of the year will in this case be the result of the labor of 150 men. It will indeed be the result of the labor of 150 men, in the same way as the product of 100 men was the result of the labor of 100 men. The ambiguity, and certainly the lack of clarity, more or less derived from Malthus, is to be found in this. It appears as if the profit arises merely from the fact that 150 men are now employed instead of 100, just as if the profit derived from the 150 workers arose from the fact that 225 workers can now be set in motion by the product of 150, in the ratio of 100 to 150 being the same as 150 to 225. But that is not the point. The labor which the 100 men supply amounts to X, if X equals their total working day. The wages they receive will then equal 2/3 X. Hence, the value of their product equals X, the value of their wages equals X minus 1/3 X, and the surplus value made on them is 1/3 X. If the entire product of the labor of 100 men is again laid out in wages, then 150 men can be employed with it, and their product will be equal to the wages of 225 men. The labor time of 100 men is the labor time of 100 men. But the labor they are paid for is the product of 66 2/3 men. That is, only 2/3 of the value embodied in their product. The ambiguity arises because it appears as if the 100 men, or the 100 working days, it makes no difference whether they are days calculated over a year or separate days, produce 150 working days, a product embodying the value of 150 working days, while conversely, the value of 100 working days suffices to pay for 150 working days. If the capitalist continues to employ 100 men as he did previously, then his profit remains the same. He will continue to pay the 100 men a product equal to the labor time of 66 2/3 men, and pocket the rest as he did before. If, on the other hand, he buys out the whole product of the 100 men in wages once again, then he accumulates and appropriates a new amount of surplus labor equal to 50 working days instead of only 33 1/3 as he did previously. It is immediately apparent that Ramsay is not clear on the point, since he once again advances against the determination of value by labor time the otherwise inexplicable phenomenon that the rates of profit are equal for capitals which exploit different masses of labor power. The use of fixed capital modifies to a considerable extent the principle that value depends upon quantity of labor. For some commodities on which the same quantity of labor has been expended require very different periods before they are fit for consumption. But as during this time the capital brings no return, in order that the employment in question should not be less lucrative than others in which the product is sooner ready for use, it is necessary that the commodity, when at last brought to market, should be increased in value by all the amount of the profit withheld. This shows how capital may regulate value independently of labor. It shows rather that capital regulates average prices independently of the value of the particular product, and that it exchanges commodities not according to their value, but in such a way that one employment of capital should not be less lucrative than others. Since empty tradition is more powerful in political economy than in any other science, Ramsay does not fail either to reproduce the wine in the cellar argument, which has been notorious since the time of James Mill. And he therefore concludes that capital is a source of value independent of labor, whereas the most he would have been justified in concluding was that the surplus value realized by capital in a particular branch of production does not depend on the quantity of labor employed by that particular capital. This false conception of Ramsay's in this case is all the more surprising since, on the one hand, he grasps the natural basis, so to speak, of surplus value, and on the other hand, he affirms with regard to one instance that the distribution of surplus value, its equalization to the general rate of profit, does not increase the surplus value itself. Ramsay says, firstly, profits owe their existence to a law of the material world, whereby the beneficence of nature, when aided and directed by the labor and skill of men, gives so ample a return to national industry as to leave a surplus of products over and above what is absolutely necessary for replacing in kind the fixed capital consumed, and for perpetuating the race of laborers employed. Perpetuating the race of laborers is a fine result of capitalist production. Of course, if labor only sufficed to reproduce the conditions of labor and to keep the workers alive, no surplus would be possible, hence no profit and no capital. But that nature has nothing whatever to do with it, and that the race of laborers perpetuates itself despite this surplus, and that the surplus assumes the form of profit, and on this basis the race of capitalists perpetuates itself, has been admitted by Ramsay himself, since he declares that circulating capital, by which he means wages, wage labor, is not an essential condition of production, but is due merely to the deplorable poverty of the mass of the people. He does not draw the conclusion that it is capitalist production which perpetuates this deplorable poverty, although he admits it when he says that it perpetuates the race of laborers and leaves them only as much as is necessary for that perpetuation. In the sense indicated above, it can be said that surplus value, etc., rests on a natural law, that is, on the productivity of human labor in its exchange with nature. But Ramsay himself states that a source of surplus value is the absolute lengthening of labor time, as well as the increased productivity of labor brought about by industry. Let the gross produce be ever so little more than is strictly essential for the above purposes, and the separation of a distinct revenue from the general mass under the appellation of profit and belonging to another class of men becomes possible. The very existence of the former as a distinct class is dependent on the productiveness of industry. Secondly, with regard to the equalization of the rate of profit as a result of the rise in prices in some branches caused by increases in wages, Ramsay observes, the rise in prices in some branches of industry resulting from increases in wages by no means exempted the master capitalists from suffering in their profits, nor even at all diminished their total loss, but only served to distribute it more equally among the different orders composing that body. And if the capitalist whose wine is the product of 100 men, Ramsay's example, sells it for the same price as a capitalist whose commodity is the product of 150 men, in order that, quote, the employment of the capital in question should not be less lucrative than others, end quote, then it is clear that thereby the surplus value embodied in the wine and in the other commodity is not increased, but only distributed equally between different orders of capitalists. He also brings up again Ricardo's exceptions to the determination of value by labor time. These latter will have to be discussed in that part of our text where we speak of the conversion of value into price of production. That is, very briefly, as follows. Provided that in the different branches of production, the length of the working day, insofar as this is not compensated by the intensity of labor, the unpleasantness of work, etc., is the same, or rather, the surplus labor is the same, as well as the rate of exploitation, the rate of surplus value can only change if wages rise or fall. Such variations in the rate of surplus value, like the rise or fall in wages, will affect the production prices of commodities in different ways according to the organic composition of capital. Capital, in which the variable part is large compared to the constant part, would acquire more surplus labor as a result of a fall in wages and would appropriate less surplus labor as a result of a rise in wages than capital with a larger proportion of the constant part to the variable part. A rise or fall in wages would therefore have opposite effects on the rate of profit in the two branches or in the general rate of profit. In order to maintain the general rate of profit, if wages rise, the prices of the first kind of commodities will rise, and those of the second kind will fall. Either type of capital will of course be directly affected by variations in wages only in proportion to the greater or lesser quantity of living labor it employs in comparison with the total capital expended. Conversely, if wages fall, the prices of the first kind of commodities will fall, and those of the second kind will rise. Strictly speaking, all this hardly belongs to the discussion of the original conversion of values into production prices and the original establishment of the general rate of profit, since it is much more a question of how a general rise or fall in wages will affect production prices regulated by the general rate of profit. This problem has even less to do with the difference between fixed and circulating capital. Bankers and merchants employ almost exclusively circulating capital and hardly any variable capital. That is, they lay out relatively small amounts of capital on living labor. Contrariwise, a mine owner employs incomparably more fixed capital than a capitalist engaged in tailoring, but it is very questionable whether he employs relatively as much living labor. It is merely because Ricardo advanced this special, relatively insignificant case as the only instance of a divergence between production price and value, or as he incorrectly put it, as an exception to the determination of value by labor time, and presented it in the form of a difference between fixed and circulating capital, that this blunder, and in an incorrect form at that, has survived as an important dogma in all subsequent political economy. The mine owner should be counterposed not to the tailor, but to the banker and the merchant. Ramsay writes, "The rise of wages is limited by the productiveness of industry. In other words, a man can never receive more for the labor of a day or year than with the aid of all the other sources of wealth he can produce in the same time. His pay must be less than this, for a portion of the gross produce always goes to replace fixed capital, i.e. constant capital, raw materials, and machinery, according to Ramsay, with its profit." Here, Ramsay confuses two things. The amount of quote-unquote fixed capital embodied in the daily product is not the product of the day's labor of the worker. In other words, this portion of the value of the product represented by a portion of the product in kind is not the product of this day's labor. On the other hand, profit is indeed a deduction from the daily product of the worker, or from the value of this daily product. Although Ramsay has not clearly elaborated the nature of surplus value, and although in particular he remains firmly rooted in the old prejudices with regard to the relation of value and production price and the conversion of surplus value into average profit, he has, on the other hand, drawn another correct conclusion from his conception of fixed and circulating capital. Before coming to this, here is another passage about value. "Value must be in proportion not merely to the capital truly consumed, but to that also which continues unaltered, in a word, to the total capital employed. By this he means that profit, and therefore also the production price, must be in proportion to the total capital employed, whereas the value obviously cannot be altered by that part of the capital which does not enter into the value of the product." Ramsay drew the following conclusion from his conception of fixed and circulating capital. With the advance of society, i.e. of capitalist production, the fixed portion of capital increases at the expense of the circulating capital, i.e. that laid out in labor. Therefore, the demand for labor declines relatively as wealth increases or capital is accumulated. In manufacture, the evils which the development of the productive forces generate for the workers are temporary but reappear constantly. In agriculture, they are continuous, especially in connection with the conversion of arable land into pasture. The general result is, with the advance of society, i.e. with the development of capital, here with that of national wealth, the condition of the workers is affected less and less by this development. In other words, it worsens relatively in the same ratio as the general wealth increases, i.e. as capital is accumulated, or what amounts to the same thing, as the scale of reproduction increases. One can see that it is a far cry from this conclusion to the naive conceptions of Adam Smith or the apologetics of vulgar political economy. For Adam Smith, the accumulation of capital is identical with growing demand for labor, continual rise of wages, and consequently with a fall of profits. In his time, the demand for labor did in fact grow, at least in the same proportion in which capital was accumulated, because manufacture still predominated at that time, and large-scale industry was only in its infancy. Ramsay says, "That demand must depend directly, immediately, upon the amount of the latter species of capital alone." This is a tautology on Ramsay's part, since he equates circulating capital with capital laid out in wages. "At every change of this kind, the fixed capital of the country is increased at the expense of the circulating. The demand for labor will generally increase as capital augments. Still, it by no means follows that it will do so in the same proportion. It is not until in the progress of industry favored by the new inventions, circulating capital shall have become increased beyond what it formerly was." Here again, the wrong assumption creeps in that an increase of necessaries in general and increase of that portion of necessaries intended for the workers are the same thing. That a greater demand for labor will spring up. Demand will then rise, but not in proportion to the accumulation of the general capital. In countries where industry has much advanced, fixed capital comes gradually to bear a greater and greater proportion to circulating. Every augmentation, therefore, in the national stock destined for reproduction comes in the progress of society to have a less and less influence upon the condition of the laborer. Every addition to fixed capital is made at the expense of the circulating, i.e. at the expense of the demand for labor. The evils resulting from the invention of machinery to the laboring population employed in the latter will probably be but temporary, liable to be perpetually renewed, however, as fresh improvements are constantly making for economizing labor. And for the following reasons. Firstly, the capitalists who use the new machinery obtain extraordinary profits. Consequently, their capacity to save and to increase their capital grows. A portion of this is also used as circulating capital. Secondly, the price of the manufactured commodities falls in proportion to the diminished cost of production. Thus, the consumers save, and this facilitates the accumulation of capital, a portion of which may find its way to the manufacturing industry in question. Thirdly, the fall in the price of these products increases the demand for them. Thus, though it may throw out of employment a considerable body of persons, this will yet probably be followed, after a longer or shorter period, by the re-engagement of the same, or even a much greater number of laborers. In agriculture, the case is widely different. The demand for raw produce cannot increase in that rapid way in which it may for manufactured goods. But the change of all others most fatal to the country people is the conversion of arable land into pasture. Almost all the funds which formerly supported men are now vested in cattle, sheep, and other elements of fixed capital. Ramsay remarks correctly, wages as well as profits are to be considered each of them as really a portion of the finished product, totally distinct in the national point of view from the cost of raising it. Independent of its results, fixed capital is a pure loss. But besides this, labor, not what is paid for it, ought to be reckoned as another element of cost of production. Labor is a sacrifice. The more of it is expended in one employment, the less for another. And therefore, if applied to unprofitable undertakings, the nation suffers from the waste of the principal source of wealth. The reward of labor ought not to be considered as an element of cost. This is quite right. Labor, not paid labor or wages, must be considered as an element of value. Ramsay describes the real reproduction process correctly. In what manner is a comparison to be instituted between the product and the stock expended upon it? With regard to a whole nation, it is evident that all the various elements of the stock expended must be reproduced in some employment or another. Otherwise, the industry of the country could not go on as formerly. The raw material of manufactures, the implements used in them, as also in agriculture, the extensive machinery engaged in the former, the buildings necessary for fabricating or storing the produce, must all be parts of the total return of a country, as well as of the advances of all its master capitalists. Therefore, the quantity of the former may be compared with that of the latter, each article being supposed placed, as it were, beside that of a similar kind. This is a false abstraction. The nation does not exist, or exists only as the capitalist class, and the whole class operates in exactly the same way as the individual capitalist. The two methods of approach differ from one another only in that one clings to and isolates use value, the other exchange value. As regards the individual capitalist, since the stock expended by him is not replaced in kind because the greater number of its elements must be obtained by exchange, a certain portion of the product being necessary for this purpose. Hence, each individual master capitalist comes to look much more to the exchangeable value of his product than to its quantity. The more the value of the product exceeds the value of the capital advanced, the greater will be his profit. Thus, then, will he estimate it by comparing value with value, not quantity with quantity. This is the first difference to be remarked in the mode of reckoning profits between nations and individuals. The nation, too, if it is not supposed to be identical with the body of capitalists, can so far compare value with value. It can calculate the total labor time which it has to expend to replace the used-up part of its constant capital and the part of the product consumed individually, and the time of the labor spent in producing a surplus designed to enlarge the scale of reproduction. The second is that since the master capitalist always makes an advance of wages to the laborers, instead of paying them out of the finished commodity, he considers this, as well as the fixed capital consumed, a part of his expenses, though nationally speaking, it is not an element of cost. This difference, too, disappears, in fact, in the process of reproduction as a whole. The capitalist always pays out of the finished commodity. That is to say, out of the commodity finished by the laborer yesterday, he pays his wages tomorrow. Or, in point of fact, he gives him, in the form of wages, only an assignation of products to be finished in future, or almost produced, i.e. finally produced by the time they are bought. The advance disappears as a mere illusion in reproduction, i.e. in the continuity of the process of production. Hence, his rate of profit will depend upon the excess in the value of his product over and above the value of the capital advanced, both fixed and circulating. This is likewise true in a national point of view. His profit always depends on what he himself pays for the product, whether finished or not, when he pays wages. Ramsay has the merit, firstly, that he contradicts the false notion, current since Adam Smith, of the value of the whole product dissolving into revenue under different names. Secondly, that he defines the rate of profit in two ways, once by the rate of wages, i.e. the rate of surplus value, and a second time by the value of the constant capital. But he transgresses in the opposite direction to Ricardo. Ricardo arbitrarily seeks to equalize the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value. On the other hand, the twofold determination of the rate of profit, firstly by the rate of surplus value, hence by the rate of wages, and secondly by the ratio of this surplus value to the total capital advanced, that is, in fact determined by the ratio of the constant capital to the total capital, is irrationally presented by Ramsay as two parallel circumstances which determine the rate of profit. he does not grasp the transformation which surplus value undergoes before it becomes profit. Whereas, therefore, Ricardo arbitrarily seeks to reduce the rate of profit to the rate of surplus value in order to work out the theory of value consistently, Ramsay seeks to reduce surplus value to profit. We shall see later that the way he describes the influence of the value of constant capital on the rate of profit is very inadequate and even incorrect. Ramsay writes, "Profit must fall or rise exactly as the proportion of the gross produce, or of its value, required to replace necessary advances falls or rises. Therefore, the rate of profit must depend upon two circumstances. First, the proportion of the whole produce which goes to the laborers. Secondly, the proportion which must be set apart for replacing, either in kind or by exchange, the fixed capital." In other words, therefore, the rate of profit depends on the excess of the value of the product over the sum of circulating and fixed capital. Hence, on the proportion which firstly the circulating capital and secondly the fixed capital bear to the value of the whole produce. If we know where this surplus comes from, then the whole matter is very simple. But if we only know that profit depends on the ratio of the surplus to these outlays, then we can acquire the most inaccurate notions about the origin of this surplus. For example, we can, like Ramsay, imagine that it originates in part in fixed capital, constant capital. To me, it seems certain that an increased facility of raising the various objects which enter into the composition of fixed capital tends by diminishing this proportion to raise the rate of profit, just as in the former case of an augmented return of the elements of circulating capital which serves to maintain labor. With regard to the tenant farmer, for example, be the amount of gross return small or great, the quantity of it required for replacing what has been consumed in these different forms can undergo no alteration whatsoever. This quantity must be considered as constant so long as production is carried on the same scale. Consequently, the larger the total return, the less must be the proportion of the whole which the farmer must set aside for the above purposes. The more easily the farmer who produces food and raw materials, such as flax, hemp, and wood, can reproduce them, the more his profit will increase. The farmer's profit increases as a result of the increase in the quantity of his produce, the total value of which remains the same, but a smaller proportion of this sum total, and consequently of its value, is required for restoring the various elements of fixed capital, with which the farmer can supply himself, while the manufacturer would benefit because his product would have a greater purchasing power. Let us assume that the harvest amounts to 100 quarters and the seed corn to 20, that is, a fifth of the harvest. Let us assume further that the harvest is doubled the following year with the expenditure of the same amount of labor and now comes to 200 quarters. If the scale of production remains the same, then the amount of seed corn remains 20 quarters as previously, but this is now only 1/10 of the harvest. One has to take into account, however, that the value of the 100 quarters previously harvested is equal to that of the 200 quarters now obtained. Therefore, 1/4 of the first harvest is equal to 2/4 of the second. 80 quarters remain over in the first case, 180 in the second. Since wages are irrelevant to the present problem, which concerns the influence that a change in the value of constant capital exerts on the rate of profit, let us assume that the value of wages remains unchanged. Then, if wages were 20 quarters in the first case, they are 40 in the second. Finally, let us assume that the value of the other ingredients of constant capital which the farmer does not reproduce in kind amounted to 20 quarters in the first case and therefore to 40 in the second. We now have the following calculation. 1. The product amounts to 100 quarters, the seed corn to 20 quarters. The other elements of constant capital come to 20 quarters, wages to 20 quarters, profit to 40 quarters. 2. The product amounts to 200 quarters, the seed corn to 20 quarters. The other elements of constant capital come to 40 quarters, wages to 40 quarters, and profit to 100 quarters, i.e. its value is equal to 50 quarters in the first case. There would therefore be a surplus profit of 10 quarters in the second case. Thus, not only the rate of profit, but also the amount of profit would have increased here as a result of a change in the value of the constant capital. Although wages have remained the same in both 1 and 2, the ratio of profit to wages, that is, the rate of surplus value, would have risen. But this is only an illusion. The profit would consist firstly of 80 quarters, equal to 40 quarters in case 1, and the ratio to wages would remain the same. Secondly, in case 2, of 20 quarters, equal to only 10 quarters in the first case, which would have been converted into revenue from constant capital. But is this calculation correct? We must assume that the result in the second case was due to a successful harvest which came about although work was carried on in the same conditions as prevailed in the first case. In order to clarify the matter, let us assume that 1 quarter equals 2 pounds in the second case. This means that for the harvest, which has yielded him 200 quarters, the farmer has laid out 20 quarters for seed corn, or 40 pounds, 20 quarters for other elements of constant capital, or 40 pounds, 20 quarters for wages, being 40 pounds, a total of 120 pounds, and the product amounts to 200 quarters. In the first case, he likewise laid out only 120 pounds, being 60 quarters, and the product amounting to 100 quarters was worth 200 pounds. The profit remaining was 80 pounds, or 40 quarters. Since the 200 quarters in case 2 are the product of the same amount of labor as the 100 quarters in case 1, then once again they are likewise equal to only 200 pounds. Thus, only 80 pounds profit remains, which is now, however, equal to 140 quarters. Consequently, a quarter now costs the farmer only 4/7 of a pound and not 1 pound. In other words, the value of a quarter has fallen from 2 pounds to 4/7 of a pound, that is by 1 3/7, and not from 2 pounds to 1 pound, that is by a half, as we assumed above in case 2 as opposed to case 1. The farmer's total product amounts to 200 quarters, that is 200 pounds, but 120 pounds out of this 200 replaces the 60 quarters which he has expended, each one of which cost him 2 pounds. There thus remains a profit of 80 pounds, which is equal to the remaining 140 quarters. How does this happen? The quarter is now worth 1 pound, but each of the 60 quarters expended in production cost 2 pounds. They cost the farmer as much as if he had expended 120 of the new quarters. The remaining 140 quarters are worth 80 pounds, or no more than the remaining 40 were worth previously. It is true that he sells each of the 200 quarters for 1 pound, if he sells his total product, and receives 200 pounds for them. But of these 200 quarters, 60 have cost him 2 pounds each. The remaining quarters therefore only yield him 4/7 of a pound each. If he now again lays out 20 quarters for seed, equal to 10 pounds if one reckons 10 shillings for a quarter, 40 quarters for wages equal to 20 pounds, and 40 quarters for the other elements of constant capital equal to 20 pounds, that is a total of 100 quarters instead of 60 as previously, and he harvests 180 quarters, then these 180 quarters have not the same value as the 100 did previously, if one reckons 1 pound for a quarter. True, he has employed as much living labor as he did previously, and consequently the value of the variable capital has remained the same, and so has the value of the surplus product, but he has laid out less materialized labor, since the 20 quarters, which were worth 20 pounds previously, are now only worth 10 pounds. The account will therefore work out as follows. In the first case, constant capital, 20 quarters of seed corn being 20 pounds, 20 quarters of implements, etc. being 20 pounds, the variable capital, 20 quarters being 20 pounds, and the surplus value, 40 quarters being 40 pounds. The second case, 20 quarters of seed corn being 10 pounds, 40 quarters of implements, etc. being 20 pounds, the variable capital at 40 quarters or 20 pounds, and the surplus value at 80 quarters or 40 pounds. In the first case, the product comes to 100 quarters, or 100 pounds. In the second case, the product comes to 180 quarters, or 90 pounds. Nevertheless, the rate of profit would have risen despite the fall in the value of the product, for in the first case, the return on an outlay of 60 pounds was 40 pounds, and in the second it was 40 pounds for an outlay of 50. In the first case, it amounted to 66 2/3%, in the second to 80%. Anyhow, the rise in the rate of profit is not due to the value remaining unchanged, as Ramsay supposes. Since one part of the labor expended, i.e. the part contained in the constant capital, in seeds in this case, has diminished, the value of the product falls if production continues on the same scale, just as the value of 100 pounds of twist falls if the cotton it is made of becomes cheaper. But the ratio of variable to constant capital increases without the value of the variable capital increasing. In other words, the ratio of the total capital outlay declines in relation to the surplus, hence the rate of profit rises. If what Ramsay said were correct, if the value remained the same, then the profit, the amount of profit, and consequently also the rate of profit, would rise. There can be no question of a rise merely in the rate of profit. The question of the influence of a change in the value of constant capital on the rate of profit is not, however, disposed of for the special case where a part of the constant capital is replaced in kind. In agriculture, this special case takes the following form. A certain amount of seed corn, at the old price of the product, figures in the harvest. This part is incorporated in the harvest in kind. The other expenses are defrayed by the sale of the corn at its old price. The old outlay yields a product which is twice as big as before. Thus, in the above-mentioned case, for example, where 20 quarters are used as seed corn, equal to 40 pounds sterling, and the other outlays amount to 40 quarters equaling 80 pounds, the harvest yields 200 quarters, and not, as the previous harvest, 100 quarters, worth 200 pounds, of which 40 quarters equaling 80 pounds were profit on an outlay of 60 quarters costing 120 pounds. The outlay, in connection with this second harvest, is absolutely the same as it was in the first, 60 quarters, the value of which is 120 pounds. But instead of a surplus of 40 quarters, the surplus is now 140 quarters. The surplus in kind has in this case increased considerably. But because the labor expended is the same in both cases, the 200 quarters have no greater value than did the 100, that is, 200 pounds. In other words, the value of the quarter has fallen from 2 pounds to 1 pound. But since there was a surplus of 140 quarters, it seemed that it had to come to 140 pounds, for one quarter is worth just as much as any other. The matter would be simplified if we considered it first of all without regard to the reproduction process, that is, if we assumed that the tenant farmer was withdrawing from the business and selling his whole product. then he would indeed have to sell 120 quarters to recover his outlay of 120 pounds to reimburse himself. In this way, he would recover his capital outlay. Thus, a surplus of 80 quarters would remain, and not of 140, and since these 80 quarters are equal to 80 pounds, they are worth, in absolute terms, as much as the surplus in the first case. In the course of the reproduction process, however, the matter is altered to a certain extent, for the farmer replaces the 20 quarters of seed corn in kind out of his own product. As far as their value is concerned, they are replaced by 40 quarters in the new product. But in the reproduction process, he only needs to replace them with 20 quarters in kind, as was the case previously. The rest of his expenditure, expressed in quarters, increases in the same ratio as the quarter is devalued, provided wages do not fall. To replace the remaining portion of constant capital, the farmer now needs 40 quarters and not 20 as previously, and to replace wages, he also needs 40 quarters instead of 20. Altogether, he must now lay out 100 quarters compared to the 60 quarters previously, but he need not lay out 120 quarters, the amount corresponding to the depreciation of the corn, because the 20 quarters used as seed, which were worth 40 pounds, are replaced by 20 quarters, since in this context only their use value matters, which are worth 20 pounds. So evidently, he has made a gain of these 20 quarters, now worth 20 pounds. His surplus is therefore not 80 pounds but 100 pounds, not 80 quarters but 100. This is an unquestionable fact, and if the market price does not fall as a result of abundance, the farmer can sell 20 quarters more at the new value, thus gaining 20 pounds. In the course of reproduction, moreover, the farmer obtains this surplus of 20 pounds on the same outlay because labor has become more productive without the rate of surplus value having risen or the workers having performed more surplus labor than previously, or having received a smaller portion of the reproduced part of the product, which represents living labor. On the contrary, it is assumed that in the reproduction process the worker receives 40 quarters, whereas he received only 20 previously. This then is a rather peculiar phenomenon. It does not occur without reproduction, but it takes place in connection with it, and it takes place moreover because the farmer replaces a part of his advances in kind. Not only the rate of profit could increase in this case, but the amount of profit as well. With regard to the reproduction process itself, the farmer can either carry on the old scale, in which case the price of the product will fall if he again obtains as good a harvest, because a portion of the constant capital is cost less, but the rate of profit will rise, or the farmer can increase the scale of production, so more with the same outlay, and then both the rate of profit and the amount of profit will rise. Let us now consider the manufacturer. Let us assume that he has laid out 100 pounds in cotton twist and made a profit of 20. The product, therefore, amounts to 120 pounds. It is assumed that 80 pounds of the outlay of 100 has been paid for cotton. If the price of cotton falls by half, he will now need to spend only 40 pounds on the cotton and 20 pounds on the rest. That is 60 pounds in all instead of 100, and the profit will be 20 pounds as previously. The total product will amount to 80 pounds, if he does not increase the scale of his production. 40 pounds thus remains in his pocket. He can either spend it or invest it as additional capital. If he invests it, he will lay out an additional 26 2/3 pounds on cotton and 13 1/2 pounds on labor, etc. on the new scale. The profit will amount to 13 1/3 pound. The total product will now be 60 plus 40 plus 33 1/3, or 133 1/3 pounds. Thus, it is not the fact that the farmer replaces his seed corn in kind which is the key, for the manufacturer buys his cotton and does not replace it out of his own product. What this phenomenon amounts to is this: release of a portion of the capital previously tied up in constant capital, or the conversion of a portion of the capital into revenue. If exactly the same amount of capital is laid out in the reproduction process as previously, then it is the same as if additional capital had been employed on the old scale of production. This is therefore a kind of accumulation which arises from the increased productivity of those branches of industry which supply the productive ingredients of capital. However, such a fall in the price of raw materials, if due to the seasons, is counteracted by unfavorable seasons, in which the prices of raw materials rise. The capital released in this way in one or several seasons is therefore to a certain extent reserve capital for the other seasons. For instance, the manufacturer whose fixed capital turns over once every 12 years must arrange things in such a way that he can continue to produce, at least on the same scale, throughout the 12 years. One has therefore to take into account that the prices of the raw materials he has to replace fluctuate and even themselves out to a certain extent over a long period of years. A rise in prices of the ingredients of constant capital has the opposite effect to a fall of the prices. We are leaving variable capital out of account here, although if wages fall, less variable capital in terms of value will need to be laid out, and if they rise, more. If production is to be continued on the old scale, then a greater outlay of capital is necessary. Therefore, apart from a fall in the rate of profit, extra capital must be employed or a part of the revenue must be converted into capital, although it will not have the effect of additional capital. Accumulation has taken place in the one case, although the value of the capital advance has remained the same, but its material elements have been increased. The rate of creating surplus value increases, and the absolute magnitude of profit increases because the effect is the same as if additional capital had been advanced on the old scale. Accumulation has taken place in the other case insofar as the value of the capital advanced, i.e. that part of the value of the total output which functions as capital has increased, but the material elements have not been increased. The rate of profit falls. The amount of profit only falls if either a different number of workers is employed or if their wages rise as well. This phenomenon of the conversion of capital into revenue should be noted because it creates the illusion that the amount of profit grows, or in the opposite case decreases, independently of the amount of surplus value. We have seen that under certain circumstances, a part of rent can be explained by this phenomenon. In the way mentioned above, that is, if the remaining 20 quarters worth £20 are not used immediately to extend the scale of production, i.e. if they are not accumulated, a money capital of £20 is set free. This is an example of how redundant money capital can be extracted from the reproduction process, although the aggregate value of commodities remains the same, namely by a portion of the capital which existed previously in the form of fixed constant capital being converted into money capital. How little the above phenomenon, conversion of a portion of the capital into revenue, has to do with Ramsay's determination of the rate of profit becomes clear if one considers the case of a farmer or manufacturer who enters business under the new conditions of production. Formerly, he needed £120 to enter the business, £40 to buy 20 quarters of seed, £40 to buy the other ingredients of constant capital, and £40 to pay wages. And his profit was £80. 80 on 120 is equal to 8 on 12, or 2 on 3, or 66 2/3%. He now has to advance £20 to buy 20 quarters of seed, £40 as previously to buy the other elements of constant capital, £40 to pay wages, so that his outlay of capital amounts to £100. His profit is £80, that is 80%. The amount of profit has remained the same, but the rate of profit has increased by 20%. Thus, one can see that the fall in the value of seed, or of the price which has to be paid to replace the seed, has in itself nothing to do with the increase in the amount of profit, but implies merely an increase in the rate of profit. Moreover, the farmer in the one case, or the manufacturer in the other, will not consider that he has obtained a larger profit, but that a portion of the capital previously tied up in production has been freed, and his view will be based on the following simple calculation. Previously, the amount of capital advanced in production was £120. Now it is £100, and £20 is now in the hands of the farmer as free capital, money which can be invested in any way he likes. But in either case, the capital amounts to £120 only. Its size has therefore not been increased. The fact, however, that a sixth of the capital has been divested of the form in which it is inseparable from the production process does indeed have the same effect as an additional investment of capital. Ramsay has not got to the bottom of this matter because he has not at all clearly worked out the relationship between value, surplus value, and profit. Ramsay correctly expounds to what extent machinery, etc., insofar as it affects variable capital, influences profit and the rate of profit. That is to say, he shows that this influence results from the depreciation of labor power, the increase of relative surplus labor, or if the production process is considered as a whole, also the reduction of the part of the gross return which goes to replace wages. An increased or diminished productiveness of the industry employed in raising commodities which do not enter into the composition of fixed capital can have no influence on the rate of profit except by affecting the proportion of the gross amount which goes to maintain labor. If the manufacturer has doubled his output as a result of improvements in machinery, the value of his goods must in the end fall in the same proportion as their quantity is increased. It is assumed that in fact, taking the wear and tear of the machinery into account, twice the quantity costs no more than half did previously. If this is not the case, the value of the commodity falls, but not in proportion to its quantity. Its quantity may double, and whereas the value of the aggregate product rises, the value of a unit of the commodity may drop, only from 2 to 1 1/4, etc., instead of from 2 to 1. The manufacturer benefits only insofar as he is able to clothe the worker more cheaply, so that a smaller portion of the gross return goes to the worker. The farmer too benefits, as a result of the increased industrial productivity, only insofar as a portion of his outlay is expended on clothing for the laborers, and he can buy this more cheaply now. That is, he benefits in the same way as the manufacturer. A fall or rise in the value of the elements of constant capital affects the rate of profit by altering the ratio of surplus value to the total capital outlay. A fall or rise in wages, on the other hand, affects the rate of profit by influencing the rate of surplus value directly. Supposing, for example, that in the above-mentioned case, the price of the seed, assuming the farmer grows flax, remains the same, that is £40, 20 quarters, and the rest of the constant capital costs £40, 20 quarters as before, but that wages, that is, wages for the same number of workers, fall from £40 to £20, from 20 quarters to 10 quarters. In this case, the total value, which is equal to the wages plus surplus value, remains unchanged. Since the number of workers remains the same, their labor is embodied in a value of £40 plus £80, i.e. 120 as it was previously. But from this 120, 20 now goes to the workers and the surplus value now amounts to 100. it is assumed that no improvements have taken place which affect the number of laborers employed in this branch. The capital advanced is now £100 instead of 120, just as in the case where the value of the seed fell by half. But the profit is now £100, i.e. 100%, whereas in the other case where the capital advance was likewise reduced from 120 to 100, it was 80%. And as in that other case, £20, or a sixth of the capital, is set free. But in the former case, the surplus value remained unchanged, £80, and since £40 was paid as wages, the rate of surplus value was 200%. In the latter case, the surplus value rises to £100, and since wages now come to £20, the rate of surplus value increases to 500%. In this case, not only has the rate of profit risen, but the profit itself, because the rate of surplus value has risen, and consequently the surplus value itself. This differentiates this case from the other, something which Ramsay does not grasp. This always takes place when the increase in profit is not nullified by a corresponding reduction in the rate of profit resulting from a simultaneous change in the value of constant capital. In the above-mentioned case, for example, the outlay is £120 and the profit £80, that is 66 2/3%. In the present case, the capital outlay is £100 and the profit £100, which works out at 100%. If, however, the capital outlay had risen from £100 to £150 as a result of a change in the price of constant capital, then the profit, which is increased from £80 to £100, would only give a rate of 66 2/3%. Ramsay continues. Because these commodities help to make up neither fixed capital nor circulating, it follows that profit can in no way be affected by any alteration in the facilities for raising these. Such are luxuries of all kinds. Master capitalists gain by the abundance of luxuries because their profits will command a greater quantity for their private consumption, but the rate of this profit is in no degree affected either by their plenty or scarcity. First of all, a portion of the luxuries can be used as one of the elements of constant capital. Grapes, for example, in the production of wine, gold in luxury articles, diamonds in glass cutting, etc. But Ramsay excludes this case insofar as he says commodities which do not enter into fixed capital. In that case, however, the concluding sentence, such are luxuries of all kinds, is incorrect. However, productivity in the luxury industries can only increase in the same way as it does in all others, either because natural resources such as the land, mines, etc., from which the raw materials for the luxury industries are procured, become more productive, or new, more productive sources are discovered, or again by application of the division of labor, or especially by the use of machinery or better tools and of natural forces. The improvement of tools, as well as the production of more specialized ones, belongs to the division of labor. One should not forget chemical processes. Let us now assume that the production time for luxuries is reduced due to machinery or chemical processes, that less labor is required to produce them. This cannot have the slightest influence on wages, on the value of labor power, since these articles do not enter into the consumption of the workers, at least never into that part of their consumption which determines the value of their labor power. It can influence the market price of labor if workers are thrown onto the streets as a result of these developments and the supply of labor power is thereby increased. Increased productivity in the luxury industries, therefore, has no influence on the rate of surplus value, nor consequently on the rate of profit, insofar as this is determined by the rate of surplus value. Nevertheless, it can influence the rate of profit insofar as it affects either the amount of surplus value or the ratio of variable capital to constant capital and to the total capital. If, for example, in the production of luxury articles, machinery makes it possible to employ 10 workers where 20 were previously employed, then indeed the rate of surplus value is not modified in any way. The cheapening of luxury articles does not enable the worker to live more cheaply. He requires the same amount of labor time to reproduce his labor power as he did previously. In practice, therefore, the manufacturer of luxury articles seeks to depress the wages of labor below its value, below its minimum. This he is able to do because of the relative surplus population engendered by increasing productivity in other branches of industry, for example among knitters. Or, as likewise happens in these branches, he seeks to extend the absolute labor time, thus in fact producing absolute surplus value. It is correct, however, that productivity in the luxury industries cannot reduce the value of labor power. It cannot produce any relative surplus value and in general cannot produce that form of surplus value which results from the growing productivity of industry as such. The amount of surplus value is determined in two ways. First, by the rate of surplus value, that is, the surplus labor, absolute or relative, of the individual workers. Secondly, by the number of workers simultaneously employed. Insofar, therefore, as increasing productivity in the luxury industry reduces the number of workers which a certain quantity of capital employs, it reduces the amount of surplus value. Hence, all other circumstances remaining unchanged, it reduces also the rate of profit. The same thing occurs if the number of workers is reduced or remains the same, but the capital laid out on machinery and raw materials is increased. In other words, it occurs wherever there is any diminution in the ratio of variable capital to the total capital, which, according to our assumption, is not balanced or partially offset by a reduction in wages. But since the rate of profit in this sphere enters into the equalization process of the general rate of profit just as much as that in any other sphere, increased productivity in the luxury industry would, in the case under consideration, bring about a fall in the general rate of profit. Conversely, if the increased productivity in the luxury industry was due to improvements carried out not in that industry itself, but in those branches of industry which provide it with constant capital, then the rate of profit would rise in the luxury industry. Surplus value, that is, its size, its quantity, its total amount, is determined by the rate of surplus value multiplied by the number of workers employed. Certain circumstances may affect both factors simultaneously, either in the same direction or in opposite directions, or they may affect only one of the factors. Apart from the absolute lengthening of the working day, increased productivity in the luxury industry can affect only the number of workers employed. The inevitable consequence, therefore, is a reduction in the amount of surplus value, and hence in the rate of profit, even if no increase in constant capital takes place. If the constant capital increases, however, a reduced amount of surplus value is calculated on an increased total capital. Ramsay comes closer to a correct understanding of the rate of profit than the others. The shortcomings, too, are therefore more conspicuous in his exposition. He brings out all the factors involved, but he does it one-sidedly and therefore incorrectly. Ramsay sums up his view of profit in the following passage. The causes which regulate the rate of profit in individual cases we have found to be, firstly, the productiveness of the industry engaged in raising those articles of primary necessity which are required by the laborer for food, clothing, etc. Secondly, the productiveness of the industry employed in raising those objects which enter into the composition of fixed capital. And thirdly, the rate of real wages. Here, this must mean the quantity of necessaries, etc., which the worker receives, irrespective of the price of the commodities which that quantity comprises. A variation in the first and third of these causes acts upon profit by altering the proportion of the gross produce which goes to the laborer. A change in the second affects the same by modifying the proportion necessary for replacing, either directly or by means of exchange, the fixed capital consumed in production, for profit is essentially a question of proportion. He rightly reproaches Ricardo, although Ramsay's own presentation is also inadequate. Mr. Ricardo seems always to consider the whole produce as divided between wages and profits, forgetting the part necessary for replacing fixed capital. It can already be noted in the first description of accumulation, i.e. of the conversion of surplus value into capital, that the entire surplus labor takes the form of capital, constant and variable, and of surplus labor, profit, interest, and rent. For this conversion reveals that surplus labor itself assumes the form of capital, and that the unpaid labor of the worker confronts him as the totality of the objective conditions of labor. In this form, it confronts him as alien property, with the result that the capital which is antecedent to his labor appears to be independent of it. It appears as a ready-made value of a given magnitude, whose value the worker merely has to augment. It is never the product of his past labor, which, or the replacement of which, appears as exploitation, but it is always merely the manner and the rate in which his present labor is exploited. As long as the individual capitalist continues to operate on the same scale of production, or on an expanding one, the replacement of capital appears as an operation which does not affect the worker, since if the means of production belonged to the worker, he would likewise have to replace them out of the gross product in order to continue reproduction on the same scale or on an expanded scale, and the latter too is necessary because of the natural increase of population. But this affects the worker in three respects. Firstly, the perpetuation of the means of production as property alien to him, as capital, perpetuates his condition as wage worker, and hence his fate of always having to work part of his labor time for a third person for nothing. Secondly, the extension of these means of production, alias accumulation of capital, increases the extent and the size of the classes who live on the surplus labor of the worker. It worsens his position relatively by augmenting the relative wealth of the capitalist and his co-partners, by further increasing his relative surplus labor through the division of labor, etc., and reduces that part of the gross product which is used to pay wages. Finally, since the conditions of labor confront the individual worker in an ever more gigantic form and increasingly as social forces, the chance of his taking possession of them himself, as is the case in small-scale industry, disappears. Section 3. Ramsay on the division of gross profit into net profit, interest, and profit of enterprise. Apologetic elements in his views on the labor of superintendents, insurance covering the risk involved, and excess profit. Ramsay uses the term gross profit for what I call simply profit. He divides this gross profit into net profit, interest, and profit of enterprise, industrial profit. Ramsay, like Ricardo, takes issue with Adam Smith on the question of the fall in the general rate of profit. Refuting Smith, he writes, competition of the master capitalists can indeed even out profits which rise considerably above the ordinary level. This leveling is by no means a sufficient explanation for the formation of a general rate of profit, but it is wrong to say that this ordinary level itself is lowered. Could we suppose it possible that the price of every commodity, both raw and fabricated, should fall in consequence of the competition among the producers, yet this could not in any way affect profit? Each master capitalist would sell his produce for less money, but on the other hand, every article of his expenses, whether belonging to fixed capital or to circulating, would cost him a proportionally smaller sum. The following passage is directed against Malthus. The idea of profits being paid by the consumers is assuredly very absurd. Who are the consumers? They must be either landlords, capitalists, masters, laborers, or else people who receive a salary. The only competition which can affect the general rate of gross profits is that between master capitalists and laborers. The last sentence expresses the true gist of Ricardo's proposition. The rate of profit can fall independently of the competition between capital and labor, but this is the only kind of competition which can bring about its decrease. Ramsay himself, however, does not advance any reasons why the general rate of profit has a tendency to fall. The only thing he says, and which is correct, is that the rate of interest can fall quite independently of the rate of gross profits in a given country. Namely, but were we even to suppose that capital was never borrowed with any view but to productive employment, I think it very possible that interest might vary without any change in the rate of gross profits. For as a nation advances in the career of wealth, a class of men springs up and increases more and more, who by the labors, exploitation, robbery, of their ancestors find themselves in the possession of funds sufficiently ample to afford a handsome maintenance from the interest alone. Very many also who during youth and middle age were actively engaged in business retire in their latter days to live quietly on the interest of the sums they have themselves accumulated. This class has a tendency to increase with the increasing riches of the country, for those who begin with a tolerable stock are likely to make an independence sooner than they who commence with little. Thus it comes to pass that in old and rich countries, the amount of national capital belonging to those who are unwilling to take the trouble of employing it themselves bears a larger proportion to the whole productive stock of the society than in newly settled and poorer districts. How numerous is the class of rentiers in England? As the class of rentiers increases, so also does that of lenders of capital, for they are one and the same. Therefore, from this cause, interest must have a tendency to fall in old countries. Ramsay says the following about the rate of net profit, interest. The rate of these profits must depend partly upon the rate of gross profits, partly on the proportion in which these are separated into profits of capital and those of enterprise. This proportion depends on the competition between the lenders of capital and borrowers, which competition is influenced, though by no means entirely regulated, by the rate of gross profit expected to be realized. And the competition is not exclusively regulated by this cause because, on the one hand, many borrow without any view to productive employment, and because the proportion of the whole national capital to be lent varies with the riches of the country independently of any change in gross profits. The profits of enterprise depend upon the net profits of capital, not the latter upon the former. Apart from the circumstance mentioned earlier, Ramsay says, rightly, interest is not only a measure of net profits where the level of civilization is such that the want of certainty of repayment is not a factor which enters into the calculation. In England, for instance, at the present day, we cannot, I think, consider compensation for risk as at all entering into the interest received from funds lent on what could be called good security. Speaking of the industrial capitalist, whom he calls the master capitalist, Ramsay remarks, he is the general distributor of the national revenue, the person who undertakes to pay to the laborers the wages, to the capitalist the interest, to the proprietor the rent. On the one hand are masters, on the other, laborers, capitalists, and landlords. The interests of these two grand classes are diametrically opposed to each other. It is the master who hires labor, capital, and land, and of course tries to get the use of them on as low terms as possible, while the owners of these sources of wealth do their best to let them as high as they can. What Ramsay writes about industrial profit, and especially about the labor of superintendents, is on the whole the most reasonable part of his book, although part of his demonstration is borrowed from Storch. The exploitation of labor costs labor, insofar as the labor performed by the industrial capitalist is rendered necessary only because of the contradiction between capital and labor. It enters into the cost of his overseers, the industrial non-commissioned officers, and is already included in the category of wages in the same way as costs caused by the slave overseer and his whip are included in the production costs of the slave owner. These costs, like the greater part of the trading expenses, belong to the incidental expenses of capitalist production. As far as the general rate of profit is concerned, the labor of the capitalists arising from their competition with one another and their attempts to ruin one another counts just as little as the greater or lesser skill of one industrial capitalist compared to another in extracting the largest amount of surplus labor from his workers for the smallest expenditure, and making the best use of this extracted surplus labor in the process of circulation. These matters should be dealt with in the analysis of the competition of capitals. Such an analysis deals in general with the struggle of the capitalists and their effort to acquire the greatest possible amount of surplus labor, and it is concerned only with the division of the surplus labor amongst the different individual capitalists, and not with the origin of surplus labor or its general extent. All that remains for the labor of superintendents is the general function of organizing the division of labor and the cooperation of certain individuals. This labor is fully taken into account in the wages of the general manager in the larger capitalist enterprises. It has already been deducted from the general rate of profit. The best practical proof of this is provided by the cooperative factories set up by the English workers, for these, despite the higher rate of interest they have to pay, yield profits higher than average, although the wages of the general manager, which are naturally determined by the market price for this kind of labor, are deducted. The industrial capitalists, who are their own general managers, save one item of the production costs, pay wages to themselves, and consequently receive a rate of profit above the average. If this assertion of the apologists, that profit of enterprise constitutes wages for the labor of superintendents, were taken literally tomorrow, and the profit of the industrial capitalist limited to the wages of management and direction, then capitalist production, the appropriation of the surplus labor of others, and its transformation into capital, would come to an end the day after tomorrow. However, if we consider this payment of the labor of superintendents as wages concealed in the general rate of profit, then the law established by Ramsay and others applies, namely that while profit, industrial profit as well as gross profit, including interest, is proportional to the amount of capital invested, this portion of the profit stands in inverse ratio to the size of the capital. It is infinitesimally small in the ease of large capital and enormously large where the capital is small, i.e. where the capitalist's production is purely nominal. Whereas the small capitalist, who does almost all the work himself, seems to obtain a very high rate of profit in proportion to his capital, what happens in fact is that if he does not employ a few workers whose surplus labor he appropriates, he actually makes no profit at all, and his enterprise is only nominally a capitalist one, whether he is engaged in industry or commerce. What distinguishes him from the wage worker is that because of his nominal capital, he is indeed the master and owner of his own conditions of labor, and consequently has no master over him, and hence he appropriates his whole labor time himself, instead of it being appropriated by someone else. What appears to be profit here is merely the excess of his income over ordinary wages, an excess which results from the fact that he appropriates his own surplus labor. However, this phenomenon belongs exclusively to those spheres which have not as yet been really conquered by the capitalist mode of production. Ramsay says, "The profits of enterprise may be considered as made up of three parts. One, the salary of the master, another, an insurance for risk, the remainder, his surplus gains." As regards point 2, it is quite irrelevant here. Courbet and Ramsay himself have stated that the insurance which covers the risk only distributes the losses of the capitalists uniformly, or distributes them more generally amongst the whole class. The profits of the insurance companies, that is, of the capitals which are employed in the business of insurance and take over this distribution, must be deducted from these uniformly distributed losses. These companies receive a part of the surplus value in the same way as mercantile or money capitalists do, without participating in its direct production. This is a question of the distribution of the surplus value amongst the different sorts of capitalists, and of the deductions which are consequently made from the surplus value accruing to the individual capitalists. It has nothing to do either with the nature or with the magnitude of the surplus. The worker obviously cannot provide any more than his surplus labor. He cannot make an additional payment to the capitalist so that the latter may insure the fruits of this surplus labor against loss. At most, one could say that even apart from capitalist production, the producers themselves might have certain expenses. That is, they would have to spend a part of their labor, or of the products of their labor, in order to insure their products, their wealth, or the elements of their wealth against accidents, etc. Instead of each capitalist insuring himself, it is safer as well as cheaper for him if one section of capital is entrusted with this job. Insurance is paid out of a portion of surplus value. Its protection and distribution between the capitalists has nothing to do with its origin and magnitude. What is left is firstly the salary and secondly the surplus gains, as Ramsay calls that part of surplus value which falls to the industrial capitalist as opposed to the interest grabber, and which consequently is determined by the ratio of interest to industrial profit, the two parts into which the surplus value accruing to capital, in contrast to landed property, is divided. As far as one, the salary, is concerned, it is first of all self-evident that in capitalist production, the function of capital as lord over labor falls to the capitalist, or a clerk or a representative paid by him. Even this function would disappear together with the capitalist mode of production, insofar as it does not arise from the nature of cooperative labor, but from the domination of the conditions of labor over labor itself. Ramsay himself, however, sweeps away this element, or reduces it to such an extent that it is not worth speaking of. Ramsay says the salary of the employer, like the work of superintendents, remains roughly the same, be the concern large or small. A worker will never be able to say that he can do the same amount of work as 2, 3, or more of his workmates, but one industrial capitalist or farmer can take the place of 10 or more. The third part of the profits of enterprise, the surplus gains, includes compensation for risks, which are only possible risks, nothing but the possibility of losing the gains in the capital. It in fact, however, takes the form of insurance, and therefore of a share which certain capitals in a particular branch receive in the total surplus value. These surplus gains, Ramsay writes, do truly represent the revenue derived from the power of commanding the use of capital. In other words, from the power of commanding other people's labor. Whether belonging to the person himself or borrowed from others, these net profits, interest, vary exactly as the amount of capital. On the contrary, the larger the capital, the greater the proportion they bear to the stock employed. In other words, this means nothing more than that the salaries of masters stand in inverse ratio to the size of the capital. The larger the scale on which the capital operates, the more capitalist the mode of production, the more negligible is the element of industrial profit which is reducible to salary, and the more clearly appears the real character of industrial profit, namely that it is a part of the surplus gains, i.e. of surplus value, i.e. of unpaid surplus labor. The whole contradiction between industrial profit and interest only has meaning as a contradiction between the rentier and the industrial capitalist, but it has not the slightest bearing on the relationship of the worker to capital, the nature of capital, or the origin of the profit capital yields. With regard to rent not derived from corn, Ramsay says, in this manner, the rent paid for one species of produce becomes the cause of the high value of others. Revenue, says Ramsay in the final chapter, differs from the annual gross produce simply by the absence of all those objects which go to keep up fixed capital, by which he means constant capital, raw materials in all stages of production, auxiliary materials and machinery, etc. Ramsay has already said, and repeats in the final chapter, that circulating capital, that is his term for capital laid out in wages, is superfluous. It is not an immediate agent in production, nor even essential to it at all. But he does not draw the obvious conclusion that by denying that wage labor and capital laid out in wages are essential, the necessity for capitalist production in general is denied, and the conditions of labor consequently cease to confront the workers as capital, or to use Ramsay's term, as fixed capital. One part of the conditions of labor appear as fixed capital only because the other part appears as circulating capital. But once capitalist production is presupposed as a fact, Ramsay declares that wages and gross profits of capital, industrial profit, or as he calls it, profit of enterprise included, are necessary forms of revenue. These are naturally the two forms of revenue which, in their simplicity and generality, indeed epitomize the essence of the capitalist mode of production and of the two classes on which it is based. On the other hand, Ramsay declares that rent, in other words landed property, is a superfluous term of capitalist production, but forgets that it is a necessary product of this mode of production. The same applies to his statement that the net profit of capital, that is interest, is not a necessary form. In case of a sharp reduction in gross profits, it would only be necessary for the rentiers to become industrial capitalists. As regards national wealth, this makes no difference. The gross profit need certainly not be so high as to afford separate incomes to the owner and employer. Here, Ramsay again forgets what he has said himself, namely that as a consequence of the development of capital, a constantly growing class of rentiers comes into being. Gross profit of capital and enterprise is essential in order that production should go on at all. Naturally, without profit, no capital, and without capital, no capitalist production. Thus, the conclusion at which Ramsay arrives is, on the one hand, that the capitalist mode of production based on wage labor is not really a necessary, i.e. not an absolute, form of social production, which Ramsay himself expresses only in a rather limited form by stating that circulating capital and wages would be superfluous if the mass of the people were not so poor that they had to receive their share of the product in advance before it was completed. On the other hand, he concludes that interest, in contrast to industrial profit, and rent, that is, the form of landed property created by capitalist production itself, are superfetations which are not essential to capitalist production and of which it can rid itself. If this bourgeois ideal were actually realizable, the only result would be that the whole of the surplus value would go to the industrial capitalist directly, and society would be reduced economically to the simple contradiction between capital and wage labor, a simplification which would indeed accelerate the dissolution of this mode of production. In the Morning Star, December 1st, 1862, a manufacturer moans, Deduct from the gross product the wages of labor, the rent of land, the interest on capital, the cost of raw material, and the gains of the agent, merchant, or dealer, and what remained was the profit of the manufacturer, the Lancashire resident, the occupier, on whom the burden of maintaining the workmen for so many partakers in the distribution of the gross produce is thrown. If one disregards the value and considers the gross produce in kind, it is clear that after the replacement of the constant capital and the capital laid out in wages, that portion of the product which remains constitutes the surplus value. From this, however, has to be deducted a portion for rent and the gains of the agents, merchants, or dealers, all of whom, whether they use capital of their own or not, also share in that part of the gross product which constitutes surplus value. All these, therefore, are deductions for the manufacturer. His profit itself is subdivided into industrial profit and interest, if he has borrowed capital. With regard to differential rent, the work of the laborer working on more fertile soil is more productive than that of a man working on less fertile soil. If, therefore, he were to be paid in kind, he would receive a smaller share of the gross product than the laborer working on less fertile soil. Or, what amounts to the same thing, his relative surplus labor would be greater than that of the other laborer, although he worked the same number of hours per day. But the value of the wage of the one is equal to that of the other. Hence, the profit of his employer is no greater than that of the other employer. The surplus value contained in the additional amount of his product, the greater relative productivity of his labor, or the differential surplus labor performed by him, is pocketed by the landlord. The reason Mr. Senior, whose outline appeared at approximately the same time as Ramsay's essay on the distribution of wealth, in which latter work the division of profit into profit of enterprise and into net profits of capital or interest, chapter 4, is dealt with at length, was supposed to have discovered this division, which was already known in 1821 and 1822, can be explained only by the fact that Senior, a mere apologist of the existing order and consequently a vulgar economist, is very congenial to Herr Roscher. Chapter 23. Cherbuliez. Cherbuliez, Riches and Poverty, published in Paris in 1841. It is questionable whether we should specially include this fellow in this group of economists, since most of what he writes is based on Sismondi, or whether we should, on occasion, insert his pertinent remarks in the form of quotations. Section 1. Distinction between two parts of capital, the part consisting of machinery and raw materials, and the part consisting of means of subsistence for the workers. Capital, says Cherbuliez, consists of the raw materials, the tools, the means of subsistence. Quote, there is no difference between a capital and any other part of wealth. It is only the way in which it is employed which determines whether a thing becomes capital. That is, if it is employed in production, as a raw material, as tools, or as means of subsistence. This is the standard way of reducing capital to the material elements in which it presents itself in the labor process, i.e. means of production and means of subsistence. The latter category, moreover, is not accurate, since though means of subsistence are indeed a condition for the producer, a prerequisite enabling him to exist during production, they themselves do not enter into the labor process, into which nothing enters but the object of labor, the means of production, and labor itself. Thus, the objective factors of the labor process, which are common to all forms of production, are here called capital, although the means of subsistence, in which wages are already included, tacitly implies the capitalist form of these conditions of production. Cherbuliez, like Ramsay, assumes that the means of subsistence, which Ramsay calls circulating capital, diminish, relatively at any rate to the total amount of capital, and absolutely insofar as machinery continually throws workers out of employment. But both he and Ramsay appear to think that there is an inevitable reduction in the amount of means of subsistence, of necessaries, which can be employed as productive capital. But this is by no means the case. In this context, people always confuse that part of the gross product which replaces capital and is employed as capital with that part which represents the surplus product. The means of subsistence decrease because a large portion of capital, that is, the part of the gross product employed as capital, is reproduced as constant capital instead of as variable capital. A larger portion of the surplus product, consisting of means of subsistence, is consumed by unproductive workers or idlers or exchanged for luxuries. That's all. True, the fact that a constantly smaller part of the total capital is converted into variable capital can also be expressed in other ways. The part of capital which consists of variable capital is equal to that part of the total product which the worker himself appropriates, produces for himself. Therefore, the smaller this part is, the smaller accordingly is the portion of the total number of workers which is required to reproduce it, just as in the case of the individual worker, who works correspondingly less labor time for himself. The total product, like the total labor of the workers, falls into two parts. One part the workers produce for themselves, the other part they produce for the capitalist. Just as the labor time of the individual worker can be divided into two parts, so can the labor time of the whole working class. If the surplus labor is equal to half a day, it is the same as if half the working class produces means of subsistence for the working class, and the other half produces raw materials, machinery, and finished products for the capitalists, partly as producers and partly as consumers. It is ridiculous that Cherbuliez and Ramsay believe that the part of the gross product which can be consumed by the workers and can enter into their consumption in kind has been reduced of necessity or reduced at all. Only that part has been reduced which is consumed in this form and therefore as variable capital. On the other hand, a larger portion is eaten up by servants, soldiers, etc., or exported in exchange for more sumptuous means of subsistence. The only important thing in both Ramsay and Cherbuliez is that they counterpose constant and variable capital and do not confine themselves to the distinction between fixed and circulating capital derived from circulation. For Cherbuliez counterposes that part of capital which goes on means of subsistence to that which consists of raw materials, auxiliary materials, and means of labor, i.e. instruments and machines. Although two constituent elements of constant capital, raw material and auxiliary material, belong to circulating capital as far as the mode of circulation is concerned. The important thing in variations in the constituent elements of capital is not that relatively more workers are occupied in the production of raw materials and machinery than in that of direct means of subsistence. This concerns only the division of labor, but the proportion of the product which has to be used to replace past labor, i.e. to replace constant capital, to that which has to be used to pay living labor. The larger the scale of capitalist production, and hence the greater the accumulation of capital, the greater is the share in the value of the product falling to the machinery and raw material of which the capital employed in the production of machinery and raw material consists. A correspondingly larger portion of the product must therefore be returned to production either in kind or by the producers of constant capital exchanging some of their products amongst themselves. The part of the product which belongs to production becomes larger, and the part which represents living, newly added labor becomes relatively smaller. Although this part grows in terms of commodities, use values, the development described is synonymous with increased productivity of labor. But the portion of this part which the worker receives falls relatively all the more, and the same process gives rise to a continuous relative redundancy of the working population. Section 2. On the progressive decline in the number of workers in relation to the amount of constant capital. It is an incontrovertible fact that as capitalist production develops, the portion of capital invested in machinery and raw materials grows, and the portion laid out in wages declines. This is the only question with which both Ramsay and Cherbuliez are concerned. For us, however, the main thing is, does this fact explain the decline in the rate of profit? A decline, incidentally, which is far smaller than it is said to be. Here, it is not simply a question of the quantitative ratio, but of the value ratio. If one worker can spin as much cotton as 100 workers spun previously, then the supply of raw material must be increased 100-fold, and this is moreover brought about only by the spinning machine, which enables one worker to control 100 spindles. But if simultaneously one worker produces as much cotton as 100 workers did previously, and one worker produces a spinning machine, whereas previously he produced only a spindle, then the ratio of value remains the same. That is, the labor expended in the spinning, in the production of the cotton, and the spinning machine remains the same as that expended previously in spinning the cotton and the spindle. As far as the machinery is concerned, its cost is not as great as that of the labor it displaces, although the spinning machine is much more expensive than the spindle. The individual capitalist who owns a spinning machine must possess a greater amount of capital than the individual spinner who buys a spinning wheel. But the spinning machine is cheaper than the spinning wheel in relation to the number of workers it employs. Otherwise, it would not have displaced the spinning wheel. The place of the spinner is taken by a capitalist, but the capital which the former laid out on the spinning wheel was larger relative to the size of the product than that which the capitalist lays out on the spinning machine. The increasing productivity of labor, insofar as it is connected with machinery, is identical with the decreasing number of workers relatively to the number and extent of the machinery employed. Instead of a simple and cheap instrument, a collection of such instruments, even though they are modified, is used. And to that collection has to be added the whole part of the machinery which consists of the moving and transmitting parts, and also the materials used, like coal, etc., to produce the motive power, such as steam. Finally, the buildings. If one worker is in charge of 1,800 spindles instead of driving a spinning wheel, it would be quite ridiculous to ask why these 1,800 spindles are not as cheap as the single spinning wheel. The productivity in this case is brought about precisely by the amount of capital employed as machinery. The ratio of the wear and tear of the machinery affects only the commodity, The worker confronts the total amount of machinery, and similarly, the value of the capital laid out in labor confronts the value of the capital laid out in machinery. There can be no doubt that machinery becomes cheaper, and this for two reasons. Firstly, the application of machinery to the production of raw materials from which the machinery is made. Secondly, the application of machinery in the transformation of these materials into machinery. In saying this, we already say two things. Firstly, that in both these branches, compared with the instruments required in the manufacturing industry, the value of the capital laid out in machinery also grows as compared with that laid out in wages. Secondly, what becomes cheaper is the individual machine and its component parts, but a system of machinery develops. The tool is not simply replaced by a single machine, but by a whole system, and the tools which perhaps played the major part previously, the needle for example in the case of a stocking loom or similar machine, are now assembled in thousands. Each individual machine confronting the worker is in itself a colossal assembly of instruments which he formerly used singly, for example 1800 spindles instead of one. But in addition, the machine contains elements which the old instrument did not have. Despite the cheapening of the individual elements, the price of the whole aggregate increases enormously, and the increase in productivity consists in the continuous expansion of the machinery. Further, one factor in the cheapening of machinery, apart from that of its elements, is the cheapening of the source of the motive power, the steam boiler for example, and of the transmission mechanism. Economy of power. But this results precisely from the fact that to an increasing extent the same motor can drive a larger system of machines. The motor becomes relatively cheaper, or its cost does not grow in the same ratio as the increase in the size of the system in which it is employed. The motor becomes more expensive as its power grows, but not in the same degree in which it grows. Even when its cost increases absolutely, it declines relatively. This is therefore a new and important motive, quite apart from the price of the individual machine, for increasing the capital that is laid out in machinery and confronts labor. One element, the increasing speed of machinery, increases productivity enormously, but it does not affect the value of the machinery itself in any way. It is therefore self-evident, or a tautological proposition, that the increasing productivity of labor caused by machinery corresponds to increased value of the machinery relative to the amount of labor employed, consequently to the value of labor, the variable capital. All circumstances which result in the use of machinery leading to a reduction in the price of commodities can be attributed firstly to a decrease in the amount of labor embodied in each individual commodity. Secondly, however, to a decrease in the wear and tear of the machinery whose value enters into the individual commodity. The less rapid the wear and tear of the machinery, the less labor is required for its reproduction. This therefore increases the amount and the value of the capital existing as machinery as compared with that existing in labor. Only the question of raw material, therefore, remains to be dealt with. It is obvious that the quantity of raw material must increase proportionally with the productivity of labor. That is, the amount of raw material must be proportionate to that of labor. This relationship is closer than it appears. Let us assume, for example, that 10,000 pounds of cotton are consumed weekly. Calculating 50 weeks to the year, this would amount to 10,000 times 50, that is, 500,000 pounds. Let us also assume that the amount paid out in wages is 5,000 pounds sterling over the year. And if a pound of cotton is assumed to cost 6p, this comes to 250,000 shillings, or 12,500 pounds sterling. Let us assume that the capital turns over 5 times during the year. This means that in the course of a fifth of the year, 100,000 pounds of raw material, cotton, is used, equal to a value of 2,500 pounds sterling. And 1,000 pounds goes on wages in the same fifth of the year. This is more than a third of the value of the capital laid out on the cotton. This does not alter the ratio. If the value of the cotton amounts to 10,000 pounds sterling every fifth of a year, and that of labor to 1,000 pounds sterling, then it amounts to 1/10. If one considers the product of the whole year, 50,000 pounds on one side and 5,000 pounds on the other, it is also 1/10. The value of a commodity, as far as machinery is concerned, is determined by the wear and tear of the machinery, that is solely by the value of the machinery insofar as it enters into the process of the formation of value, in other words, insofar as it is used up in the labor process. Profit, on the contrary, is determined, leaving raw materials out of account, by the value of the whole of the machinery which enters into the labor process irrespective of the degree to which it is used up. Profit must therefore decline as the total amount of labor employed declines compared with that part of the capital laid out in machinery. It does not decline in the same proportion because surplus labor increases. One may ask, with regard to raw material, if, for example, productivity in spinning increases tenfold, that is, a single worker spins as much as 10 did previously, why should not one American slave produce 10 times as much cotton as 10 did previously? That is, why should the value ratio not remain the same? The spinner uses 10 times as much cotton in the same time, but the American slave produces 10 times as much cotton in the same time. The 10 times larger amount of cotton therefore costs no more than a tenth of this amount cost previously. This means that despite the increase in the amount of the raw material, its value ratio to variable capital remains the same. In fact, it was only the large fall in the price of cotton which enabled the cotton industry to develop in the way that it did. The dearer the material, gold and silver for example, the less machinery and the division of labor applied in transforming it into articles of luxury. This is because too much capital has been advanced for the raw materials and the demand for these products is limited owing to the expensive raw materials. To this, it is quite easy to answer that some kinds of raw materials, such as wool, silk, leather, are produced by animal organic processes, while cotton, linen, etc. are produced by vegetable organic processes, and capitalist production has not yet succeeded, and never will succeed, in mastering these processes in the same way as it has mastered purely mechanical or inorganic chemical processes. Raw materials such as skins, etc., and other animal products become dearer partly because the insipid law of rent increases the value of these products as civilization advances. As far as coal and metal or wood are concerned, they become much cheaper with the advance of production. This will, however, become more difficult as mines are exhausted, etc. While it can be said with regard to corn rent and mine rent that they do not increase the value of the product, only its market price, but are rather the expression of the value of the product, the excess of its value over the production price, there is, on the other hand, no doubt that animal rent, house rent, etc. are not consequences but causes of the increasing values of these things. The cheapening of raw materials and of auxiliary materials, etc., checks but does not cancel the growth in the value of this part of capital. It checks it to the degree that it brings about a fall in profit. This rubbish is herewith disposed of. In considering profit, surplus value is assumed as given, and only the variations in constant capital and their influence on the rate of profit are considered. There is only one way in which surplus value directly affects constant capital, namely through absolute surplus labor, lengthening of the working day, as a result of which the relative value of constant capital is reduced. Relative surplus labor, where the working day remains unaltered, apart from the greater intensification of labor, increases the value ratio of profit to total capital by increasing the surplus itself. Absolute surplus labor time reduces the cost of constant capital relatively. Section 3. Cherbuliez' inkling that the organic composition of capital is decisive for the rate of profit. His confusion on this question. Cherbuliez on the law of appropriation in capitalist economy. Let us return to Cherbuliez. The formulas he uses for the rate of profit are either mathematical expressions for profit as it is commonly understood without involving any kind of law, or they are quite wrong, although he has an inkling of the matter, approaches close to it. Quote, commercial profit is determined by the value of the products compared with the value of the different elements of productive capital. In point of fact, profit is the relationship of the surplus value of the product to the value of the total capital outlay, regardless of the differences in its elements. But the surplus value is itself determined by the size of the variable capital and the rate at which it produces surplus value, and the ratio of this surplus value to the total capital is again determined by the ratio of the variable to the constant capital, and also by changes in the value of the constant capital. Evidently, the two chief elements in this determination are the prices of the raw materials and amount of means of subsistence required to work them up. The economic progress of society affects these two elements in an opposite way. It tends to make raw materials dearer by increasing the value of all products of the extractive industries, which are carried out on land that is privately owned and limited in extent. On the other hand, the means of subsistence decrease relatively, a matter to which we shall return presently. The total amount of products minus the total amount of capital expended in producing them provides us with the total amount of profit gained during a definite period of time. The growth in the total amount of products is proportionate to the capital advanced and not the capital used up. The rate of profit, or the ratio of profit to capital, is therefore the result of the combination of two other ratios, namely the ratio between the capital laid out and that used up, and the ratio between the capital used up and the product. Cherbuliez first states correctly that profit is determined by the value of the product in relation to the different elements of productive capital. Then he flies off suddenly to the product itself, to the total amount of products. But the amount of products may increase without its value increasing. Secondly, a comparison between the amount of the product and the quantity of products which the capital, used up and not used up, consisted, can at best only be made in the way Ramsay does, by comparing the aggregate national product with the constituent elements expended in kind during its production. But as regards capital, the form taken by the product is different from its ingredients in every sphere of production. even in those branches of industry in which, as in agriculture, one part of the product is used in kind as a production element of the product. Why does Cherbuliez stray onto this false path? Because, despite his vague idea that the organic composition of capital is decisive for the rate of profit, he in no way uses the contradiction between variable capital and the other part of capital in order to explain surplus value, which, like value itself, he does not explain at all. He has not shown how surplus value arises and therefore has recourse to surplus product, i.e. to use value. Although all surplus value takes the form of surplus product as such does not represent surplus value. A product may contain no surplus value, as for example in the case of a peasant who owns his own implements as well as his own land and only works exactly the amount of time as any wage worker does to reproduce his own wages, say 6 hours. In a good year, he might produce twice as much as usual, but the value would remain the same. There would be no surplus value, although there would be surplus product. In itself, it was already a mistake on the part of Cherbuliez to represent variable capital in the passive and purely material form of means of subsistence, that is, as a use value, a form which it obtains in the hands of the workers. If, on the other hand, he had considered it in the form in which it actually appears, namely as money, as the form in which exchange value, i.e. a certain amount of social labor time as such exists, then he would have seen that for the capitalist it represents the labor which he exchanges for it, and as a result of this exchange of materialized labor for living labor, the variable capital would be set in motion and grow. Variable capital in the shape of labor, but not if it is regarded as means of subsistence, becomes an element of productive capital. Means of subsistence, on the other hand, are use value, the material existence of the variable capital when it becomes the revenue of the worker. Variable capital regarded as means of subsistence is therefore just as passive an element as both the other parts of capital which Cherbuliez describes as passive. The same distortion of views prevents him from elaborating the rate of profit out of the relationship of this active element to the passive element, and from showing that it declines as society advances. Cherbuliez in fact reaches no other conclusion but that the means of subsistence decline as a consequence of the development of productivity while the working population grows. That is, as a result of the redundant population, wages are consequently pushed down below their value. None of his explanations are based on the exchange of equal values, or the payment of labor power at its value, and profit thus actually appears to be a deduction from wages, although he doesn't say so. This deduction may indeed occasionally constitute a part of real profits, but it can never serve as the foundation for the elaboration of the category of profit. Let us first of all reduce the first proposition to its correct formulation. The value of the total amount of products minus the value of the total amount of capital used up in its production provides us with the total amount of profit gained during a definite period of time. This is the primary, usual form in which profit appears, and it is likewise the form in which it appears in the consciousness of the capitalists. In other words, profit is the excess of the value of the product gained during a definite period of time over the value of the capital expended, or the excess of the value of the product over the cost price of the product. Even the definite period of time in Cherbuliez's statement appears like a bolt from the blue, since he has not dealt with the circulation process of capital. The first proposition, therefore, is nothing but the usual definition of profit, of the immediate form in which it appears. The second proposition. The growth in the total amount of products is proportionate to the capital employed and not to the capital used up. Paraphrased again, it would read thus. The growth in the value of the total amount of products is proportionate to the capital advanced, whether used up or not. The only purpose of this is the surreptitious introduction of the completely unproven and, in the way it is formulated, quite false proposition, for it already presupposes equalization to the general rate of profit, that the amount of profit depends on the amount of capital employed. But an apparent causal nexus is to be introduced because, quote, the growth in the total amount of products is proportionate to the capital employed and not to the capital used up, end quote. Let us take this sentence in both its formulations, that in which it is written and that in which it ought to have been written. In this context, and in accordance with the conclusion which it is intended to serve as an intermediate clause, it should be written as follows. The growth in the value of the total amount of products is proportionate to the capital employed and not to the capital used up. Here, evidently, surplus value is to be evolved on the basis of the fact that the excess of the capital employed over that used up creates the excess value of the products. But the capital which is not used up, machinery, etc., retains its value, for the fact that it is not used up means precisely that its value has not been used up. It retains the same value after the conclusion of the production process as it had before this process started. If any change in value has taken place, it can only have happened in that part of the capital which has been used up, and which therefore entered into the process of the formation of value. In point of fact, it is also wrong to say that, for example, a capital of which a third is not used up and two-thirds are used up in production would inevitably yield a higher profit than one in which two-thirds are not used up and one-third is used up, provided the rate of exploitation is the same, and disregarding the equalization of the rate of profit. For obviously, the second capital contains more machinery, etc., and other elements of constant capital, while the first capital contains less of these elements and sets more living labor in motion, and therefore produces more surplus labor as well. If we take the proposition as formulated by Cherbuliez himself, then it must be said, first, that it is of no use to him, because the amount of products, or the amount of use values as such, by no means determines either the value or the surplus value or the profit. But what is behind all this? A part of constant capital consisting of machinery, etc., enters into the labor process without entering into the formation of value. It helps to increase the volume of products without adding anything to its value. Insofar as its wear and tear adds value to the product, it belongs to the capital used up, and not to the capital employed as opposed to that used up. But by itself, this unconsumed part of constant capital does not bring about a growth in the amount of products. It helps to produce a greater output in a given labor time. Therefore, if only the same amount of labor time were expended as is contained in the means of subsistence, the same amount of products would be produced. The excess of products is therefore due to a change which takes place in this part of the capital used up, and not to the excess of the capital employed over that consumed, assuming that it is not a matter of branches of industry in which, as in agriculture, the volume of products is or can be independent of the amount of capital laid out, because the productivity of labor is in part dependent on uncontrollable natural conditions. If, however, he considers constant capital, used up or otherwise, as independent of the labor time, independent of the change in the variable capital which takes place in the realization process, then he might just as well say, the growth in the total amount of products, at best in the manufacturing industry, is proportionate to the growth of the part of the capital consisting of raw materials which is used up. For the increase of products is physically identical with the growth of this part of capital. In agriculture, on the other hand, and likewise in the extractive industries, where only a small proportion of the capital invested is not annually used up, i.e. constant capital, and a relatively large proportion of capital is used up, as wages for example, the amount of products, provided the land is fairly fertile, can be much larger than in the advanced countries where the ratio of capital invested to capital used up is infinitely greater. The second proposition thus amounts to an attempt to bring in surreptitiously surplus value, the indispensable basis of profit. Cherbuliez's conclusion. The rate of profit, or the ratio of the profit to capital, is therefore the result of the combination of two other ratios, namely the ratio between the capital laid out and that used up, and the ratio between the capital used up and the product. Previously, profit ought to have been explained, but nothing emerged except a definition of it, which merely states the form in which it appears, i.e. the fact that profit is equal to the excess of the value of the total product over the cost price of the product, or over the value of the capital used up, which is the vulgar definition of profit. Now, the rate of profit ought to be explained, but once again, nothing emerges except the vulgar definition. The rate of profit is equal to the ratio of profit to the total capital, or what amounts to the same thing, it is equal to the ratio of the excess of the value of the product over its cost price to the total capital advanced for production. The distorted conception and bungling application of the approximately correct distinction between the elements of capital and the vague idea that profit and rate of profit are directly connected with the ratio of these elements to one another only lead to a repetition of the generally known phrases in a rather doctrinaire fashion. In fact, merely to a statement that profit and rate of profit exist, without, however, anything being said about their nature. The matter is not improved by the fact that Cherbuliez expresses his doctrinaire formulae in algebraic language. Let P be the aggregate product of a given period of time, C the capital invested, pi the profit, R the ratio of profit to capital, rate, small c the capital used up, then P minus small c equals pi. R equals pi over C. Therefore, C times R equals pi. Therefore, P minus small c equals C times R. Therefore, R equals P minus small c divided by C. Which means nothing more than that the rate of profit equals the ratio of profit to capital, and that profit equals the excess of the value of the product over its cost price. In general, when Cherbuliez speaks about consumed and unconsumed capital, he has at the back of his mind the difference between fixed and circulating capital, and not the distinction which he himself has drawn, namely that between the different types of capital based on the production process. Surplus value is antecedent to circulation, and no matter how much the differences arising out of circulation affect the rate of profit, they have nothing to do with the origin of profit. Productive capital is composed of a consumable part and a non-consumable part. The more wealth and population increase, the more the consumable part tends to increase, because the extractive industries demand an ever greater supply of labor. On the other hand, this same progress causes the amount of capital invested to increase at a much faster rate than the amount of capital consumed. Thus, although the total mass of capital consumed tends to increase, the effect is neutralized because the mass of products grows in more rapid progression, and the total amount of profit must be considered as growing at a rate at best as high as that which the total amount of capital invested grows. The amount of profit grows, not the rate, which is the ratio of this amount to the capital invested. R equals P minus small c over C. It is clear that P minus small c, or the profit, since P minus small c equals pi, can grow although R declines if C grows more rapidly than P minus small c. Here, the reason for the decline in the rate of profit is touched on, but in view of the preceding distortions, it can only lead to confusion and contradictions which cancel each other out. First, the amount of capital consumed grows, but the amount of products grows even more rapidly, i.e. the excess of the value of the products over their cost price in this case, for it grows in proportion to the capital invested, and this grows more rapidly than the capital consumed. Why the fixed capital grows more rapidly than the mass of raw materials, for example, is not explained anywhere. But never mind. The amount of profit grows in proportion to the capital invested, to the total capital, but the rate of profit is nevertheless supposed to fall, because the total capital grows more rapidly than the mass of products, or rather, than the amount of profit. First, the amount of profit grows at a rate at least as great as that which the total amount of the capital invested grows, and then the rate of profit falls, because the total amount of capital invested grows more rapidly than the amount of profit. First, P minus small c grows at least proportionally to C, and then P minus small c over C falls, because C increases even more rapidly than P minus small c, which increases at least as rapidly as C. If we throw aside all this confusion, then all that remains is the tautology that P minus small c over C can fall again although P minus small c increases. That is, that the rate of profit can fall although profit increases when the rate falls. The rate of profit simply signifies the ratio of P minus small c to C, and this ratio declines when the capital increases more rapidly than the amount of profit. Thus, the final pearl of wisdom is that the rate of profit can fall, that is, the ratio of an increasing amount of profit to capital can fall when the capital increases more rapidly than the amount of profit, or if the amount of profit, despite the absolute growth, declines relatively in comparison with the capital. This is nothing but a different expression for the decline in the rate of profit. But that this phenomenon is within the bounds of possibility, and even its existence, has never been called to question. The sole point at issue was precisely to explain the cause of this phenomenon, and Cherbuliez explains the decline in the rate of profit, the decline in the amount of profit in relation to the total capital, by the relative increase in the amount of profit which is at least proportionate to the growth of the capital. He obviously surmises that the mass of living labor employed declines relatively to past labor, although it increases absolutely, and that therefore the rate of profit must decline. But he never arrives at a clear understanding. The closer one comes to the threshold of understanding, the more distorted the statements become, unless the threshold is actually crossed and the greater is the illusion of having crossed it. On the other hand, what he says about the equalization of the general rate of profit is very much to the point. After the deduction of rent, what remains of the amount of profit, that is, of the excess of products over the capital consumed, is divided between the capitalist producers in proportion to the capital each has invested, whereas the portion of the product, which corresponds to the capital used up and is intended to replace it, is divided in proportion with the capital actually used up. This dual law of division comes about as a result of competition, which tends to equalize the advantages of the different investments of capital. Finally, this dual law of division determines the respective values and prices of the different kinds of products. This is very good. Only the concluding words are wrong, namely that the formation of the general rate of profit determines the values and prices. It should be prices of production of commodities. On the contrary, the determination of the value is the primary factor, antecedent to the rate of profit and to the establishment of production prices. How can any kind of division of the amount of profit, i.e. of surplus value, which is itself only a part of the total value of commodities, determine the amount of profit, that is, the surplus value, that is, the value of the commodities? This is only correct if by relative values of commodities one means their production prices. The whole lopsidedness of Cherbuliez's presentation arises from the fact that he does not examine the origin and the laws of value and surplus value independently. In other respects, he describes the relation between wage labor and capital more or less correctly. People who neither receive anything by devolution, legal transfer, inheritance, etc., nor have any possessions they can exchange, can obtain what they need only by offering their labor to the capitalist. They only acquire the right to things which are allocated to them as the price of labor, but they have no right to the product of their labor, nor to the value which they have added. By exchanging his labor for a certain volume of means of subsistence, the worker completely renounces all right to the other portions of capital. The distribution of these products remains the same as it was previously. It is not modified in any way by the above-mentioned convention. The products continue to belong exclusively to the capitalist, who has provided the raw materials and the means of subsistence. This is an inescapable sequence of the law of appropriation, the fundamental principle of which was, conversely, the exclusive right of every worker to the product of his labor. This fundamental principle, according to Cherbuliez, is as follows. The worker has an exclusive right to the value resulting from his labor. Cherbuliez does not understand, nor does he explain, how the law of commodities, according to which commodities are equivalent and exchanged with one another in proportion to their value, i.e. to the labor time embodied in them, unexpectedly leads to the result that, on the contrary, capitalist production, and only on the basis of capitalist production is it essential for the product to be produced as a commodity, depends on the fact that one portion of labor is appropriated without exchange. He only senses that a transformation has suddenly taken place. This fundamental principle is a pure fiction. It arises from the surface appearance of commodity circulation. Commodities are exchanged with one another according to their value, that is, according to the labor embodied in them. Individuals confront one another only as commodity owners, and can therefore only acquire other individuals' commodities by alienating their own. It therefore appears as if they exchanged only their own labor, since the exchange of commodities which contain other people's labor, insofar as they themselves were not acquired by the individuals in exchange for their own commodities, presupposes different relations between people than those of simple commodity owners, of buyers and of sellers. In capitalist production, this appearance, which its surface displays, disappears. What does not disappear, however, is the illusion that originally men confront one another only as commodity owners, and that consequently a person is only a property owner insofar as he is a worker. As has been stated, this originally is a delusion arising from the surface appearance of capitalist production and has never existed historically. In general, man, isolated or social, always comes onto the stage as a property owner before he appears as a worker, even if the property is only what he procures for himself from nature, or what he, as a member of the family, tribe, communal organization, procures partly from nature, partly from the means of production which have already been produced in common. And as soon as the first animal state is left behind, man's property in nature is mediated by his existence as a member of a communal body, family, tribe, etc., by his relationship to other men, which determines his relationship to nature. The propertyless laborer, as a fundamental principle, is rather a creature of civilization, and, on the historical scale, of capitalist production. This is a law of expropriation and not of appropriation, at least not simply of appropriation in the way that Cherbuliez imagined it, but a kind of appropriation which corresponds to a definite, specific mode of production. Cherbuliez says, the products are appropriated before they are converted into capital, and this conversion does not eliminate such appropriation. But this applies not only to the products, but also to labor. Raw materials and instruments belong to the capitalist. They are the converted form of his money. On the other hand, when he has bought labor power, or the daily, say 12 hours use of labor power, with a sum of money equal to the product of 6 hours of labor, then the labor of 12 hours belongs to him. It is appropriated by him before it is carried out. The process of production itself turns labor into capital, but this transformation is an act which takes place later than its appropriation. The products are converted into capital, physically converted, insofar as in the process of production they function as conditions of labor, conditions of production, objects and instruments of labor, and formally converted, insofar as not only their value is perpetuated, but as they become means for absorbing labor and surplus labor, insofar as they actually function as absorbers of labor. On the other hand, the labor power appropriated before the production process is turned directly into capital in the course of the process by being converted into the conditions of labor and into surplus value, since as a result of its embodiment in the product, it not only preserves the constant capital, but replaces the variable capital and adds surplus value. Section 4. On accumulation as extended reproduction. Cherbuliez writes, every accumulation of wealth provides the means for accelerating further accumulation. Ricardo's view, derived from Smith, that all accumulation can be reduced to expenditure on wages would be incorrect even if no accumulation in kind took place, which is the case, for example, when the farmer sows more seed. The stock breeder increases his stock of cattle for breeding or for fattening. The owner of engineering works uses part of his surplus value in the form of machine tools. And even if all producers who produce the elements of some part of capital did not overproduce regularly, counting on the fact of annual accumulation, i.e. the expansion of the general scale of production. Moreover, the peasant can exchange part of his surplus corn with the stock breeder, who may convert this corn into variable capital, while the peasant converts his corn into constant capital by means of this exchange. The flax grower sells part of his surplus product to the spinner, who converts it into constant capital. With this money, the flax grower can buy tools, and the tool maker can then buy iron, etc., so that all these elements are turned directly into constant capital. But disregarding all this, let us assume that a manufacturer of machines wants to convert an additional capital of 1,000 pounds into elements of production. He will of course lay out part of it on wages, say 200 pounds, but he buys iron, coal, etc. with the remaining 800 pounds. Let us assume that this iron, coal, etc. has first to be produced. Then, if the iron or coal producers either have no excess accumulated stocks of their commodities, and likewise have no additional machinery and are unable to buy it immediately, for in this case too, constant capital would be exchanged for constant capital, they can only produce the required iron and coal if they work their old machinery longer. As a result, they would have to replace it more rapidly, but a part of its value would enter into the new product. Irrespective of this, however, the iron manufacturer needs more coal in any case and must therefore transform at least part of his share in the 800 pounds into constant capital. Both coal and iron producers sell their wares in such a way that they contain unpaid surplus labor. And if this amounts to a quarter, then this alone means that 200 pounds out of the 800 is not converted into wages, not to mention the part which has to make good the wear and tear of the old machinery. The surplus consists always of the articles produced by the particular capital, i.e. coal, iron, etc. Part of the surplus is converted directly into constant capital when the producers whose commodities serve as elements of production for other producers exchange these commodities with one another. That part of the surplus value, however, which is exchanged against the products of those who produce means of subsistence and replaces the constant capital in these branches, provides the necessary variable capital. The producers of means of subsistence that can no longer enter as elements into their production, except as variable capital, acquire additional constant capital through the same process which provides the other producers with additional variable capital. The following features distinguish reproduction, insofar as it constitutes accumulation, from simple reproduction. Firstly, both the constant and variable elements of production, which are accumulated, consist of newly added labor. They are not used as revenue, although they arise from profit. They consist of profit or surplus labor, whereas in the case of simple reproduction, part of the product represents past labor, i.e., in this context, labor which has not been performed in the current year. Secondly, if the labor time in certain branches is lengthened, that is, if no additional instruments or machines are employed, the new product must indeed to a certain extent pay for the more rapid wear and tear of the old tools or machines, and this accelerated consumption of the old constant capital is likewise an aspect of accumulation. Thirdly, as a result of the additional money capital which arises in the process of extended reproduction, partly through the freeing of capital, partly through the conversion of part of the product into money, partly because, as a result of the money collected by the producer, the demand for other commodities, for example those offered by the sellers of luxury goods, is reduced, the systematic replacement of the elements of production is by no means a necessity, as it is in the case of simple reproduction. With the additional money, anyone can buy or command products, although the producer from whom the purchase is made may neither expend his revenue on the product of the purchaser nor replace his capital with it. Additional capital, constant or variable, must appear in the form of money capital on one side, even if this only exists in the form of outstanding claims, whenever it is not balanced by a corresponding addition on the other side. Section 5. Elements of Sismondiism in Cherbuliez. On the organic composition of capital, fixed and circulating capital. For the rest, Cherbuliez presents a remarkable amalgam of Sismondian and Ricardian contradictory views. Sismondian. The hypothesis that an invariable ratio exists between the different elements of capital is not substantiated at any stage of the development of society. The relationship is essentially variable, and for two reasons. A, the division of labor, and B, the replacement of human labor by natural agents. These two factors tend to reduce the ratio of the means of subsistence to the other two elements of capital. In this situation, the increase in productive capital does not necessarily lead to an increase in the amount of means of subsistence intended to constitute the price of labor. It can be accompanied, at least for a time, by an absolute diminution of this element of capital, and consequently by a reduction in the price of labor. This is Sismondian. The effect on the wage level is the only aspect considered by Cherbuliez. This problem does not arise at all in an investigation where labor is always supposed to be paid at its value, and the fluctuations of the market price of labor above or below that point are not taken into consideration. The producer who wishes to introduce a new division of labor in his enterprise or to exploit some natural force will not wait until he has accumulated sufficient capital to be able to employ in this new way all the workers he needed previously. In the case of division of labor, he will perhaps be satisfied to produce with 5 workers what he previously produced with 10. In the case of the exploitation of a natural force, he will perhaps use only 1 machine and 2 workers. The means of subsistence will, in consequence, be reduced to 1,500 in the first case and to 600 in the second. But since the number of workers remains the same, their corn petition will soon force the price of labor below its original level. This is one of the most astonishing results of the law of appropriation. The absolute increase in wealth, that is, in the products of labor, does not give rise to a proportional increase and may lead to a diminution in the means of subsistence for the workers, in the portion they receive of all kinds of products. The factors determining the price of labor, in this context it is always a question only of the market price of labor, are the absolute amount of productive capital and the ratio between the different elements of capital, 2 social facts on which the will of the workers can exercise no influence. Nearly all the odds are against the worker. The ratio between the different elements of productive capital is determined in 2 ways. First, by the organic composition of productive capital. By this we mean the technological composition. With a given productivity of labor, which can be taken as constant so long as no change occurs, the amount of raw material and means of labor, that is the amount of constant capital in terms of its material elements, which corresponds to a definite quantity of living labor, paid or unpaid, that is to the material elements of variable capital, is determined in every sphere of production. If the proportion of the materialized labor to the living labor employed is small, then the portion of the product that represents living labor will be large regardless of how this portion is divided between capitalist and worker. If the reverse is the case, the portion will be small. With a given rate of exploitation of labor, the surplus labor too will be large in the former case and small in the latter. This can only change as a result of a change in the mode of production, which alters the technological relationship between the 2 parts of capital. Even in this case, the absolute amount of living labor employed by the capital, which uses a greater proportion of constant capital, may be equal or even larger if capitals of different size are compared. But it must be smaller relatively. For capitals of the same size, or calculated in proportion to the total capital, 100 for example, it must be smaller both relatively and absolutely. All changes arising from the development, not the decline, of the productive power of labor reduce that part of the product which represents living labor, that is, they reduce variable capital. Regarding capital invested in different branches of production, one can say that these changes reduce the variable capital absolutely in those branches which have reached a higher level of production, since wages are assumed to be equal. So much with regard to the changes arising from the changes in mode of production. Secondly, however, if one assumes that the organic composition of capitals is given, and likewise the differences which arise from the differences in their organic composition, then the value ratio can change although the technological composition remains the same. What can happen is A, a change in the value of constant capital, B, a change in the value of the variable capital, or C, a change in both, in equal or unequal proportions. A. If the technological composition remains the same and a change in the value of constant capital takes place, its value will either fall or rise. If it falls, and only the same amount of living labor is employed as previously, i.e. if the scale or level of production remains the same, if for example 100 men are employed as previously, then in physical terms, the same amount of raw material and means of labor is required as previously. But the surplus labor bears a greater proportion to the total capital advanced. The rate of profit rises. In the opposite case, it declines. In the former case, for the capitals already employed in that sphere, not those newly invested in it, after the change of value in the elements of constant capital has taken place, the total sum of the capital employed diminishes. That is, some portion of the capital is set free, although production continues to be carried on the same scale. Or, the capital thus liberated is again employed in the same sphere of production, and has then the same effect as an accumulation of capital. The scale of production is enlarged, and the absolute amount of surplus labor is increased proportionally. With a given method of production, every accumulation of capital results in an increase in the total amount of surplus value, whatever the rate of surplus value may be. Conversely, if the value of the elements of constant capital increases, then either the scale of production, hence the mass of the total capital advanced, must increase to employ the same quantity of labor, the same variable capital, the value of which has remained unchanged, as before, and then, although the absolute amount of surplus value, and the rate of surplus value, remains the same, its proportion to the total capital advance decreases, and hence the rate of profit falls. Or the scale of production and the total capital advanced is not enlarged, then, in all circumstances, the variable capital must decrease. If the same sum as previously is laid out in constant capital, it now represents a smaller amount of material elements, and since the technological conditions remain the same, less labor will be employed. The total capital advance, therefore, decreases by an amount corresponding to the labor dismissed. The total value of the capital advance thus decreases, but a greater proportion of the diminished capital is laid out in constant capital in terms of value. The surplus value decreases absolutely because less labor is employed, and the ratio of the remaining surplus value to the total capital advanced falls because variable capital bears a smaller proportion to constant capital. On the other hand, if the same total capital is employed as before, the reduced value of the variable capital, representing a smaller quantity of labor, living labor employed, being counterbalanced by the increased value of the constant capital, the one being diminished in the same proportion as the other is augmented, then the absolute quantity of surplus value falls, because less labor is employed, and at the same time, the proportion of this surplus value to the total capital advance falls. Thus, the rate of profit falls for two reasons: the diminution in the amount of surplus labor, and the decreasing proportion of that surplus labor to the total capital advanced. In the first case, where with decreasing value of the elements of constant capital, the rate of profit rises in all circumstances, the scale of production must be extended if the amount of profit is to increase. Let us assume that the capital is 600, half constant, half variable. If the constant capital were to lose half its value, it would only amount to 150, although the variable capital would remain 300. The total capital employed would be only 450, 150 being freed. If the 150 are added to the capital again, then 100 of the 150 will now be laid out in variable capital. Thus, the scale of production is expanded and more labor is employed if the same capital continues to be used in the production process. Where with rising value of the elements of constant capital, the rate of profit falls in all circumstances, the scale of production, and therefore the capital advanced, must be increased if the amount of profit is not to decrease and the amount of labor employed, and therefore surplus value, is to remain the same. If this is not done, if only the old or less than the old capital is employed, then not only does the rate of profit decline, but also the amount of profit. The rate of surplus value remains unchanged in both cases. It changes, however, if any change in the technological composition of capital takes place. It increases if the constant capital increases, because labor is then more productive, and declines when it falls, because labor is then less productive. B. If there is any change in the value of variable capital, independent of the organic composition, it can only occur because of a fall or rise in the price of means of subsistence that are not produced in the sphere of production under consideration, but enter into it as commodities from outside. If the value of variable capital falls, it nevertheless represents the same amount of living labor as before. The same quantity of labor merely costs less. If, therefore, the scale of production remains the same, since the value of constant capital is unchanged, then the part of the total capital used for the purchase of labor is diminished. Less capital needs to be laid out in order to pay the same number of workers. Thus, in this case, if the scale of production remains the same, the amount of capital laid out diminishes. The rate of profit increases, and this for two reasons. The amount of surplus value is increased. The ratio of living labor to materialized labor has remained the same, but the increased surplus value correlates with a smaller total capital. If, on the other hand, the capital freed is again invested, then this amounts to accumulation. If the value of the variable capital increases, then a greater total capital must also be laid out in order to employ the same number of workers as before, because the value of the constant capital remains the same, and that of the variable capital is risen. The amount of labor remains the same, but a smaller part of it is surplus labor, and this smaller part corresponds to a larger capital. This takes place when the scale of production remains the same while the value of the total capital increases. If the value of the total capital does not increase, the scale of production must be reduced. The amount of labor declines, and a smaller portion of this reduced amount constitutes surplus labor, which too bears a smaller proportion to the total capital advanced. The organic changes, and those brought about by changes of value, can have a similar effect on the rate of profit in certain circumstances. They differ, however, in the following way. If the latter are not due simply to fluctuations of market prices, and are therefore not temporary, they are invariably caused by an organic change in the spheres that provide the elements of constant or variable capital. C. It is not necessary here to examine case 3 in detail. In the case of capitals of equal size, or if the calculation is based on equal amounts of the total capital, 100 for example, the organic composition may be the same in different spheres of production, but the value ratio of the primary component parts of constant and variable capital may be different according to the different values of the amounts of instruments and raw materials used. For example, copper instead of iron instead of lead, wool instead of cotton, etc. On the other hand, is it possible for the organic composition to be different if the value ratio remains the same? If the organic composition is the same, the relative amounts which constitute constant capital and living labor are the same per 100. The quantitative proportions are the same. The value of the constant capital may be the same, although the relative amounts of labor set in motion are different. If the machinery or raw materials are dearer or cheaper, less labor, for example, may be required. But in this case, the value of the variable capital is also relatively smaller, or vice versa. Let us take A and B. C prime and V prime are the component parts in terms of value of A, and C and V those of B, again in terms of value. If the ratio of C prime to V prime is equal to the ratio of C to V, then C prime times V equals V prime times C. Consequently, likewise, C prime over C equals V prime over V. Since the value ratios of constant to variable capital are equal, only the following variations are possible. If in one sphere more surplus labor is carried out than in another sphere, for example, night work is impossible in agriculture, and although the individual agricultural laborer can be overworked, nevertheless, the total amount of labor which can be expended on a given area of land is limited by the object being produced, say corn, whereas in a factory of a given size, the amount produced depends on the hours of labor worked. That is to say, it is due to the different kinds of production that more surplus labor can be employed in one sphere at a given level of production than in another. Then, even if the ratio of constant and variable capital is the same, the amount of labor employed in proportion to the total capital will nevertheless be different. Or let us assume that the raw material is dearer and labor, of greater skill, is dearer, in the same proportion. In this case, capitalist A employs 5 workers, whereas capitalist B employs 25, and they cost him 100 pounds, as much as the 25 workers. Because their labor is dearer, their surplus labor is therefore also worth more. These 5 workers work up 100 pounds of raw material, Y, worth 500 pounds sterling, and B's workers work up 1,000 pounds of raw material, X, worth 500 pounds sterling. Because the raw material is dearer and the productive power of the workers is less highly developed in the case of A. The value ratio here, 100 pounds variable capital to 500 pounds constant capital, is the same in both cases, but the organic composition is different. The value ratio is the same. The value of constant capital in A is the same as in B, and proportionately A lays out the same amount of capital in wages as B, but the quantity of his products will be smaller. Although he employs the same absolute quantity of labor as B, he uses more relatively because his constant capital is dearer. He processes less raw material, etc. in the same time, but this smaller quantity costs him as much as the larger quantity processed by B. The value ratio in this case is the same. The organic composition is different. In the other case, the value ratio being assumed to be the same, this can only occur if the amounts of the surplus labor are different, or if the value of the different kinds of labor are different. The organic composition can be taken to mean the following: different ratios in which it is necessary to expend constant capital in the different spheres of production in order to absorb the same amount of living labor. The combination of the same amount of labor with the object of labor requires either that both more raw material and more machinery are used in one case than in the other, or that more of only one of these is used. Where the ratios between fixed and circulating capital are very different, those between constant and variable capital can be the same. Consequently, the surplus value can be the same, although the values produced annually must be different. Let us assume that in the coal industry, where no raw materials are used, apart from auxiliary materials, the fixed capital constitutes half of the total capital, and variable capital the other half. Let us assume that in tailoring, the fixed capital is 0, as in the previous case we disregard auxiliary materials, that the raw materials constitute half, and the variable capital the other half of the total capital. Given the same degree of exploitation of labor, both will realize the same amount of surplus value, since both employ the same amount of labor in proportion to capital, i.e. per 100. But let us assume that fixed capital in the coal industry turns over once every 10 years, while there is no difference in the rate of turnover of circulating capital in both cases. At the end of the year, we will assume that the variable capital turns over once a year in both cases. The tailor's capital will have produced values amounting to 150 if the surplus value is 50. The coal producer, on the other hand, will have produced values amounting to 105 at the end of the first year, consisting of 5 for fixed capital, 50 for variable, and 50 for surplus labor. As in the case of the tailor, the total value of his product plus the fixed capital will amount to 150, that is, the product 105 plus 45 for the remaining fixed capital. The production of different magnitudes of value, therefore, does not preclude the production of the same amount of surplus value. In the second year, the fixed capital of the coal producer would amount to 45, variable capital to 50, and surplus value to 50. That is, the capital advanced would be 95 and the profit would be 50. The rate of profit would have risen because the value of the fixed capital would have declined by 1/10 as a result of wear and tear during the first year. Thus, there can be no doubt that in the case of all capitals employing a great deal of fixed capital, provided the scale of production remains unchanged, the rate of profit must rise in proportion as the value of the machinery, the fixed capital, declines annually, because wear and tear has already been taken into account. If the coal producer sells his coal at the same price throughout the 10 years, then his rate of profit must be higher in the second year than it was in the first, and so forth. Or one would have to assume that the maintenance work, etc., stands in direct proportion to the depreciation, so that the total sum advanced annually under the heading of fixed capital remains the same. This extra profit may be equalized also as a result of the fact that apart from wear and tear, the value of fixed capital falls in the course of time because it has to compete with new, more recently invented, better machinery. On the other hand, this rising rate of profit, which results naturally from wear and tear, makes it possible for the declining value of the fixed capital to compete with newer, better machinery, the full value of which has still to be taken into account. Finally, the coal producer sold his coal more cheaply at the end of the second year on the basis of the following calculation. 50 on 100 means 50% profit. 50% on 95 comes to 47.5. If, therefore, he sold the same quantity of coal, not for 105, but for 102.5, then he would have sold it more cheaply than the man whose machinery, for example, began to operate only in the current year. Large installations of fixed capital presuppose possession of large amounts of capital. And since these big owners of capital dominate the market, it appears that only for this reason their enterprises yield surplus profit, that is, rent. In the case of agriculture, this rent derives from working relatively fertile land. But here, we are dealing with a case where relatively cheaper machinery is utilized. A large number of instances which are reduced in connection with the relation of fixed to circulating capital refer to the difference between variable and constant capital. First of all, the proportion of constant to variable capital can be the same, although the proportion of fixed to circulating capital is different. Secondly, in the case of constant and variable capital, it is a question of the primary division of capital between living and materialized labor, not of the modification of this relationship by the circulation process, or the influence of this latter on reproduction. It is clear, first of all, that the difference between fixed and circulating capital can affect surplus value, apart from the differences in the mass of living labor employed, i.e. differences which are related to the ratio of variable to constant capital, only insofar as it affects the turnover of the total capital. It is therefore necessary to investigate how the turnover affects surplus value. Two factors are obviously closely connected with it. Firstly, surplus value cannot be accumulated, reconverted into capital so rapidly, so often. Secondly, the capital advanced must increase both to continue to employ the same number of workers, etc., and because the advances of money which the capitalist makes to himself to cover his own consumption costs must extend over a longer period. These factors are important in connection with profit. Here, however, it is, to begin with, only necessary to examine how they affect surplus value. One must, moreover, always clearly distinguish between these two factors. Everything which increases the capital outlay without proportionally increasing the surplus value reduces the rate of profit, even if the surplus value remains the same. The opposite is the case with everything which reduces the outlay. Insofar, therefore, as a large amount of fixed capital in proportion to circulating capital, or different turnover periods of capital, affect the size of the capital outlay, it affects the rate of profit even if it does not at all affect the surplus value. The rate of profit is not simply the surplus value calculated on the capital advanced, but the mass of surplus value realized within a given period, that is, in a definite period of circulation. Insofar as the difference between fixed and circulating capital affects the mass of surplus value which a particular capital yields within a given period, it affects the rate of profit. Two aspects must be taken into consideration. Firstly, the difference in the size of the capital advanced relative to the surplus value realized. And secondly, the difference in the length of time for which these advances have to be made before they are returned with the surplus. The reproduction time, or rather, the number of reproductions taking place in a definite period of time, is substantially affected by two circumstances. One, the product remains longer in the sphere of production, in the strict sense of the term. It is possible, firstly, that in order to be produced, one product requires a longer period of time than another. It may require a larger part of a year, a whole year, or even more than a year. The latter is the case, for example, with buildings, in stock breeding, and the production of certain luxuries. In this case, the product continually absorbs labor. Often, a great deal of labor is absorbed, for instance by luxury articles and buildings in relation to the constant capital, the amount depending on the composition of the productive capital, its division into constant and variable capital. Thus, in the measure, as the time required for the production of the commodity increases and the labor process continues uniformly, a continuous absorption of labor and of surplus labor takes place. This happens, for example, with cattle or buildings if the latter require more than a year's work. The product can enter the sphere of circulation, that is, it can be sold, be thrown on the market, only when the work is completed. The surplus labor expended in the first year is embodied with the rest of the labor in the unfinished product of the first year. It is neither greater nor smaller than in other branches of production where constant and variable capital are used in the same proportions. But the value of the product cannot be realized, that is, in the sense that it cannot be converted into money, and neither can the surplus value. The latter cannot therefore be accumulated as capital nor used for consumption. The capital advanced, and also the surplus value, serve, so to speak, as foundations for further production. They are a precondition for it and enter, to some extent, as semi-finished products, or, in one way or another, as raw material into the production process of the second year. Let us assume that the capital is 500 pounds, labor 100 pounds, and surplus value 50 pounds, so that the capital advanced in production amounts to 550 plus 500, which is advanced in the second year. The surplus value is again 50 pounds. The value of the product is therefore 1,100, of which 100 is surplus value. In this case, the surplus value is the same as if the capital had been reproduced in the first year and 500 pounds had been invested again in the second year. In each year, the variable capital employed is 100 and the surplus value 50. But the rate of profit is different. In the first year, it is 50 over 500, or 10%. But in the second year, the capital outlay amounts to 550 plus 500, that is 1,050, and a tenth of this is 105. If one adds the same rate of profit, then the value of the product comes to 550 in the first year, the sum of 550, 500, 55, and 50 being 1,155 in the second year. At the end of the second year, the value of the product is 1,155 pounds. Otherwise, it would have been only 1,100 pounds. In this case, the profit is greater than the surplus value produced, for this only amounts to 100 pounds. If one includes the consumption costs, which the capitalist has to advance over 2 years, then the capital laid out is even greater in proportion to the surplus value. On the other hand, it is true that the entire surplus value gained in the first year has been converted into capital in the second. Furthermore, the capital laid out in wages is greater, because the 100 pounds is not reproduced at the end of the first year, so that in the second year, 200 pounds must be advanced for the same labor for which 100 would have been sufficient if it had been reproduced in the first year. Secondly, after the labor process has been completed, the product must continue to remain in the production sphere in order to undergo natural processes which require either no labor or relatively quite insignificant amounts of it, like wine in the cellar. Only when this period has elapsed can the capital be reproduced. It is obvious that in this case, quite irrespective of what the ratio of variable to constant capital may have been, the effect is the same as if more constant and less variable capital had been laid out. The surplus labor, as well as the total amount of labor employed during a definite period of time, is smaller. If the rate of profit is the same, this is due to equalization, not to the amount of surplus value produced in this sphere. More capital must be advanced beforehand to maintain the reproduction process, the continuity of production. And for this very reason, the surplus value declines in proportion to the capital advanced. Thirdly, interruptions in the labor process while the product is in the production process, as in agriculture or in processes such as tanning, etc., where chemical processes involve intervals before the product can proceed from one stage to the next higher one. If in such cases, the interval is reduced by chemical discoveries, the productivity of labor rises, the surplus value is increased, and materialized labor has to be advanced for a shorter period of time. In all these cases, the surplus value is smaller and the capital outlay larger. 2. The same thing happens if the rate of turnover of the circulating capital is lower than the average because of distant markets. In this too, the capital outlay is greater, the surplus value smaller, and its proportion to the capital advanced is also smaller. In the latter case, the capital is retained longer in the circulation sphere, in the former case in the production sphere. Let us assume that the capital advanced in some branch or other of the transport industry is 1,000 pounds. Fixed capital 500, which will be worn out in 5 years. The variable capital, which amounts to 500 pounds, turns over 4 times during the year. The annual value of the product will thus be £100 plus £2,000 plus £100 if the annual rate of surplus value is 20%, a total of £2,200. On the other hand, let us assume that in a branch of tailoring, the constant capital, which consists only of circulating capital since fixed capital is assumed to be 0, amounts to 500, and the variable capital to 500. Surplus value is 100. The capital turns over 4 times a year. Then the annual value of the product will be 4 times 500 plus 500 plus 100. That is 4,100. Then the annual value of the product will be 4 times the sum of 500 plus 500 plus 100. That is 4,100. The surplus value is the same in both cases. In the last mentioned case, the entire capital turns over 4 times a year or once a quarter. Of the other capital, £600 turn over in the course of a year, of which 500 turn over 4 times. Therefore, £500 plus 100 over 4 being 525 in a quarter of a year. That is 175 in a month, 350 in 2 months, and 1,400 in 8 months. The whole capital requires 5 3/7 months in order to turn over. It turns over only 2 1/10 times a year. Now it will be said that in order to make a profit of 10%, less is added per quarter on a value of £1,000 in the case of the first capital than in that of the other. But here it is not a question of addition. One makes more surplus value on the capital used up, but not on the capital employed. The difference here arises from the surplus value, not from the addition of profit. The difference here lies in the value, not in the surplus value. In both cases, the variable capital amounting to 500 turns over 4 times in a year. Both capitals yield a surplus value of £100 in a year. The annual rate of surplus value amounts to 20%. But £25 in a quarter, therefore a higher percentage? £25 on £500 each quarter is 5% a quarter, that is 20% per annum. The first capitalist turns over half his capital 4 times a year, and only a fifth of the remaining half once during the year. A half of 4 times is twice. Thus he turns his capital over 2 1/10 times during the year. The entire capital of the second capitalist turns over 4 times a year, but this makes absolutely no difference to the surplus value. If the second capitalist continues the reproduction process uninterruptedly, then he must constantly convert £500 into raw materials, etc., and must always use £500 for labor, while the other capitalist likewise uses £500 for labor and has invested the remaining £500 once and for all, that is, for 5 years, in such a form that he does not need to reconvert it again. This applies, however, only when the ratio of variable to constant capital is the same in both capitals, despite the difference between fixed and circulating capital. If in both cases, one half consists of constant and the other half of variable capital, then it is only possible for one half, in one case, to consist of fixed capital if the circulating constant capital amounts to 0, and in the other case, one half can consist of circulating constant capital only if the fixed capital amounts to 0. Although the circulating constant capital can amount to 0, as in the extractive and the transport industries, where, however, the auxiliary materials rather than the raw materials constitute the circulating constant capital, the fixed capital can never be 0, except in banking, etc. This is, however, immaterial, so long as the ratio of constant capital to variable capital is the same in both cases, even though in one case there may be more fixed and less circulating constant capital than in the other, or vice versa. The only difference here is the time of reproduction required by one half of the capital and by the total capital. One capitalist must invest the capital of £500 for 5 years before it is returned to him, the other for a quarter of a year or a whole year. The ability to dispose of the capital is different. The amount advanced is the same, but the time for which it is advanced is different. This difference does not concern us here. When one considers the total capital outlay, surplus value and profit are the same, £100 in the first year on the 1,000 advanced. In the second year, it is rather the fixed capital that has a higher rate of profit, since the variable capital has remained the same, whereas the value of the fixed capital has declined. The capitalist only advances £400 fixed and £500 variable capital in the second year and receives a profit of £100 as he did before. But 100 on 900 amounts to 11 1/9%, while the other capitalist, if he continues to reproduce his capital, advances £1,000 as he did previously and makes a profit of £100, that is 10%. The position is different, of course, if, along with the fixed capital, the constant capital as a whole increases as compared with the variable, or if altogether more capital must be advanced in order to set the same amount of labor in motion. In the case discussed above, the question is not how often the total capital is returned or how large the advance is, but how often that portion is returned which is sufficient to set the same amount of productive labor in motion as that used in the other instance, in order to renew the process of production. However, if in the cases cited above, the fixed capital were not £500 but £1,000, and the circulating capital only £500 as previously, then matters would be different. This, however, would not be due to the fact that it is fixed capital. For if the circulating part of the constant capital in the second case were to amount to 1,000 instead of 500, because of the dearness of the raw materials, for example, then the result would be the same. Because in the first examples of the two cases, the larger the fixed capital, the greater the relative size of the capital outlay as a whole to the variable capital, these two factors are often confused. Moreover, the whole business of the turnover was in fact originally derived from merchant capital, where it is determined by different laws. In the case of merchant capital, as I have demonstrated, the rate of profit is indeed determined by the average number of turnovers, regardless of the composition of this type of capital, which incidentally consists mainly of circulating capital. For in the case of merchant capital, profit is determined by the general rate of profit. The point is this: if the fixed capital equals X, and it turns over only once every 15 years, then 1/15 of it is turned over in a single year, but likewise only 1/15 needs to be replaced each year. It would make no difference at all if it were replaced 15 times in a year. Its mass would still be the same as before. The product would only become dearer as a result. But it is more difficult to dispose of it, and the risk of depreciation is greater than if the same amount of capital were advanced in the form of circulating capital. But this does not affect the surplus value in any way, although it does enter into the capitalist's calculation of the rate of profit, since this risk is included in the calculation of the depreciation. As far as the other part of capital is concerned, let us assume that the circulating part of constant capital, raw materials and auxiliary materials, amounts to £25,000 a year and wages to £5,000. If it were returned only once during the year, £30,000 would have to be advanced during the whole year, and if the surplus value were at the rate of 100%, it would amount to £5,000, and profit at the end of the year would be £5,000 on £30,000, or 16 2/3%. If, on the other hand, the capital turns over 5 times during the year, then a capital outlay of only £5,000 for constant circulating capital and £1,000 for wages will be sufficient. Profit will be £1,000, and for 5/5 of a year, £5,000. But this surplus value is made on a capital of £6,000, because more than this amount is never advanced. Profit would therefore be 5,000 on 6,000, or 5/6, 5 times as much as previously, that is 83 1/3%, disregarding fixed capital. There is thus a very considerable difference in the rate of profit, because in fact, labor worth £5,000 is bought with a capital of £1,000, and raw materials, etc. worth £25,000 with a capital of £5,000. If the amounts of capital were equal in these cases of different rates of turnover, then only £6,000 need have been advanced in the first case, that is, only £500 a month, 5/6 of which would have consisted of constant capital and 1/6 of variable capital. This sixth would amount to 83 1/3 on which surplus value at 100% would be 83 1/3, and this would amount in a year to 83 1/3 times 12, or £1,000. But 1,000 on 6,000 is equal to 16 2/3%. Section 6. Cherbuliez eclectically combines mutually exclusive propositions of Ricardo and Sismondi. To return to Cherbuliez, the following is Sismondian. Insofar as the economic progress of society is characterized by an absolute growth of productive capital and by a change in the proportions between different elements of capital, it offers the workers some advantages. First, productivity of labor, resulting especially from the use of machinery, brings about such a rapid growth of productive capital that despite the change that takes place in the proportion of the means of subsistence to the other elements of capital, this element nevertheless increases absolutely, which makes it possible not only to employ the same number of workers as before, but also an additional number, so that for the workers, the result of progress, apart from some interruptions, means an increase in productive capital and in the demand for labor. Secondly, the greater productivity of capital tends to diminish the value of the whole mass of products considerably, thus placing them within reach of the workers, thereby increasing the range of enjoyments they are able to obtain. On the other hand, first, however impermanent, however partial the temporary diminution of the means of subsistence which constitute the price of labor may be, it produces harmful effects nevertheless. Second, the factors tending to promote the economic advance of society are for the most part accidental, independent of the will of the producing capitalist. The effects of these causes are therefore not permanent. Third, it is not so much the absolute as the relative amount consumed by the worker which makes his lot happy or unhappy. What does it matter to the worker if he is able to obtain a few more products which formerly were inaccessible to him, if the number of products inaccessible to him has grown in even greater proportion, if the distance which separates him from the capitalist has only increased, if his social position has deteriorated and become more disadvantageous? Apart from the consumption strictly necessary for the maintenance of our strength, the value of our enjoyments is essentially relative. People frequently forget that the wage laborer is a thinking man, endowed with the same capacities, impelled by the same motives as the working capitalist. Whatever advantages a rapid growth in social wealth may bring to the wage workers, it does not cure the causes of their poverty. They continue to be deprived of all rights to capital and are consequently obliged to sell their labor and to renounce all claims to the products of their labor. This is the principal error of the law of appropriation. The evil lies in this absolute lack of any bond between the wage worker and the capital which is set in motion by his industry. This last phrase about bond is written in the typical Sismondian manner and is quite silly to boot. If in present circumstances real profit derives from the thrift of the capitalists, it could derive just as well from that of the wage earners. On the other hand, Cherbuliez shares, number 1, James Mill's view that all taxes should be imposed only on rent, but since it is impossible, quote, to impose a tax which is levied only on rent and affects nothing but rent, end quote, since it is difficult to separate profit from rent and impossible when the landowner is himself the cultivator, Cherbuliez proceeds to number 2, the real conclusion of the Ricardian theory. Why do people not take a step further and abolish private ownership of land? The landowners are idlers who are maintained at the public expense without any kind of benefit to industry or to the general welfare of society. What makes land productive is the capital employed in agriculture. The landowner contributes nothing to it. He only exists to pocket rent, which does not constitute a part of the profit on his capital. Neither is it the product of labor, nor that of the productive owner of the soil, but the effect of the price of the agricultural products, which is increased by the competition of the consumers. Since the elimination of the private ownership of land would in no way change the causes responsible for rent, rent would continue to exist, but the state would receive it, for all the land would belong to it, and it would lease out arable sections of the land to private persons owning sufficient capital to exploit them. Rent would replace all state revenues. Finally, industry, liberated, released from all fetters, would take an unprecedented leap forward. But how does this Ricardian conclusion agree with the pious Sismondian wish to place bonds on capital and capitalist production? How does it agree with the lamentation, capital will ultimately rule the world if an upheaval does not halt the course which the development of our society is taking under the domination of the law of appropriation? Capital will eliminate the old social distinctions everywhere in order to replace them by this simple classification of men into rich and poor, the rich who enjoy themselves and rule, and the poor who work and obey. The general appropriation of productive wealth and of the products has always reduced the numerous class of proletarians to a position of subjugation and political impotence, but this appropriation was once combined with the system of restrictive laws which, by impeding the development of industry and the accumulation of capital, placed limits on the growth of the class of the disinherited, restricted their civil rights within narrow bounds, and thus in different ways rendered this class harmless. Today, capital has broken part of these fetters. It is preparing to break all of them. The demoralization of the proletarians is the second result of the distribution of wealth. Chapter 24. Richard Jones. Section 1. Reverend Richard Jones, an essay on the distribution of wealth and on the sources of taxation, published in London in 1831. Part 1. Rent. Elements of a historical interpretation of rent. Jones's superiority over Ricardo in particular questions on the theory of rent and his mistakes in this field. Even this first work on rent is distinguished by what has been lacking in all English economists since Sir James Stewart, namely a sense of the historical differences in modes of production. Such a correct distinction of historical forms, generally speaking, is not contradicted by the very important archaeological, philological, and historical blunders attributed to Jones. See, for example, the Edinburgh Review, Volume 54, Article 4. He found that the modern economists, after Ricardo, define rent as surplus profit, a definition which presupposes that the farmer is a capitalist, or a farming capitalist who exploits the land, who expects average profit on the capital which he invests in this particular sphere, and that agriculture itself has been subordinated to the capitalist mode of production. In short, landed property is conceived only in its modern bourgeois form, that is, in the modified form which it has been given by capital, the dominant relation of production in society. Jones by no means shares the illusion that capital has been in existence since the beginning of the world. His views on the origin of rent in general are summarized in the following passages. Quote, "The power of the earth to yield, even to the rudest labors of mankind, more than is necessary for the subsistence of the cultivator himself, enables him to pay a tribute, hence the origin of rent. Rent has usually originated in the appropriation of the soil, at a time when the bulk of the people must cultivate it on such terms as they can obtain or starve, and when their scanty capital of implements, seeds, etc., being utterly insufficient to secure their maintenance in any other occupation than that of agriculture, is chained with themselves to the land by an overpowering necessity." Jones traces rent throughout all its changes, from its crudest form, performance of labor services, to modern farmers' rent. He finds that everywhere, a specific form of rent, i.e. of landed property, corresponds to a definite form of labor, and of the conditions of labor. Thus, labor rents or serf rents, the change from labor rent to produce rent, métayer rents, riot rents, etc., are examined in turn, a development, the details of which do not concern us here. In all previous forms, it is the landed proprietor, not the capitalist, who directly appropriates the surplus labor of other people. Rent, as the physiocrats conceive it by reminiscence of feudal conditions, appears historically, and still on the largest scale among the Asiatic peoples, as the general form of surplus labor, of labor performed without payment in return. The appropriation of this surplus labor is here not mediated by exchange, as is the case in capitalist society, but its basis is the forcible domination of one section of society over the other. There is accordingly direct slavery, serfdom, or political dependence. Since we are only considering landed property here insofar as an understanding of it contributes to an understanding of capital, we shall leave Jones's analysis and proceed directly to his result, which distinguishes him from and shows his superiority over all his predecessors. But first, a few incidental remarks. In discussing forced labor and the forms of serfdom or slavery which correspond to it more or less, Jones unconsciously emphasizes the two forms to which all surplus value, surplus labor, can be reduced. It is characteristic that in general, real forced labor displays in the most brutal form, most clearly the essential features of wage labor. Under these conditions, where there is serf labor, rent can only be increased either by the more skillful and effective utilization of the labor of the tenantry, relative surplus labor. This, however, is hampered by the inability of the proprietors to advance the science of agriculture, or by an increase in the total quantity of the labor exacted. And in this case, while the lands of the proprietors will be better tilled, those of the serfs, from which labor has been withdrawn, all the worse. What distinguishes this book on rent by Jones from his syllabus to be mentioned in section 2 is this. In the first work, he proceeds from the various forms of landed property as a given fact. In the second, from the various forms of labor to which they correspond. Jones also shows how different stages in the development of the productive power of social labor correspond to these different production relations. Serf labor, just as slave labor, has this in common with wage labor, in respect of rent, that the latter is paid in labor, not in products, still less in money. As far as métayer rent is concerned, quote, "The advance of stock by the proprietor and the abandonment of the management of cultivation to the actual laborers indicate the continued absence of an intermediate class of capitalists. Riot rents are produce rents paid by a laborer, raising his own wages from the soil, to the sovereign as its proprietor. In Asia especially. Riot rents are sometimes mixed up with labor rents and métayer rents. Under this system, the sovereign is the chief landlord. The prosperity, or rather the existence, of the towns of Asia proceeds from the local expenditure of the government. Under cotttier rents, we may include all rents contracted to be paid in money by peasant tenants extracting their own maintenance from the soil. Over the greater part of the globe, no money rents are paid. All the forms, serf, riot, métayer, cotttier, etc., in short, peasant rents, prevent the full development of the productive powers of the earth. The difference which exists in the productiveness of the industry depends first on the quantity of contrivance used in applying manual labor, secondly, on the extent to which the mere physical exertions are assisted by the accumulated results of past labor. In other words, on the different quantities of skill, knowledge, and capital brought to the task of production. Small numbers of the non-agricultural classes. It is obvious that the relative numbers of those persons who can be maintained without agricultural labor must be measured wholly by the productive powers of the cultivators. In England, the tenants, who, on the disuse of the labor of the serf tenantry, took charge of the cultivation of the domains of the proprietors, were found on the land. They were yeomen. We now come finally to the point which is of decisive interest to us here. farmers' rents. It is here that Jones's superiority is most striking, for he shows that what Ricardo and others regard as the eternal form of landed property is its bourgeois form, which, after all, only develops firstly when landed property has ceased to be the dominant relation in production, and consequently in society. Secondly, when agriculture itself is carried on in the capitalist way, which presupposes the development of large-scale industry, at least of manufacture, in the towns. Jones shows that rent in the Ricardian sense only exists in a society the basis of which is the capitalist mode of production. As a consequence of the transformation of rent into surplus profit, the direct influence of landed property on wages ceases, which, in other words, merely means that the landed proprietor ceases to be the direct appropriator of surplus labor, this role now being assumed by the capitalist. The relative size of the rent affects only the division of surplus value between capitalist and proprietor, not the exaction of that surplus labor itself. This conclusion, in fact, emerges from Jones's analysis, though it is not explicitly stated. Jones marks a substantial advance on Ricardo, in his historical explanation as well as in the economic details. We shall follow his theory step by step. Blunders, of course, occur. In the following passages, Jones correctly explains the historical and economic conditions under which rent is equivalent to surplus profit, that is, the expression of modern landed property. Farmers' rents can only exist when the most important relations of the different classes of society have ceased to originate in the ownership and occupation of the soil. The capitalist mode of production begins with manufacture and only later subjugates agriculture. It is the artisans and the handicraftsmen who first range themselves under the management of capitalists. One of the immediate consequences of this change is the power of moving at pleasure the labor and capital employed in agriculture to other occupations. And only with this power can there be any question of equalization of agricultural and industrial profit. While the tenant was himself a laboring peasant, forced, in the absence of other funds for his maintenance, to extract it himself from the soil, he was chained to that soil by necessity. The little stock he might possess, since it was not sufficient to procure him a maintenance unless used for the single purposes of cultivation, was virtually chained to the soil with its master. With the capitalist master, this dependence on the soil is broken, and unless as much can be gained by employing the working class on the land as from their exertions in various other employments, which, in such a state of society abound, the business of cultivation will be abandoned. Rent, in such a case, necessarily consists merely of surplus profits. Rent ceases to have any influence on wages. When the engagement of the laborer is with the capitalist, this dependence on the landlord is dissolved. As we shall see later, Jones does not really explain how surplus profit arises, or rather, he explains it only in Ricardian fashion, i.e. by the difference in the degrees of natural fertility of different soils. When rents consist of surplus profits, there are three causes from which the rent of a particular spot of ground may increase. First, an increase of the produce from the accumulation of larger quantities of capital in its cultivation. Secondly, the more efficient application of capital already employed. Thirdly, the capital and produce remaining the same, the diminution of the share of the producing classes in that produce, and a corresponding increase of the share of the landlord. These causes may combine in different proportions. We shall see what is involved by these different causes. First of all, they presuppose that rent consists of surplus profit, and then there is not the slightest doubt that the first cause to which Ricardo alludes only once, and then only incidentally, is correct. When the capital employed in agriculture increases, the amount of rent increases as well, even though the price of corn, etc. does not rise, and no other change whatever takes place. It is clear that in this case, the price of land rises, although corn prices do not, and no change whatever takes place in them. Jones declares rent on the worst soil to be monopoly price. He therefore restricts the real source of rent either to monopoly price, in the same way as Buchanan, Sismondi, Hopkins, and others, if it is absolute rent, not arising from differences in the fertility of the different kinds of soil, or to differential rent, in the Ricardian sense. As regards absolute rent, let us take a gold mine. We assume that the capital employed is 100 pounds, the average profit 10 pounds, rent 10 pounds, and that half the capital consists of constant capital, in this case machinery and auxiliary materials, and half of variable capital. The 50 pounds of constant capital means nothing more than that it contains the same amount of labor time as is embodied in 50 pounds worth of gold. That part of the product which is worth 50 pounds therefore replaces this constant capital. If the rest of the product is worth 70 pounds, and if 50 workers are set to work with the 50 pounds of variable capital, assuming a working day of 12 hours, then the labor of these 50 workers must be expressed in 70 pounds worth of gold, of which 50 pounds goes to pay wages and 20 pounds represents unpaid labor. The value of the products of all capitals of the same composition will then be 120. The product will then consist of 50 constant and 70, the 70 corresponding to 50 working days, that is, 50 variable plus 20 surplus. A capital of 100, utilizing more constant capital and a smaller number of workers, would produce a product of less value. However, all ordinary industrial capitals, although the value of their products would in these circumstances amount to 120, would only sell them at their production price of 110. But in the case of the gold mine, this is impossible, quite apart from the ownership of land, because in this case, the value is expressed in the product in kind. A rent of 10 pounds would therefore of necessity arise. Corn may be selling at a monopoly price, that is, at a price which more than pays the costs and profits of those who grow it under the least favorable circumstances, or at such a price as will only repay their common profits. In the first case, abstracting from all difference of fertility in the soils cultivated, the increased produce obtained by increased capital, prices remaining the same, may increase the rents in proportion to the increased capital laid out. Let 10% be the ordinary rate of profit. If the corn produced by 100 pounds sold for 115 pounds, the rent would be 5 pounds. If, in the progress of improvement, the capital employed on the same land were doubled, and the produce doubled, then 200 pounds would yield 230 pounds, and 10 pounds would be the rent, and the rent will be doubled. This applies to absolute rent as well as to differential rent. In small communities, corn may be constantly at a monopoly price. In larger countries too, corn may be at a monopoly price, provided the increase of population keeps steadily ahead of the increase of tillage. However, monopoly price of corn is unusual in countries of considerable extent and great variety of soil. In such countries, if the produce of the soils in cultivation sells for more than will realize the usual rate of profit on the capital employed, other lands are cultivated, or more capital laid out on the old lands, till the cultivator finds he can barely get the ordinary profit on his outlay. Then tillage will stop, and in such countries, corn is usually sold at a price not more than sufficient to replace the capital employed under the least favorable circumstances, and the ordinary rate of profit on it, and the rent paid on the better soils is then measured by the excess of their produce over that of the poorest soil cultivated by similar capitals. All that is necessary to effect a rise of rents over the surface of a country possessing soils of unequal goodness is this: that the better soils should yield to the additional capital employed upon them in the progress of cultivation something more than the soils confessedly inferior to them. For then, while the means can be found of employing fresh capital on any soil between the extremes A and Z at the ordinary rate of profit, rents will rise on all the soils superior to that particular soil. Let A have been cultivated with 100 pounds yielding annually 110, 10 pounds being the ordinary profits, and B with 100 pounds yielding 115, and C with 100 pounds yielding 120, and so on to Z. The rent of B would be 5 pounds, and that of C 10 pounds. Each of these qualities of soil be cultivated with a capital of 200 pounds. A will produce 220, B 230, C 240. The rent of B, therefore, will have become 10 pounds, that of C 20 pounds. The general accumulation of the capital employed in cultivation, while it augments the produce of all gradations of soil, somewhat in proportion to their original goodness, must of itself raise rents, without reference to any progressive diminution in the return to the labor in the capital employed, and indeed quite independently of any other cause whatever. It is one of Jones's merits that he is the first who clearly brings out the fact that once rent has come into being, its growth will on the whole, provided no revolution in the mode of production takes place, result from the increase of agricultural capital, that is, of capital employed on land. This may be the case not only if prices remain the same, but even when they fall below their former level. In opposition to the view that productivity in agriculture gradually diminishes, Jones remarks, the average corn produce of England at one time did not exceed 12 bushels per acre. It is now about double. Every successive portion of capital and labor concentrated on the land may be more economically and efficiently applied than the last. Rent will double, triple, and quadruple and so on if the capital invested in the old land is doubled, tripled, quadrupled, without a diminished return and without altering the relative fertility of the soils cultivated. This is, therefore, the first point on which Jones is in advance of Ricardo. once rent exists, it may increase as a result of the mere increase in the amount of capital employed on the land, irrespective of any change either in the relative fertility of the soils or in the returns yielded by the successive doses of capital employed, or any alteration whatever in the price of agricultural produce. Jones's next point is this. It is not essential to the rise that the proportion between the fertility of the soil should be exactly stationary. Here, Jones overlooks the fact that conversely, an increasing disparity, even when the whole agricultural capital is more productively employed, must and will increase the amount of the differential rent. On the other hand, a diminution in the differences of the fertility of the various soils must diminish differential rent, i.e. rent arising from those differences. By taking away the cause, you take away the effect. Nevertheless, rent, apart from absolute rent, may increase, but in that case only in consequence of an increase of the agricultural capital employed. Mr. Ricardo had overlooked the necessarily unequal effects of additional capital on soils of unequal fertility. This means nothing more than that the employment of additional capital adds to the differences of relative fertility, and in that way to differential rent. If numbers, bearing a certain proportion to each other, are multiplied by the same number, the proportion will be the same as those of the original numbers. Yet the difference between the amounts of the several products will increase at each step of the process. If 10, 15, and 20 be multiplied by 2 or 4 and become 20, 30, and 40, or 40, 60, and 80, their relative proportions will not be disturbed. 80 and 60 bear the same proportion to 40 as 20 and 15 to 10. But the differences between the amounts of their products will have increased at each operation, and from being 5 and 10 become 10 and 20, and then 20 and 40. This law works out simply as follows. The following graph will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 1 of Chapter 24 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. The difference between the terms is doubled in 2 and quadrupled in 3. The sum of the differences is likewise doubled in 2 and quadrupled in 3. This, therefore, is the second law. The first law, applied by Jones only to differential rent, is that the amount of rent increases with the increases of the amount of capital employed. If rent is 5 for 100, then it is 10 for 200. The second law. All other circumstances remaining the same, and the proportional difference between the capitals employed on different soils remaining the same, the amount of that difference, and hence the amount of the aggregate rent, or the sum of those differences, increases, as the absolute quantity of that difference increases, resulting from the increase of the capitals employed. Hence, the second law is, the amount of differential rent increases in proportion as the differences of the products increase when the relative fertility remains the same, but capital employed on the different soils is increased uniformly. Further, if 100 pounds be employed on classes A, B, and C with a produce of 110, 115, and 120, and subsequently 200 pounds with returns of 220, 228, and 235, the relative differences of the products will have diminished, and the soils will have approximated in fertility. Still, the difference of the amount of their products will be increased from 5 pounds and 10 pounds to 8 pounds and 15 pounds. The rents will have risen accordingly. Improvements, therefore, which tend to approximate the different degrees of fertility of the cultivated soils may very well raise rents, and that without the cooperation of any other cause. The turnip and sheep husbandry and the fresh capital employed to carry it on produced a greater alteration in the fertility of the poor soils than in that of the better. Still, it increased the absolute produce of each, and therefore it raised rents, while it diminished the differences in the fertility of the soils cultivated. With regard to Ricardo's view that improvements may cause rents to fall, it is only necessary to remember the slowly progressive manner in which agricultural improvements are practically discovered, completed, and spread. This last passage is only of practical interest and does not affect the problem as such, but refers only to the fact that improvements do not proceed so rapidly as to considerably augment the supply in regard to demand, and thus to reduce market prices. Originally, we have A, B, and C, 10, 15, and 20. The capital employed in each class amounts to 100. The product is 110, 115, 120. The difference amounts to 5 plus 10, being 15. As a result of improvements made, twice as much capital is employed, that is, 200 pounds instead of 100 pounds in each of the classes A, B, and C. But the capital has a different effect in the different classes, and the products yielded are 220, that is double of A, 228, and 235. Thus, A, B, and C, 20, 28, 35. 200 pounds capital is employed in each class. The products amount to 220, 228, and 235. The difference amounts to 8 plus 15 being 23, but the rate of difference has been reduced. 5 to 10, i.e. the ratio of the differences B to A in the first case, equals 1/2, and 10 to 10 equals 1, whereas 8 to 20 is only 8 over 20, or 2/5, and 15 to 20 is 3/4. The rate of difference has declined, but its amount has increased. This does not, however, constitute a new law, but only shows that the increase of capital employed leads to an increase in rent as in the first law, although the increase in A, B, and C is not proportional to their original differences of fertility. If prices were to fall as a consequence of this increased fertility, which is, however, relatively diminished fertility for B and C, for otherwise their product would have to be 230 and 240 respectively, it would by no means be necessary for the rent to rise or even to remain stationary. As a consequence, a sequel of the second law, a further application of it can be considered. The third law. If improvements in the efficiency of the capital employed in cultivation increase the surplus profits realized on particular spots of land, they increase rent. The following passages, together with the earlier ones, refer to this. The first source of a rise of farmers' rents, namely the progressive accumulation and unequal effects of capital on all gradations of soils. This, however, can only refer to improvements which relate directly to the fertility of the soil, as for instance manures, rotation of crops, etc. Improvements in the efficiency of the capital employed in cultivation raise rents by increasing the surplus profits realized on particular spots of land. They invariably produce this increase of surplus profits, unless they augment the mass of raw produce so rapidly as to outstrip the progress of demand. Such improvements in the efficiency of the capital employed do usually occur in the progress of agricultural skill, and of the accumulation of greater masses of auxiliary capital, constant capital. A rise of rents from this cause is generally followed by the spread of tillage to inferior soils, without any diminution in the returns to agricultural capital on the worst spots reclaimed. Jones very correctly declares that a fall in profits does not prove decreasing efficiency of agricultural industry, but he himself explains most inadequately how such a fall can come about. According to him, either the amount produced or its division between laborers and capitalists may change. Jones has, as yet, not the faintest notion of the real law of the declining rate of profit. A fall of profits is no proof of the decreasing efficiency of agricultural industry. Profits depend partly on the amount of the produce of labor, partly on the division of that produce between the laborers and the capitalists, and their amount, therefore, might vary from a change in either of these particulars. This is the reason for the incorrect law which he elaborates. When, abstracting from the effects of taxation, an apparent diminution takes place in the revenues of the producing classes considered jointly, what revenue means is not explained here, whether value in use or value in exchange, amount of profit or rate of profit. When there is a fall in the rate of profits, not compensated by a rise of wages, or a fall of wages not compensated by a rise in the rate of profits, that is precisely what Ricardo's law says, and it is wrong, there has been, it may be argued, some decrease in the productive power of labor and capital. Jones correctly grasps that a relative increase in the value of the agricultural produce, as compared to that of industrial produce, may take place in the progress of society, although in point of fact, agriculture is progressing absolutely. In the progress of nations, an increase of manufacturing power and skill usually occurs greater than that which can be expected in the agriculture of an increasing people. This is an unquestionable truth. A rise in the relative value of raw produce may therefore be expected in the advance of nations, and this from a cause quite distinct from any positive increase in the efficiency of agriculture. But this does not explain the positive rise in the money prices of raw produce, unless a fall in the value of gold takes place, which in manufacture is balanced and more than balanced by a still greater fall in the value of commodities produced, while in agriculture it is not balanced in this way. This may happen even if no general fall in the value of gold or money takes place, but when a particular nation, for instance, buys more money with a day's work than the competing nations do. Jones explains his reasons for not believing that in England the Ricardian law operates, the abstract possibility of which he does admit, however. If rents should ever arise from that cause alone, which has been so confidently stated by Mr. Ricardo, the employment of an additional quantity of labor with a proportionally less return, and a consequent transfer to the landlords of a part of the produce obtained on the better soils, then the average proportion of the gross produce taken by the landlords as rent will necessarily increase. Secondly, the industry of a larger proportion of the population must be devoted to agriculture. This last statement is not quite correct. It is possible that a greater portion of indirect labor is employed, i.e., more commodities provided by industry and commerce enter the agricultural process without increasing the gross product proportionally and without the employment of more immediate labor. There may be even less employed. The statistical history of England presents to us three facts: a spread of tillage accompanied by a rise in the general rental of the country, a diminution of the proportion of people employed in agriculture, a decrease in the landlord's proportion of the produce. This last development, just as the decline in the rate of profit, is due to the increase in that part of the product which replaces constant capital. At the same time, rent can increase in both amount and value. Adam Smith goes on to say, quote, "In the progress of improvement, rent, though it increases in proportion to the extent, diminishes in proportion to the produce of the land." Jones calls constant capital auxiliary capital. It appears from various returns made at different times to the Board of Agriculture that the whole capital agriculturally employed in England is to that applied to the support of laborers as 5-to-1. That is, there are 4 times as much auxiliary capital used as there is of capital applied to the maintenance of the labor used directly in tillage. In France, more than twice. When a given quantity of additional capital is applied in the shape of the results of past labor to assist the laborers actually employed, a less annual return will suffice to make the employment of such capital profitable, and therefore permanently practicable, than if the same quantity of fresh capital were expended in the support of additional laborers. Let us suppose 100 pounds employed upon the soil in the maintenance of 3 men, producing their own wages and 10% profit on them, or 110 pounds. Let the capital employed be doubled, and first let the fresh capital support 3 additional laborers. In that case, the increased produce must consist of the full amount of their wages and the ordinary rate of profit on them. It must consist, therefore, of the whole 100 pounds, and the profit on it, or of 110 pounds. Next, let the same additional capital of 100 pounds be applied in the shape of implements, manures, or any results of past labor, while the number of actual laborers remains the same. This auxiliary capital to last, on the average, for 5 years. The annual return to repay the capitalist must now consist of 10 pounds for his profit and of 20 pounds the annual wear and tear of his capital, or 30 pounds will be the annual return, necessary to make the continuous employment of the second 100 pounds profitable instead of 110, the amount necessary when direct labor was employed by it. It will be obvious, therefore, that the accumulation of auxiliary capital in cultivation will be practicable when the employment of the same amount of capital in the support of additional labor has ceased to be so, and that the accumulation of such capital may go on for an indefinite period. The progress of auxiliary capital both increases the command of man over the powers of the soil relatively to the amount of labor directly or indirectly employed on it, and diminishes the annual return necessary to make the progressive employment of given quantities of fresh capital profitable. If we suppose any capital, 100 pounds for instance, employed upon the soil wholly in paying the wages of labor and yielding 10% profit, the revenue of the farmer will be 1/10 that of the laborers. If the capital be doubled, then the revenue of the farmers will continue to bear the same proportion to that of the laborers. But if the number of laborers remaining the same, the amount of capital is doubled. Profits become 20 pounds, or 1/5 of the revenue. If the capital be quadrupled, profits become 40 pounds, or 2/5 of the revenue of the laborers. If the capital be increased to 500 pounds, profits would become 50 pounds, or half the revenue of the laborers. And the wealth, the influence, and probably to some extent the numbers of the capitalists in the community will be proportionably increased. A great increase of capital usually makes the employment of some additional direct labor necessary. This circumstance, however, will not prevent the steady progress of the relative increase of the auxiliary capital. The first important point in this passage is that with the increase in capital, the auxiliary capital increases in comparison to the variable capital. In other words, that the latter declines relatively in comparison with the constant capital. The fact that the annual returns decline in proportion to the capital advanced if there is an increase in that part of the auxiliary capital which consists of fixed capital, that is, if its turnover period extends over several years, its value only entering into the product annually in the form of depreciation, is not a phenomenon peculiar to agriculture, but a general one. Although, in industry, the raw material worked up during the year increases even more rapidly than the size of the fixed capital. Compare, for example, the amount of raw cotton which a spinning jenny consumes weekly or annually with that used up by a spinning wheel. But suppose, for example, that in large-scale tailoring, the same amount of raw material in terms of value is worked up, although not the same physical amount, the raw material being dearer than that used in spinning, then the annual return in tailoring will be considerably larger than in spinning, because a greater part of the fixed capital laid out in the latter only enters into the product as annual depreciation. The value of the annual return in agriculture, where what one can regard as the raw material, the seed, does not increase in the same proportion as the other elements of constant capital, especially fixed capital, is naturally smaller if the capital increases as a result of an increase in the constant capital only, and not in the variable. For the variable capital must be entirely replaced in the product, the other, constant capital, only insofar as it is consumed annually. If it is assumed that the price of grain is given, when a quarter is equal to 10 shillings, 220 quarters are required to replace a capital of 100 pounds at a profit of 10%, whereas only 60 quarters, being 30 pounds, are required to replace a wear and tear amounting to 20 pounds and a profit of 10 pounds. A smaller absolute return yields the same profit, as is the case in industry in similar circumstances. Jones's reasoning, however, contains several fallacies. First of all, it cannot be asserted, on the assumptions made, that the productive powers of the soil have increased. They have increased in comparison with the labor employed directly, but not compared with the total capital employed. All that can be said is that less gross produce is necessary in order to yield the same net produce, i.e. the same profit as before. Further, the increase in the farmer's revenue in comparison to that of the laborers is important in this special sphere insofar as here the part of the total product which constitutes profit increases and goes on increasing relatively to that part which goes to the laborers. As a result, the wealth and influence of the farming capitalist as compared to his laborers undoubtedly grows and expands. But Jones seems to make the following calculation. 10 pounds on 100 pounds is 1/10. 20 pounds on 120, i.e. 100 expended in labor and 20 depreciation, is 1/6, and the 20 pounds is 1/5 of the sum paid out to the workers, etc. But nothing is more fallacious than that, generally speaking, the rate of profit can increase while the amount of capital laid out on labor declines. Exactly the opposite takes place. Proportionally, less surplus value is produced, and the rate of profit therefore falls. As regards the farmer specifically, and also each particular enterprise taken in isolation, the rate of profit may remain the same whether he employs 3 workers or 6 workers with a capital of 200 pounds. The fact that rent is equal to surplus profit, i.e. to the excess over and above the average profit, presupposes not only that agriculture is formally subordinated to capitalist production, but also that equalization of rates of profit takes place in the various spheres of production, specifically also between agriculture and industry. If this is not the case, rent, like profit, may be equal to the surplus over wages. It may even represent a part of profit, or be a deduction from wages. Section 2. Richard Jones, An Introductory Lecture on Political Economy, etc. The concept of the economical structure of nations. Jones's confusion with regard to the labor fund. Richard Jones, An Introductory Lecture on Political Economy, delivered at King's College, London, 27th of February, 1833, to which is added a syllabus of a course of lectures on the wages of labor, London, 1833. In the introductory lecture, Jones says, "Property in the soil almost universally rests at one time of a people's career either in the general government or in persons deriving their interest from it. By economical structure of nations, I mean those relations between the different classes which are established in the first instance by the institution of property in the soil and by the distribution of its surplus produce, afterwards modified and changed, to a greater or less extent, by the introduction of capitalists as agents in producing and exchanging wealth, and in feeding and employing the laboring population." By labor fund, Jones understands the aggregate amount of the revenues consumed by the laborers, whatever be the source of those revenues. The main point in Jones's work is that the whole economic structure of society revolves around the form of labor, in other words, the form in which the worker appropriates his means of subsistence, or that part of his product upon which he lives. This labor fund has various forms, and capital is merely one of them. It is a form which arises rather late in the historical development. It is only in Richard Jones's work that the important differentiation between labor that is paid out of capital and labor paid directly out of revenue, made by Adam Smith, receives the full elaboration of which it is capable and becomes a major key for understanding the various economic formations of society. And with it disappears the absurd notion that because in capital the worker's revenue first takes the form of something appropriated, alias saved, by the capitalist, this signifies more than a formal difference. Even when we travel westward and observe the more advanced European nations, we can trace the effect of the social conformation which results from the peculiar mode of distributing the produce of their land and labor established in the early period of the existence of agricultural nations. Namely, a class of agricultural laborers, secondly landlords, thirdly menials, retainers, and artisans who participate in the consumption of revenue of the landlords either directly or indirectly. Capital, that is, accumulated wealth employed for the purpose of obtaining profit, is the great agent, the motive power which causes the changes that take place in this economic conformation. Let me assure you that in analyzing the respective productive powers of different nations, you will find the distinct division of wealth here pointed out, acting a most important part in modifying the ties which connect the different classes of the community and in determining their productive power. In Asia and in part of Europe, it was formerly the case throughout Europe, the non-agricultural classes are almost wholly maintained from the incomes of the other classes, principally from the incomes of the landholders. If you want the labor of an artisan, you provide him with materials. He comes to your house, you feed and pay him his wages. After a time, the capitalist steps in. He provides the materials, he advances the wages of the workman, he becomes his employer, and he is the owner of the article produced, which he exchanges for your money. An intermediate class appears between the landowners and a portion of the non-agriculturalists, upon which intermediate class those non-agriculturalists are dependent for employment and subsistence. The ties which formerly bound the community together are worn out and fall to pieces. Other bonds, other principles of cohesion connect its different classes. New economical relations spring into being. Not only is the great body of non-agriculturalists almost wholly in the pay of capitalists, but even the laboring cultivators of the soil are their servants too. The syllabus of a course of lectures on the wages of labor differs from the book on rent in this. The book examines the different forms of landed property to which different social forms of labor correspond. In the syllabus, these different forms of labor are the point of departure, and both the different forms of landed property and capital are regarded as their offspring. The determinate social form of the worker's labor corresponds to the form which the conditions of labor, that is, in particular, the land, nature, since this relationship embraces all others, assume in respect of the worker. But the former is in fact merely the objective expression of the latter. We shall see, therefore, that the different forms of the labor fund correspond to the different ways in which the worker confronts his own conditions of production. The manner in which he appropriates his product, or part of it, depends on his relations to his conditions of production. The labor fund, says Jones, may be divided into three classes. First, revenues, which are produced by the laborers who consume them and never belong to any other persons. In this case, quite irrespective of the particular form, the worker must in fact be the owner of his instruments of production. Second, revenues belonging to classes distinct from the laborers and expended by those classes in the direct maintenance of labor. Third, capital in its proper sense. These distinct branches of the labor fund may all be observed in our own country, but when we look abroad, we see those parts of that fund which are the most limited here constituting elsewhere the main sources of subsistence to the population and determining the character and position of the majority of the people. To point 1. The wages of laboring cultivators or occupying peasants. Laboring cultivators or peasants may be divided into three groups: hereditary occupiers, proprietors, and tenants. The tenants may be subdivided into serfs, metayers, and cottiers, the last peculiar to Ireland. Something which may be called rent, or something which may be called profit, is often mixed up with the revenues of peasant cultivators of all classes. But when their subsistence is essentially dependent on the reward of their manual labor, they come within the limits of our present inquiry. Thus, among the laboring peasants, there are a. Hereditary occupiers, who are laboring cultivators, ancient Greece, modern Asia, more especially India. B. Peasant proprietors, France, Germany, America, Australia, state of ancient Palestine. And C. Cottiers. The characteristic feature of these groups is that the worker reproduces the labor fund for himself. It is not transformed into capital. Just as the worker directly produces the labor fund, so he appropriates it directly, although his surplus labor may be appropriated either wholly or in part by himself, or may be appropriated entirely by other classes, depending on the particular form which his relations to his conditions of production assumes. It is entirely due to economic prejudice that Jones describes this category as wage laborers. Nothing which characterizes wage laborers exists amongst them. It is a pretty bourgeois economic fancy that, because that part of the product which the worker appropriates to himself under capitalism appears as wages, the part of his product which the worker himself consumes must be wages. With regard to point 2, the laborers so maintained are now limited in England to menial servants, soldiers, sailors, and a few artisans working on their own account and paid out of the incomes of their employers. Over a considerable portion of the earth, this branch of the General Labor Fund maintains nearly the whole of the non-agricultural laborers. Former prevalence of this fund in England, Warwick the kingmaker, the English gentry, present prevalence in the East, mechanics, menials, large bodies of troops so maintained. Consequences of the concentration of this fund throughout Asia in the hands of the sovereign sudden rise of cities, sudden desertion, Samarkand, Kandahar, and others. Jones overlooks two main forms: the Asiatic communal system, with its unity of agriculture and industry, and secondly, the urban craft guild system of the Middle Ages, which also existed partially in the ancient world. With regard to point 3, capital should never be confounded with the general labor fund of the world, of which a large proportion consists of revenues. All branches of a nation's revenues contribute to the accumulations by which capital is formed. They contribute in different proportions in different countries and different stages of society. Because surplus labor is converted into capital, instead of being exchanged directly as revenue for labor, capital seems to appear as something saved out of revenue. And in the progress of society, the great mass of capital does, in fact, consist of revenue reconverted in this way. But in the capitalist mode of production, the original labor fund itself likewise appears as something saved by the capitalist. The reproduced labor fund does not remain in the possession of the worker as in case number 1, but appears as the property of the capitalist and confronts the worker as the property of somebody else. And this point is not elaborated by Jones. What Jones has to say about the rate of profits and its influence on accumulation in the course of lectures is rather inadequate. All other things being equal, the power of a nation to save from its profits varies with the rate of profits, is great when they are high, less when low. But as the rate of profits decline, all other things do not remain equal. The quantities of capital employed relatively to the numbers of population may increase. What Jones does not understand is how, as a result of the may increase, the rate of profit sinks because the quantities of capital employed relatively to the numbers of the population have increased. But he approaches close to the correct view. Inducements and facilities to accumulate may increase. A low rate of profits is ordinarily accompanied by a rapid rate of accumulation, relatively to the numbers of the people, as in England, and a high rate of profit by a slower rate of accumulation, relatively to the numbers of people, as in Poland, Russia, India, etc. Where the rate of profit is high, apart from cases where, as in North America, there is capitalist production on the one hand, and on the other hand, the value of all agricultural produce is low, it is generally due to the fact that capital consists mainly of variable capital, that is, direct labor predominates. Assume a capital of 100, of which 1/5 is variable capital, and assume further that the surplus labor amounts to 1/3 of the working day. In this case, profit would amount to 10%. Assume, on the other hand, that 4/5 of the capital consists of variable capital and that surplus labor amounts to 1/6 of the working day. In this case, profit would amount to 16%. Error of the doctrine that whenever, in the progress of nations, the rate of profit declines, the means of providing subsistence for an increasing population must be becoming less. Foundations of this error: first, a mistaken notion that accumulation from profits must be slow where the rate of profits is low and rapid where it is high. Second, a mistaken belief that profits are the only source of accumulation. Third, a mistaken belief that all the laborers of the earth subsist on accumulations and savings from revenue, and never on revenue itself. Jones speaks of, quote, alterations which take place in the economical structure of nations when capital assumes the task of advancing the wages of labor, end quote. Richard Jones sums up correctly in the following passage: the amount of capital devoted to the maintenance of labor may vary, independently of any changes in the whole amount of capital. This proposition is important. Great fluctuations in the amount of employment and great suffering may sometimes be observed to become more frequent as capital itself becomes more plentiful. The total amount of capital may remain the same, and a change, decline especially, may take place in the variable capital. A change in the proportion between the two constituent parts of capital does not necessarily involve a change in the size of the total capital. An increase in the total capital, on the other hand, may be accompanied not only by a relative, but by an absolute diminution of variable capital, and is always connected with violent fluctuations in the variable capital, and consequently with fluctuations in the amount of employment. Later on in the syllabus, Jones writes, periods of gradual transition of the laborers from dependence on one fund to dependence on another, transfer of the laboring cultivators to the pay of capitalists, transfer of non-agricultural classes to the employ of capitalists. What Jones calls transfer here is what I call primitive accumulation. This is merely a formal difference. It is also in contradiction to the absurd notion of savings. On slavery. Slaves may be divided into pastoral, predial, domestic, and slaves of a mixed character between predial and domestic. We find them as cultivating peasants, as menials or artisans maintained from the incomes of the rich, as laborers maintained from capital. But as long as slavery is predominant, the capital relationship can only be sporadic and subordinate, never dominant. Section 3. Richard Jones, Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, published in Hertford, 1852. Subsection A. Jones's views of capital and the problem of productive and unproductive labor. Jones writes in the Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, "The productiveness of the industry of nations really depends on two circumstances. First, on the fertility or barrenness of the original sources, land and water, of the wealth they produce. Secondly, on the efficiency of the labor they apply in dealing with those sources, or fashioning the commodities they obtained from them. The efficiency of human labor will depend firstly on the continuity with which it is exerted, secondly, on the knowledge and skill with which it is applied to effect the purpose of the producer, and thirdly, on the mechanical power by which it is aided. The power exerted by human laborers in producing wealth may be increased, firstly, by enlisting in their service motive forces greater than their own, secondly, by employing any amount or kind of motive forces at their command with increased mechanical advantage. Let a steam engine with the motive force of 40 horses be attached to a loaded train on a common turnpike road, and it will make but little way, level the road perfectly, and it will move at a rapid pace. The best form of a plow will do as much work and as well with 2 horses as the worst with 4. The steam engine is not a mere tool. It gives additional motive force, not merely the means of using forces the laborer already possesses, with a greater mechanical advantage. This is, therefore, according to Jones, the difference between a tool and machinery. The former provides the worker with means for employing the power he possesses to a greater mechanical advantage. The latter provides an increase of motive force. Capital consists of wealth saved from revenue and used with a view to profit. The possible sources of capital are obviously all the revenues of all the individuals composing a community, from which revenues it is possible that any saving can be made. The particular classes of income, which yield the most abundantly to the progress of national capital, change at different stages of their progress, and are therefore found entirely different in nations occupying different positions in that progress. Profit is therefore by no means the only source from which capital is formed or augmented. It is even an unimportant source of accumulation, compared with wages and rents in the earlier stages of society. When a considerable advance in the powers of national industry has actually taken place, profits rise into comparative importance as a source of accumulation. According to this, capital is a part of the wealth which constitutes revenue, the part which is expended not as revenue, but for the purpose of producing profit. Profit is already a form of surplus value which specifically presupposes capital. If the capitalist mode of production, i.e. capital, is postulated, then the explanation is correct. In other words, if one postulates what has to be explained. But here, Jones means all revenue spent not as revenue, but with the aim of enrichment, that is, productively. 2 aspects are, however, important in this context. First, to a certain extent, accumulation of wealth takes place in all stages of economic development, that is, partly an expansion of the scale of production and partly the accumulation of treasure, etc. As long as wages and rents predominate, that is, according to what was said earlier, as long as the greater part of the surplus labor and surplus product which does not accrue to the worker himself goes to the landowner, and on the other hand, the worker reproduces his labor fund himself, i.e. he not only produces his own wages himself, but pays them to himself. Usually, moreover, he is also able to appropriate at least a part of his surplus labor and his surplus product. In this state of society, wages and rent are the main sources of accumulation as well. In these circumstances, profit is restricted to merchants, etc. Only when the capitalist mode of production has become predominant, when it does not merely exist sporadically, but has subordinated to itself the mode of production of society, when in fact the capitalist directly appropriates the whole surplus labor and surplus product in the first instance, although he has to hand over portions of it to the landowner, etc., only then does profit become the principal source of capital, of accumulation, of wealth saved from revenue and used with a view to profit. This, at the same time, presupposes, as is implicit in the domination of the capitalist mode of production, that a considerable advance in the power of national industry has actually taken place. Jones thus answers those asses who imagine that no accumulation can take place without the profit yielded by capital, or who justify profit by saying that the capitalist makes a sacrifice in order to save from his revenue for productive purposes, by pointing out that in this particular capitalist mode of production, the function of accumulating devolves principally on the capitalist, whereas in previous modes of production, it was the laborer himself, and in part the landlord, who played the chief roles in this process, and profit played hardly any part in it. Naturally, the function of accumulating always devolves on those, firstly, who pocket the surplus value, and secondly, among those who pocket the surplus value in particular, on the person who acts as agent in the production process itself. By saying, therefore, that profit is justified by the fact that the capitalist saves his capital out of profit, and that he fulfills the function of accumulating, one merely says that the capitalist mode of production is justified because it exists. This, however, applies equally to the modes of production which preceded it, and those which will succeed it. If one says that otherwise accumulation would be impossible, then one forgets that this particular method of accumulation, through the agency of the capitalist, has come into existence at a certain historical stage, and is moving towards the historical date when it will cease to exist. Secondly, once so much accumulated wealth has been concentrated in the hands of the capitalists, rightly or wrongly, that they can dominate production, then the greater part of existing capital, after a certain lapse of time, can be considered as having been derived only from profit, revenue, that is, from capitalized surplus value. A point which Jones does not sufficiently emphasize, and which he really only implies tacitly, is this. If the laboring producer pays himself his own wages, and if his product does not at first assume the shape of other people's revenue from which savings are made, and then paid back by these people to the laborer, it is necessary that the laborer be in possession of his conditions of production, as property owner or tenant or hereditary occupier, etc., in order that his wages and consequently the labor fund can confront him as alien capital. These conditions of production must have been lost to him and have assumed the shape of alien property. Only after his conditions of production, together with his labor fund, have been wrestled from him, and when, as capital, they are rendered independent in relation to him, does the further process begin, which is not concerned with the mere reproduction of these original conditions of production, but with their further development, so that both the conditions of production and the labor fund confront the laborer as something saved from other people's revenue in order to be converted into capital. By losing possession of his conditions of production, and hence of his labor fund, the laborer also loses the function of accumulating, and every addition he makes to wealth appears in the shape of other people's revenue, which must first be saved by these people. That is to say, it must not be spent as revenue if it is to perform the functions of capital and labor fund for the laborer. Since Jones himself describes a state of affairs in which things have not yet reached this stage, and where unity prevails, he certainly should have described this separation as the real generation process of capital. Once this separation exists, this process does indeed take place, and it continues and extends, since the surplus labor of the worker always confronts him as the revenue of others, through the saving of which alone wealth can be accumulated and the scale of production extended. The reconversion of revenue into capital. If capital, i.e. the separation of the conditions of production from the laborer, is the source of profit, i.e. of the fact that surplus labor appears as the revenue of capital and not of labor, then profit becomes the source of capital, of new capital formation, i.e. of the fact that the additional conditions of production confront the worker as capital, as a means for maintaining him as a worker and of appropriating his surplus labor anew. The original unity between the worker and the conditions of production, abstracting from slavery, where the laborer himself belongs to the object of conditions of production, has two main forms: the Asiatic communal system, primitive communism, and small-scale agriculture based on the family and linked with domestic industry, in one form or another. Both are embryonic forms, and both are equally unfitted to develop labor as social labor and the productive power of social labor. Hence the necessity for the separation, for the rupture, for the antithesis of labor and property, by which property in the conditions of production is to be understood. The most extreme form of this rupture, and the one in which the productive forces of social labor are also most powerfully developed, is capital. The original unity can be re-established only on the material foundation which capital creates, and by means of the revolutions which, in the process of this creation, the working class and the whole society undergo. Another point, which Jones does not sufficiently emphasize, is this. Revenue which is exchanged as such against labor, if it is not the revenue of a laborer who works himself and employs an additional workman, is the revenue of the landowner, itself derived from the rent which the laborer pays him, and which the landlord does not entirely consume in kind, either by himself or together with his menials and retainers, but a part of which he uses to buy the products or services of additional workmen, and so on. This always presupposes the first relationship. In the same way as part of the profit is classified as interest, even if the industrial capitalist employs only his own capital, because this form of revenue has a separate mode of existence, so, given the capitalist mode of production, even if the laborer, who does not employ any other laborers, owns his means of production, they are regarded as capital, and the part of his own labor realized by him over and above the ordinary wage appears to be profit yielded by his capital. He himself is then divided up into different economic categories. As his own workman, he gets his wages, and as a capitalist, he gets his profits. This observation belongs to the chapter Revenue and its Sources. There is a difference between the influence on the productive powers of nations of that wealth which has been saved and is dispensed as wages with a view to profit, and of that wealth which is advanced out of revenue for the support of labor. With a view to this distinction, I use the word capital to denote that portion of wealth exclusively which has been saved from revenue and is used with a view to profit. We might comprise under the term capital all the wealth devoted to the maintenance of labor, whether it has gone through any previous process of saving or not. We must then, in tracing the position of the laboring classes and of their paymasters in different nations and under different circumstances, distinguish between capital which has been saved and capital which has undergone no process of accumulation. Between, in short, capital which is revenue and capital which is not revenue. In every country of the Old World, except England and Holland, the wages of the agriculturalists are not advanced out of funds which have been saved and accumulated from revenues, but are produced by the laborers themselves, and never exist in any other shape than that of a stock for their own immediate consumption. What distinguishes Jones from the other economists, except perhaps Sismondi, is that he emphasizes that the essential feature of capital is its socially determined form, and that he reduces the whole difference between the capitalist and other modes of production to this distinct form. It is that labor is directly converted into capital, and that on the other hand, this capital buys labor not for the sake of its use value, but in order to increase its own value, to create surplus value, i.e. a larger amount of exchange value, and to use it with a view to profit. This shows, however, at the same time that the saving of revenue in order to convert it into capital and accumulation are distinguished from other methods only through the form in which wealth is devoted to the maintenance of labor. The agricultural laborers in England and Holland who receive wages which are advanced by capital produce their wages themselves, just like the French peasant or the self-supporting Russian serf. If the production process is considered in its continuity, then the capitalist advances the laborer as wages, today only a part of the product which the laborer produced yesterday. Thus, the difference between the capitalist and other modes of production does not lie in the fact that in one case the laborer produces his own wages and in the other case he does not produce them. The difference lies in the fact that in one case his product appears as wages, that in this case the worker's product, i.e. the part of the product produced by the worker which makes up the labor fund, firstly appears as the revenue of others, secondly that then however it is not expended as revenue and not spent on labor by means of which revenue is directly consumed, but thirdly that it confronts the worker as capital, which returns to him this portion of the product in exchange not merely for an equivalent, but for more labor than the product he receives contains. Thus his product appears in the first place as revenue of others, secondly as something which is saved from revenue in order to be employed in the purchase of labor with a view to profit. In other words, it is employed as capital. And this process, in which his own product confronts him as capital, is what is described as the labor fund, which, quote, has gone through a previous process of saving, end quote, which, quote, has undergone a process of accumulation prior to being converted into the laborer's means of subsistence, exists in another shape than that of a stock for the laborer's immediate consumption. Here it is expressly stated that a mere change of form takes place. The whole difference lies in the transformation which the labor fund produced by the worker undergoes before it comes back to him in the form of wages. In the case of peasants or independent artisans, it therefore never assumes the form of wages. Saving and accumulation, as far as the labor fund is concerned, are mere names here for the transformations which the worker's product undergoes. The laborer, working on his own account, consumes his product just like the wage laborer, or rather, the latter does so just like the former. But in the case of the wage earner, his product appears to be something saved or accumulated from the revenue of someone else, i.e. from the revenue of the capitalist. In fact, however, it is this process that makes it possible for the capitalist to save or accumulate the laborer's surplus labor for his own purposes, and this is the reason why Jones places such great emphasis on the fact that in non-capitalist modes of production, accumulation does not arise from profit, but from wages. In other words, from the income of the self-supporting cultivator or the artisan who exchanges his labor directly for revenue. Otherwise, how could the middle class have arisen out of the latter? And from the rent of the landlord. But for the labor fund to undergo these transformations, the conditions of production must confront the laborer as capital, which is not the case in the other modes of production. The expansion of wealth does not appear to be due to the laborer in the latter case, that is the capitalist mode of production, but to the saving of profit, the reconversion of surplus value into capital, in the same way as the labor fund itself, before its expansion as a result of new accumulation, confronts the laborer as capital. Saving, then, taken literally, only makes sense with regard to the capitalist who capitalizes his revenue, in contrast to the capitalist who consumes his revenue, i.e. spends it as revenue. But it is meaningless when applied to relations between capitalist and laborer. Two cardinal facts about capitalist production. First, concentration of the means of production in a few hands so that they no longer appear as the immediate property of the individual laborer, but as factors of social production, even though in the first instance they appear as the property of the non-working capitalists, who are their trustees in bourgeois society and enjoy all the fruits of this trusteeship. Second, organization of labor itself as social labor brought about by cooperation, division of labor, and the linking of labor with the results of social domination over natural forces. In both these ways, capitalist production eliminates private property and private labor, even though as yet in antagonistic forms. The main difference between productive and unproductive labor noted by Adam Smith is that the former is exchanged directly for capital and the latter for revenue, and the full meaning of this difference emerges first in Jones. His work shows that the first kind of labor is characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, and the second, where it is predominant, belongs to earlier modes of production, and where it merely plays a subordinate role, is restricted, or ought to be restricted, to spheres which are not directly concerned with the production of wealth. Capital is the instrument through which all the causes which augment the efficiency of human labor and the productive powers of nations are brought into play. Capital is the stored-up results of past labor used to produce some effect in some part of the task of producing wealth. In the note on page 35, he says, "It will be convenient, and it is reasonable, to consider the act of production as incomplete till the commodity produced has been placed in the hands of the person who is to consume it. All done previously has that point in view. The grocer's horse and cart, which brings up our tea from Hertford to the college, is as essential to our possession of it for the purposes of consumption as the labor of the Chinese who picked and dried the leaves. But this capital does not perform in every community all the tasks it is capable of performing. It takes them up gradually and successively in all cases, and it is a remarkable and an all-important fact that the one special function, the performance of which is essential to the serious advance of the power of capital and all its other functions, is exactly that which in the case of the greater portion of the laborers of mankind, capital has never yet fulfilled at all. I allude to the advance of the wages of labor. The wages of labor are advanced by capitalists in the case of less than 1/4 of the laborers of the earth. This fact is of vital importance in accounting for the comparative progress of nations. Capital, or accumulated stock, after performing various other functions in the production of wealth, only takes up late that of advancing to the laborer his wages." In the last sentence on page 79, capital is indeed described as a relation, not merely as accumulated stock, but as a quite definite relation of production. The stock cannot take up the function of advancing wages. Jones, moreover, emphasizes that it is the basic form of capital, the form which gives the whole process of social production its distinctive character, dominates it, leads to a quite new development of the productive forces of social labor, and revolutionizes all social and political relationships, that confronts wage labor and pays wages. He emphasizes that before capital performs this function, which is of decisive importance, it fulfills other functions and appears in other subordinate and historically earlier forms, but that its power in all its functions only develops fully when it steps forth as industrial capital. On the other hand, in the third lecture, on the gradual manner in which capital or capitalists undertake successive functions in the production of wealth, there's the rub in this or, accumulated stock becomes capital only because of this personification, Jones does not indicate what the previous functions are. They can indeed only be those of capital engaged in commerce or banking. But although Jones comes so close to the correct concept, and even expresses it in a certain fashion, nevertheless, being an economist, he is so enmeshed in bourgeois fetishism that not even the devil could be certain that he does not mean that accumulated stock as such can perform different functions. The sentence, quote, "capital, or accumulated stock, after performing various other functions in the production of wealth, only takes up late that of advancing to the laborer his wages," end quote, is the most complete expression of the contradiction. On the one hand, it expresses a correct historical conception of capital, but on the other hand, a shadow is cast over it by the narrow-minded notion of the economist that stock as such is capital. Hence, the accumulated stock becomes a person who performs the function of advancing wages to men. Jones is still rooted in economic prejudice when he solves the problem. A solution becomes necessary as soon as the capitalist mode of production is regarded as a determinate historical category and no longer as an eternal natural relation of production. One can see what a great leap forward there was from Ramsay to Jones. Ramsay regards precisely that function of capital which makes it capital, the advancing of wages, as accidental, due only to the poverty of the people, and irrelevant to the production process as such. In this narrow, circumscribed manner, Ramsay denies the necessity for the capitalist mode of production. Jones, on the other hand, strange that they were both priests of the established church, the ministers of the English church seem to think more than their continental brethren, demonstrates that it is precisely this function that makes capital capital, and gives rise to the most characteristic features of the capitalist mode of production. He shows how this form occurs only at a certain level of development of the productive forces, and that it then creates an entirely new material basis. Consequently, however, his comprehension of the fact that this form can be superseded, and of the merely transitory historical necessity for this form, is quite different from that of Ramsay and more profound. He by no means regards capitalist relations as eternal. A state of things may hereafter exist, and parts of the world may be approaching to it, under which the laborers and the owners of accumulated stock may be identical. But in the progress of nations, this has never yet been the case, and to trace and understand that progress, we must observe the laborers gradually transferred from the hands of a body of customers, who pay them out of their revenues, to those of a body of employers, who pay them by advances of capital out of the returns to which the owners aim at realizing a distinct revenue. This may not be as desirable a state of things as that in which laborers and capitalists are identified, but we must still accept it as constituting a stage in the march of industry, which has hitherto marked the progress of advancing nations. At that stage, the people of Asia have not yet arrived. Here, Jones states quite explicitly that capital and the capitalist mode of production are to be accepted, merely as a transitional phase in the development of social production, a phase which, if one considers the development of the productive forces of social labor, constitutes a gigantic advance on all preceding forms, but which is by no means the end result. On the contrary, the necessity of its destruction is contained in the antagonism between owners of accumulated wealth and the actual laborers. Jones was a professor of political economy at Haileybury and the successor to Malthus. One can see here how the real science of political economy ends by regarding the bourgeois production relations as merely historical ones, leading to higher relations in which the antagonism on which they are based is resolved. By analyzing them, political economy breaks down the apparently mutually independent forms in which wealth appears. This analysis, even in Ricardo's works, goes so far that firstly, the independent material form of wealth disappears, and wealth is shown to be simply the activity of men. Everything which is not the result of human activity, of labor, is nature, and as such is not social wealth. The phantom of the world of goods fades away, and it is seen to be simply a continually disappearing and continually reproduced objectivization of human labor. All solid material wealth is only transitory materialization of social labor, crystallization of the production process, whose measure is time, the measure of a movement itself. Secondly, the manifold forms in which the various component parts of wealth are distributed amongst different sections of society lose their apparent independence. Interest is merely a part of profit. Rent is merely surplus profit. Both are consequently merged in profit, which itself can be reduced to surplus value, that is, to unpaid labor. The value of a commodity itself, however, can only be reduced to labor time. The Ricardian school reaches the point where it rejects one of the forms of appropriation of this surplus value, landed property, that is rent, as useless, insofar as it is pocketed by private individuals. It rejects the idea that the landowner can play a part in capitalist production. The antithesis is thus reduced to that between capitalist and wage laborer. This relationship, however, is regarded by the Ricardian school as given, as a natural law, on which the production process itself is based. The later economists go one step further, and like Jones, admit only the historical justification for this relationship. But from the moment that the bourgeois mode of production and the conditions of production and distribution which correspond to it are recognized as historical, the delusion of regarding them as natural laws of production vanishes, and the prospect opens up of a new society, a new economic social formation to which capitalism is only the transition. We still have to consider a number of things in Jones's work. Firstly, in what way in particular the capitalist mode of production, the advancing of wages by capital, alters the form and the productive forces. Secondly, his observations regarding accumulation and the rate of profit. But first of all, another point has to be emphasized. Quote, "He has been but an agent to give the laborers the benefit of the expenditure of the revenues of the surrounding customers in a new form and under new circumstances. This refers to the non-agricultural laborers, whose earnings previously came from the direct revenue of the landowners, etc. Whereas previously they exchanged their labor, or the product of their labor, directly for that revenue, the capitalist exchanges the product of their labor, collected and concentrated in his hands, for that revenue. In other words, revenue is transformed into, exchanged for, capital, in that it constitutes the returns on capital. Instead of being direct returns for labor, it constitutes direct returns for the capital that employs the laborers. After describing capital as a specific relation of production, the essence of which is that accumulated wealth takes over the function of advancing wages, and the labor fund itself appears as wealth saved from revenue and used with a view to profit, Jones outlines the changes in the development of the productive forces characteristic of this mode of production. How the economic relations, and consequently the social, moral, and political state of nations changes with the change in the material powers of production is very well explained. As communities change their powers of production, they necessarily change their habits too. During their progress in advance, all the different classes of the community find that they are connected with the other classes by new relations, are assuming new positions, and are surrounded by new moral and social dangers and new conditions of social and political excellence. He describes the influence of the capitalist form of production on the development of the productive forces in the following way. But before coming to this, a few passages connected with those already quoted. Great political, social, moral, and intellectual changes accompany changes in the economical organization of communities and the agencies and the means, affluent or scanty, by which the tasks of industry are carried on. These changes necessarily exercise a commanding influence over the different political and social elements to be found in the populations where they take place. That influence extends to the intellectual character, to the habits, manners, morals, and happiness of nations. England is the only great country which has taken the first step in advance towards perfection as a producing machine. The only country in which the population, agricultural as well as non-agricultural, is ranged under the direction of capitalists, and where the effects of their means and of the peculiar functions they can alone perform are extensively felt not only in the enormous growth of her wealth, but also in all the economical relations and positions of her population. Now England, I say it with regret, but without the very slightest hesitation, is not to be taken as a safe specimen of the career of a people so developing their productive forces. The general labor fund consists first of wages, which the laborers themselves produced, secondly, of the revenues of other classes expended in the maintenance of labor, thirdly, of capital, or of a portion of wealth saved from revenue and employed in advancing wages with a view to profit. Those maintained on the first division of the labor fund we will call unhired laborers. Those on the second, paid dependents. Those on the third, hired workmen. That is, wage laborers. The receipt of wages from any one of these divisions of the labor fund determines the relations of the laborer with the other classes of society, and so determines sometimes directly, sometimes more or less indirectly, the degree of continuity, skill, and power with which the tasks of industry are carried on. The first division, self-produced wages, maintains more than half, probably more than two-thirds, of the laboring population of the earth. These laborers consist everywhere of peasants who occupy the soil and labor on it. The second division of the labor fund, revenue expended in maintaining labor, supports by far the greater part of the productive non-agricultural laborers of the East. It is of some importance on the continent of Europe, while in England again it comprises only a few jobbing mechanics, the relics of a larger body. The third division of the labor fund, capital, is seen in England employing the great majority of her laborers, while it maintains but a small body of individuals in Asia, and in continental Europe maintains only the non-agricultural laborers, not amounting probably on the whole to a quarter of the productive population. I have not made any distinction as to slave labor. The civil rights of laborers do not affect their economical position. Slaves, as well as freemen, may be observed subsisting on each branch of the general fund. Although the civil rights of the laborers do not affect their economical position does affect their civil rights. Wage labor on a national scale, and consequently the capitalist mode of production as well, is only possible where the workers are personally free. It is based on the personal freedom of the workers. Jones quite correctly reduces Smith's productive and non-productive labor to its essence, capitalist and non-capitalist labor, by correctly applying the distinction made by Smith between laborers paid by capital and those paid out of revenue. Jones himself, however, apparently understands by productive and unproductive labor, labor which enters into the production of material wealth and that which does not. This follows from the passage quoted, where he speaks of the productive laborers who depend on the revenue expended to maintain them. Further, the portion of the community which is unproductive of material wealth may be useful or it may be useless. It is reasonable to consider the act of production as incomplete till the commodity produced has been placed in the hands of the person who is to consume it. The distinction made between the laborers who live on capital and those who live on revenue is concerned with the form of labor. It expresses the whole difference between capitalist and non-capitalist modes of production. On the other hand, the terms productive and unproductive laborers, in the narrow sense, are concerned with labor which enters into the production of commodities. Production here embraces all operations which the commodity has to undergo from the first producer to the consumer, no matter what kind of labor is applied, whether it is manual labor or not, including scientific labor, and labor which does not enter into and whose aim and purpose is not the production of commodities. This difference must be kept in mind, and the fact that all other sorts of activity influence material production and vice versa in no way affects the necessity for making this distinction. Subsection B. Jones on the influence which the capitalist mode of production exerts on the development of the productive forces, concerning the conditions for the applicability of additional fixed capital. We now come to the development of the productive forces by the capitalist mode of production. Jones writes, "It may be as well to point out here how this fact, of the wages being advanced by capital, affects their powers of production, or the continuity, the knowledge, and the power with which labor is exerted. The capitalist who pays a workman may assist the continuity of his labor, first by making such continuity possible, secondly by superintending and enforcing it. Many large bodies of workmen throughout the world ply the street for customers and depend for wages on the casual wants of persons who happen at the moment to require their services or to want the articles they can supply. The early missionaries found this the case in China. Quote, the artisans run about the towns from morning to night to seek custom. The greater part of Chinese workmen work in private houses. Are clothes wanted, for example? The tailor comes to you in the morning and goes home at night. It is the same with all other artisans. They are continually running about the streets in search of work, even the smiths, who carry about their hammer and their furnace for ordinary jobs. The barbers, too, walk about the streets with an armchair on their shoulders, and a basin and a boiler for hot water in their hands. This continues to be the case very generally throughout the East, and partially in the Western world. Now these workmen cannot for any length of time work continuously. They must ply like a hackney coachman, and when no customer happens to present himself, they must be idle. If in the progress of time a change takes place in their economical position, if they become the workmen of a capitalist who advances their wages beforehand, two things take place. First, they can now labor continuously, and secondly, an agent is provided whose office and whose interest it will be to see that they do labor continuously. The capitalist has resources to wait for a customer. Here then is an increased continuity in the labor of all this class of persons. They labor daily from morning to night and are not interrupted by waiting for or seeking the customer, who is ultimately to consume the article they work on. But the continuity of their labor, thus made possible, is secured and improved by the superintendence of the capitalist. He has advanced their wages. He is to receive the products of their labor. It is his interest and his privilege to see that they do not labor interruptedly or dilatorily. The continuity of labor thus far secured, the effect even of this change on the productive power of labor is very great. The power is doubled. 2 workmen steadily employed from morning to night and from year's end to year's end will probably produce more than 4 desultory workmen who consume much of their time in running after customers and in recommencing suspended labor. With regard to the passages quoted, firstly, the transition from laborers who perform casual services, making clothes, coats, trousers, etc., in the landowner's house, to workers employed by capital is already very well described by Turgot. Second, although the continuity certainly distinguishes capitalist labor from the form described by Jones, it does not distinguish capitalist labor from slave production carried on a large scale. Third, it is incorrect to describe the increased amount of labor brought about by its long duration and continuity as an increase in productive power or the power of labor. This occurs only insofar as the continuity augments the personal skill of the laborers. By increased power, we understand the greater productivity of a given quantity of labor employed, not any change in the quantity employed. The latter belongs rather to the formal subordination of labor to capital, and it only evolves fully with the development of fixed capital. We shall deal with this soon. Jones correctly emphasizes the fact that the capitalist regards labor as his property, no part of which must be wasted. With regard to labor which is maintained directly by revenue, this is a matter of the use value of labor only. Furthermore, Jones correctly emphasizes that the continuous labor of the non-agricultural laborers lasting from morning to night is by no means something which arises spontaneously, but is itself a product of economic development. In contrast to the Asiatic form and to the Western form of labor, prevailing in former times, partly even today, in the countryside, the urban labor of the Middle Ages already constitutes a great advance and serves as a preparatory school for the capitalist mode of production, as regards the continuity and steadiness of labor. About this continuity of labor. The capitalist, too, keeps, as it were, an echo office for labor. He insures against the uncertainty of finding a vent for labor, which uncertainty would, but for him, prevent the labor in many cases from being undertaken. The trouble of looking for a purchaser and of going to a market is reduced by his means to a comparatively small compass. End quote from An Inquiry into Those Principles Respecting the Nature of Demand and the Necessity of Consumption, lately advocated by Mr. Malthus. In the same work, where the capital is in a great degree fixed, or where it is sunk on land, the trader is obliged to continue to employ, much more nearly than if there had been less fixed capital, the same amount of circulating capital as he did before, in order not to cease to derive any profits from the part that is fixed. Jones says further, of the state of manners to which the dependence of the workmen on the revenues of their customers has given birth in China, you would perhaps get the most striking picture in the Chinese exhibition, so long kept open by its American proprietor in London. It is thronged with figures of artisans with their small packs of tools, plying for customers, and idle when none appear, painting vividly to the eye the necessary absence, in their case, of that continuity of labor which is one of the three great elements of its productiveness, and indicating sufficiently to any well-informed observer the absence also of fixed capital and machinery, hardly less important elements of the fruitfulness of industry. End quote from Richard Jones' textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations. In India, where the admixture of Europeans has not changed the scene, a like spectacle may be seen in the towns. The artisans in rural districts are, however, provided for there in a peculiar manner. Such handicraftsmen and other non-agriculturalists as were actually necessary in a village were maintained by an assignment of a portion of the joint revenues of the villagers, and throughout the country bands of hereditary workmen existed on this fund, whose industry supplied the simple wants and tastes which the cultivators did not provide for by their own hands. The position and rights of these rural artisans soon became, like all rights in the East, hereditary. The band found its customers in the other villagers. The villagers were stationary and abiding, and so were their handicraftsmen. The artisans of the towns were and are in a very different position. They received their wages from what was substantially the same fund, surplus revenue from land, but modified in its mode of distribution and its distributors, so as to destroy their sedentary permanence and produce frequent and usually disastrous migrations. Such artisans are not confined to any location by dependence on masses of fixed capital, as in Europe, for example, where cotton and other manufactories are, quote, fixed in districts in which water power, or the fuel which produces steam, are reasonably abundant, and considerable masses of wealth have been converted into buildings and machinery, etc. The case is different when the sole dependence of the laborers is on the direct receipt of part of the revenues of the persons who consume the commodities the artisans produce. They are not confined to the neighborhood of any fixed capital. If their customers change their location for long, nay, sometimes for very short periods, the non-agricultural laborers must follow them or starve. The greater part of that fund, for the handicraftsmen in Asia, is distributed by the state and its officers. The capital was necessarily the principal center of distribution. From Samarkand, southward to Bijapur and Seringapatam, we can trace the ruins of vanishing capitals, of which the population left them suddenly, and not, as in other countries, as a result of gradual decline. As soon as new centers of distribution of the royal revenues, that is, of the whole of the surplus revenues of the soil, were established. See Dr. Bernier, who compares the Indian towns to army camps. This is due to the form of landed property which exists in Asia. We now proceed from the continuity to the division of labor, the development of knowledge, use of machinery, etc. Jones writes, but the effect of the change of paymasters on the continuity of labor is by no means yet exhausted. The different tasks of industry may now be further divided. If he, the capitalist, employ more than one man, he can divide the task between them. He can keep each individual steadily at work at the portion of the common task which he performs best. If the capitalists be rich and keep a sufficient number of workmen, then the task may be subdivided as far as it is capable of subdivision. The continuity of labor is then complete. Capital, by assuming the function of advancing the wages of labor, has now by successive steps perfected its continuity. It at the same time increases the knowledge and skill by which such labor is applied to produce any given effect. The class of capitalists are from the first partially, and they become ultimately completely, discharged from the necessity of manual labor. Their interest is that the productive powers of the laborers they employ should be the greatest possible. On promoting that power, their attention is fixed, and almost exclusively fixed. More thought is brought to bear on the best means of effecting all the purposes of human industry. Knowledge extends, multiplies its fields of action, and assists industry in almost every branch. But further still as to mechanical power. Capital employed not to pay but to assist labor we will call auxiliary capital. He therefore means by this term the part of constant capital which is not made up of raw material. The national mass of auxiliary capital may, certain conditions being fulfilled, increase indefinitely, the number of laborers remaining the same. At every step of such increase, there is an increase in the third element of the efficiency of human labor, namely its mechanical power. Auxiliary capital thus increases its mass relatively to the population. What conditions then must be fulfilled that the mass of auxiliary capital employed to assist them, the workers employed by the capitalists, may increase? There must concur three things. First, the means of saving the additional mass of capital. Secondly, the will to save it. Thirdly, some invention by which it may be made possible, through the use of such capital, that the productive powers of labor may be increased, and increased to an extent which will make it, in addition to the wealth it before produced, reproduce the additional auxiliary capital used, as fast as destroyed, and also some profit on it. When the full amount of auxiliary capital, that in the actual state of knowledge can be used profitably, has already been supplied, an increased range of knowledge can alone point out the means of employing more. Further, such employment is only practicable if the means discovered increase the power of labor sufficiently to reproduce the additional capital in the time it wastes away. If this be not the case, the capitalist must lose his wealth. But the increased efficiency of the laborers must, besides this, produce some profit, or he would have no motive for employing his capital in production at all. All the while that by employing fresh masses of auxiliary capital, these two objects can be effected, there is no definite and final limit to the progressive employment of such fresh masses of capital. They may go on increasing coextensively with the increase of knowledge. But knowledge is never stationary, and as it extends itself from hour to hour in all directions, some new motive force may present itself, which will enable the community profitably to add something to the mass of auxiliary capital by which it assists its industry, and so increase the difference between the productiveness of its labor and that of poorer and less skillful nations. First, with regard to the statement that the inventions, or appliances, or contrivances must be of such a kind, quote, that the productive powers of labor may be increased, and increased to an extent which will make it, in addition to the wealth it before produced, reproduce the additional auxiliary capital used as fast as it is destroyed, or, quote, reproduce the additional capital in the time it wastes away, end quote. This means nothing more than that the wear and tear is replaced as it takes place, or that on the average, the additional capital is replaced in the same period during which it is consumed. A portion of the value of the product, or what amounts to the same thing, a portion of the product, must replace the consumed auxiliary capital, and at such a rate that if, in a given period of time, it is wholly consumed, it is reproduced wholly, or that a new capital of the same kind takes the place of the capital used up. But what is the condition for this? The productivity of labor must rise to such an extent through the application of the additional auxiliary capital that a part of the product can be deducted to replace this component part either in kind or by exchange. The reproduction of the auxiliary capital takes place if the productivity is so great, in other words, if the increased amount of output produced during the working day of the same length is such that a unit of a particular commodity is cheaper than a unit produced by the former method, although the aggregate price of the total output covers, for example, the annual depreciation of the machinery. That is, the amount of depreciation calculated per unit of the commodity is insignificant. If the part which replaces the depreciation, and secondly, the part which replaces the value of raw material, are deducted from the total product, then there remains a part which pays for wages and a part which covers the profit, and even yields more surplus value, although the price per unit remains the same as it was previously. An increase in the product could take place without fulfilling this condition. If, for example, the numbers of pounds of twist were to increase tenfold instead of 100-fold, etc., and if the value of the wear and tear of the machinery which has to be added to the price were to drop from 1/6 to 1/10, then the twist spun by machinery would be dearer than that produced by spindle. If an additional 100 pounds of capital in the form of guano were used in agriculture, and if this guano had to be replaced in a year, and if the value of a quarter produced by the old method were 2 pounds, then 50 additional quarters would have to be produced merely to replace the depreciation. And without this, the guano could not be used. Profit is here disregarded. Jones's remark that the additional capital must be reproduced, of course, from the sale of the product or in kind, in the time it wastes away, simply means that the commodity must replace the wear and tear embodied in it. In order to begin production anew, all the value elements contained in the commodity must be replaced by the time when its reproduction is to begin again. In agriculture, this reproduction time is given as a result of natural conditions, and the period of time in which the wear and tear must be replaced is given, in exactly the same way as the time in which all the other value elements of grain, for example, have to be replaced. In order that the reproduction process can begin, i.e. that the renewal of the real process of production can take place, the commodity must pass through the process of circulation. That is, the commodity must be sold, insofar as it is not replaced in kind like the seeds, and the money for which it is sold converted into elements of production again. In the case of grain and other agricultural products, there are certain specific periods for this reproduction dictated by the seasons. That is, extreme limits, definite limits, are set to the duration of the process of circulation. Second, such definite limits to the circulation process arise in general from the nature of commodities as use values. All commodities deteriorate sooner or later, although the extreme limit of their existence varies. If they are not consumed by people, either in the production process or individually, then they are consumed by elemental natural forces. They decay, and finally, they disintegrate. If their use value is destroyed, then their exchange value goes down the drain, and that puts an end to their reproduction. The final limits of their circulation time are therefore determined by the natural times and periods of reproduction proper to them as use values. Third, in order that the production process of the commodities may be continuous, that is, so that one part of capital may be continuously in the production process and the other continuously in the process of circulation, very varied divisions of capital must take place, in accordance with the natural limits of the periods of reproduction, or the limits of existence of the different use values, or the different spheres of operation of capital. Fourth, this applies to all the value elements of the commodity simultaneously, but in the case of commodities in the production of which a great deal of fixed capital is employed, there is, in addition to the limits which their own use values impose on the circulation process, another determining factor, namely the use value of fixed capital. It wastes away in a certain time, and therefore must be reproduced in a given period. Let us assume, for example, that a ship lasts 10 years, or a spinning machine 12. The freight carried during the 10 years, or the twist sold during the 12 years, must be sufficient for a new ship to replace the old one after 10 years, and for a new spinning machine to replace the old one after 12. If the fixed capital is used up in 6 months, then the product must be returned from circulation in this period. Besides the natural mortality periods for commodities as use values, periods which vary greatly amongst different use values, and besides the requirements of the continuity of the production process, which set even more varied final limits to the circulation time, according to whether the commodities must remain in the production sphere or can remain in the circulation sphere for a longer or shorter period of time, a third factor is thus added, namely the different mortality periods, and therefore the different requirements of reproduction of the auxiliary capital used in the production of commodities. Jones declares that the second condition for the use of auxiliary capital is the profit which the auxiliary capital must produce, and this is the condition sine qua non for all capitalist production, regardless of the particular form in which the capital is employed. Nowhere does Jones explain how he conceives the genesis of this profit, but since he merely derives it from labor, and the profit yielded by the auxiliary capital simply from the increased efficiency of the labor of the workman, it must consist of absolute or relative surplus labor. It arises in general from the fact that after deducting the part of the product which either in kind or by exchange replaces the constituent parts of capital, which consist either of raw materials or of means of production, the capitalist firstly pays wages from the remainder of the product, and secondly appropriates a part of it as surplus product, which he either sells or consumes in kind. This latter is not a significant factor in capitalist production, and occurs only in a few exceptional cases, when the capitalist directly produces necessary means of subsistence. This surplus product, however, just as the other parts of the product, consists of the worker's materialized labor, but labor which is not paid for. This product of labor is appropriated by the capitalist without any equivalent. What is new in Jones's presentation is that the increase in the auxiliary capital over and above a certain level is contingent on an increase of knowledge. Jones declares that the necessary conditions are firstly, the means to save the additional capital, secondly, the will to save it, thirdly, some inventions by means of which the productive power of labor is increased sufficiently to produce the additional capital and to produce a profit on it. What is necessary above all is that there should be a surplus product, either in kind or converted into money. In the production of cotton, for example, the planters in America, like those in India at the present time, were able to plant large areas, but did not have the means for converting the raw cotton into cotton by means of cleaning at the right time. Part of the cotton rotted in the fields. This kind of thing was ended by the invention of the cotton gin. Part of the product is now converted into cotton gin. But the cotton gin does not merely replace its own cost, it also increases the surplus product. New markets have the same effect, for instance, furthering the conversion of skins into money, likewise improve transport. Each new machine which consumes coal is a means for converting surplus product existing in the shape of coal into capital. The conversion of a part of the surplus product into auxiliary capital can take place in two ways. Firstly, increase in the auxiliary capital already in existence, that is, reproduction on a larger scale. Secondly, discovery of new use values, or of a new use for well-known use values, and new inventions of machinery or of motive power leading to the creation of new kinds of auxiliary capital. In this context, extension of knowledge is obviously one of the conditions for increasing the auxiliary capital, or what amounts to the same thing, for the conversion of surplus product or surplus money into additional auxiliary capital. Foreign trade is important in this connection. For example, the telegraph opens up a whole new field for the investment of auxiliary capital, so do the railways, etc., and so does the whole gutta percha and India rubber production. This point about the extension of knowledge is important. Consequently, accumulation does not have to set new labor in motion. It may simply direct the labor previously employed into new channels. For instance, the same machine workshop which previously made hand looms now makes power looms, and some of the weavers are taken over by the changed methods of production, while the others are thrown onto the street. When a machine replaces labor, it always demands less new labor for its own production than it replaces. Perhaps the old labor is simply given a new direction. In any case, labor is freed, which, after a greater or lesser amount of trials and tribulations, may be used in other ways. The human material for a new sphere of production is thus provided. As far as the direct freeing of capital is concerned, it is not the capital which buys the machine which becomes free, because it is invested in it. And even assuming that the machine is cheaper than the amount of wages it replaces, more raw material, etc. will be required. If the workers now dismissed previously cost £500 and the new machine costs £500 too, then the capitalist previously had an outlay of £500 every year, whereas the machine may perhaps last 10 years, so that in fact he now has an outlay of only £50 a year. But what at any rate becomes free, after deducting the expenditure for the larger number of workers employed in the manufacture of the machine and in the auxiliary matters connected with it, such as coal production, etc., is the capital which constituted the income of the dismissed workers, or that employed in the production of commodities which these workers bought with their wages. This continues to exist as it did previously. If workers are simply replaced as motive power without the machinery itself being substantially altered, for example, if wind or water now operate the machinery, where this was done previously by workers, two lots of capital are freed. The capital previously spent on paying the workers and the capital for which their money income was exchanged. This is an example used by Ricardo. But one part of the product previously converted into wages is now always reproduced as auxiliary capital. A large part of the labor previously used directly in the production of means of subsistence is now used in the production of auxiliary capital. This too is in contradiction to Adam Smith's view, according to which the accumulation of capital is synonymous with the employment of more productive labor. Apart from the examples considered above, the result may be merely a change in the application of labor and a withdrawal of labor from the direct production of means of subsistence and its transfer to the production of means of production, railways, bridges, machinery, canals, and so on. How important the existing amount of means of production and the existing scale of production are for accumulation is described in the following. Quote, "The astonishing expedition with which a great cotton factory, comprehending spinning and weaving, can be erected in Lancashire, arises from the vast collection of patterns of every variety, from those of gigantic steam engines, water wheels, iron girders, and joists, down to the smallest member of a throstle or loom in possession of the engineers, millwrights, and machine makers. In the course of last year, Mr. Fairbairn equipped water wheels equivalent to 700 horsepower and steam engines to 400 horsepower from his engineer factory alone, independent of his millwright and steam boiler establishment. Hence, whenever capital comes forward to take advantage of improved demand for goods, the means of fructifying it are provided with such rapidity that it may realize its own amount in profit before an analogous factory could be set going in France, Belgium, or Germany. End quote from Andrew Urey, Philosophy of Manufactures, published in London, 1835. With development, machinery becomes cheaper, partly relatively, in comparison with its power, and partly absolutely. At the same time, however, a massive concentration of machinery takes place in the workshop, so that its value increases in proportion to the living labor employed, although the value of its individual components declines. The driving force, the machine which produces the motive power, becomes cheaper as the machinery which transmits the power and the machine which the power operates are improved, as friction is reduced, etc. The facilities resulting from the employment of self-acting tools have not only improved the accuracy and accelerated the construction of the machinery of a mill, but have also lowered its cost and increased its mobility in a remarkable degree. At present, a throstle frame, made in the past manner, may be had complete at the rate of 9 shillings 6 per spindle, and a self-actor at about 8 shillings per spindle, including the patent license for the latter. The spindles in cotton factories move with so little friction that 1 horsepower drives 500 on the fine hand mule, 300 on the self-actor mule, and 180 on the throstle, which power includes all the subsidiary preparation machines as carding, roving, etc. A power of 3 horses is adequate to drive 30 large looms with their dressing machines. End quote from Urey. Jones says further, quote, over by far the greater part of the globe, the great majority of the laboring classes do not even receive their wages from capitalists. They either produce them themselves or receive them from the revenue of their customers. The great primary step has not been taken, which secures the continuity of their labor. They are aided by such knowledge only and such an amount of mechanical power as may be found in the possession of persons laboring with their own hands for their subsistence. The skill and science of more advanced countries, the giant motive forces, the accumulated tools and machines which those forces may set in motion, are absent from the tasks of the industry which is carried on by such agents alone. In England herself, take agriculture. A knowledge of good farming is spread thinly and with wide intervals over the country. A very small part of the agricultural population is aided by all the capital which might be available in this branch of national industry. The working in great manufactories is the occupation of only a small portion of our non-agricultural laborers. In country workshops, in the case of all handicraftsmen and mechanics who carry on their separate tasks with little combination, there the division of labor is incomplete, and its continuity consequently imperfect. Abandon the great towns, observe the broad surface of the country, and you will see what a large portion of the national industry is lagging at a long distance from perfection, in either continuity, skill, or power. Capitalist production leads to separation of science from labor, and at the same time to the use of science in material production. With regard to rent, Jones remarks correctly, rent, in the modern sense of the term, which depends entirely on profit, presupposes, quote, the power of moving capital and labor from one occupation to others, the mobility of capital and labor, and in countries where agricultural capital and labor have no such mobility, we cannot expect to observe any of the results which we see to arise here from that mobility exclusively. This mobility of capital and labor is, in general, the real prerequisite for establishing the average rate of profit. It presupposes indifference to the specific form of labor. In reality, friction takes place, at the expense of the working class, between the one-sided character which the division of labor and machinery impose on labor power on the one hand, while on the other hand, it confronts capital merely as the living potentiality of any type of labor in general, which is given this or that direction according to the profit that can be made in this or that sphere of production, so that different masses of labor are transferable from one sphere to another. In Asia, etc., quote, the body of population consists of laboring peasants. Systems of cultivation imperfectly developed afford long intervals of leisure. As the peasant produces his own food, he also produces most of the other primary necessities which he consumes, his dress, his implements, his furniture, even his buildings, for there is in his class little division of occupations. The fashions and habits of such a people do not change. They are handed down from parents to children. There is nothing to alter or disturb them. On the other hand, the capitalist mode of production, whose characteristic features are mobility of capital and labor and continual revolutions in the methods of production, and therefore in the relations of production and commerce and the way of life, leads to great mobility in the habits, modes of thinking, etc. of the people. Compare the following with the above quoted passage about the intervals of leisure and the imperfectly developed systems of cultivation. 1. According to John C. Morton, Where a steam engine is employed on a farm, it forms part of a system which employs most laborers in agriculture and is, in all cases, associated with a reduction in the number of horses. Cited from On the Forces Used in Agriculture, a paper read by Mr. John C. Morton at the Society of Arts on December 7, 1859. 2. Quote, the difference of time required to complete the products of agriculture and of other species of labor is the main cause of the great dependence of the agriculturalists. They cannot bring their commodities to market in less time than a year. For that whole period, they are obliged to borrow of the shoemaker, the tailor, the smith, the wheelwright, and the various other laborers whose products they cannot dispense with, but which are completed in a few days or weeks. Owing to this natural circumstance, and owing to the more rapid increase of the wealth produced by other labor than that of agriculture, the monopolizers of all the land, though they have also monopolized legislation, have not been able to save themselves and their servants, the farmers, from becoming the most dependent class of men in the community. End quote from Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, published in London, 1827. The capitalist differs from capital in that he must live, and therefore must consume part of the surplus value as revenue, daily and hourly. Thus, the longer the period of production before the capitalist can bring his commodity to market, or the longer the period of time before he receives the proceeds from the sale of his commodities, the longer he must live either on credit during the intervening time, a matter we are not discussing here, or the larger must be the stock of money in his possession which he can expend as revenue. He must advance his own revenue for a longer period. His capital must be larger. He is obliged to leave a part of it always unused as a consumption fund. In small-scale farming, therefore, domestic industry is combined with agriculture, supplies for the year, etc. Subsection C. Jones on accumulation and rate of profit, on the source of surplus value. We now come to Jones's teaching on accumulation. His original contribution so far has been that it is by no means necessary for accumulation to arise from profit, and secondly, that the accumulation of auxiliary capital depends upon the advance of knowledge. He limits the latter to the discovery of new mechanical appliances, motive forces, etc. But it is true in general. For example, if corn is used as a raw material in the preparation of spirits, then a new source of accumulation is opened up, because the surplus product may be converted into new forms, satisfy new wants, and enter as a productive element into a new sphere of production. The same applies if starch, etc. is prepared from corn. The sphere of exchange of these particular commodities, and of all commodities, is thereby expanded. The same takes place when coal is used for lighting, etc. Foreign trade, too, is of course an important factor in the process of accumulation, because it tends to increase the variety of use values and the volume of commodities. What Jones says, first of all, is concerned with the connection between accumulation and the rate of profit. He is by no means very clear about the origin of the latter. The power of a nation to accumulate capital from profits does not vary with the rate of profit. On the contrary, the power to accumulate capital from profits ordinarily varies inversely as the rate of profit. That is, it is great where the rate of profit is low and small where the rate of profit is high. Adam Smith says, quote, though that part of the revenue of the inhabitants which is derived from the profits of stock is always much greater in rich than in poor countries, it is because the stock is much greater. In proportion to the stock, the profits are generally much less. End quote from The Wealth of Nations, Volume 2, Chapter 3. Quote from Jones, in England and Holland, the rate of profit is lower than in any other part of Europe. During the period in which England's wealth and capital have been increasing the most rapidly, the rate of profits has been gradually declining. The relative masses of the profits produced depend not alone on the rate of profit, but on the rate of profit taken in combination with the relative quantities of capital employed. The increasing quantity of capital of the richer nation is also usually accompanied by a decrease in the rate of profits, or a decrease in the proportion which the annual revenue derived from the capital employed bears to its gross amount. If it be said that all other things being equal, the rate of profit will determine the power of accumulating from profit, the answer is that the case, if practically possible, is too rare to deserve consideration. We know from observation that a declining rate of profit is the usual accompaniment of increasing differences in the mass of capital employed by different nations, and that therefore, while the rate of profits in the richer nations declines, all other things are not equal. If it be asserted that the decline of profits may be great enough to make it impossible to accumulate from profits at all, the answer is that it would be foolish to argue on the assumption of such a decline, because long before the rate of profits had reached such a point, capital would go abroad to realize greater profits elsewhere, and that the power of exporting will always establish some limit below which profits will never fall in any one country, while there are others in which the rate of profit is greater. Apart from the primary sources of accumulation, there are derivative ones, such as, for example, the owners of the national debt, officials, etc. All this is fine and good. It is quite correct that the amounts accumulated by no means depend solely on the rate of profit, but on the rate of profit multiplied by the capital employed, that is, just as much on the size of the capital advanced. If we call the capital employed C and the rate of profit R, then the accumulation will be the product of C and R, and it is clear that this product can increase if C grows more quickly than R declines. And this is indeed a fact derived from observation. But this does not explain the cause, the raison d'être of this fact. Jones himself came very near to it when he made the observation that the auxiliary capital continuously increases relatively to the working population by which it is put into motion. Insofar as the decline in the rate of profit is due to the cause mentioned by Ricardo, the rise of rent, the ratio of the total surplus value to the capital employed remains unchanged. But one part of it, rent, increases at the expense of the other part, i.e. of profit. This leaves the proportion of the total surplus value, of which profit, interest, and rent are only categories, to the total capital unchanged. Thus, in fact, Ricardo denies the phenomenon itself. On the other hand, the mere decline in the rate of interest proves nothing in itself, just as its rise proves nothing, although it does indeed always indicate the minimum rate below which profit cannot fall, for profit must always be higher than the average rate of interest. Apart from the terror which the law of the declining rate of profit inspires in the economists, its most important corollary is the presupposition of a constantly increasing concentration of capitals, that is, a constantly increasing decapitalization of the smaller capitalists. This, on the whole, is the result of all laws of capitalist production. And if we strip this fact of the contradictory character which, on the basis of capitalist production, is typical of it, what does this fact, this trend toward centralization, indicate? Only that production loses its private character and becomes a social process, not formally, in the sense that all production subject to exchange is social because of the absolute dependence of the producers on one another and the necessity for presenting their labor as abstract social labor by means of money, but in actual fact. For the means of production are employed as communal, social means of production, and therefore not determined by the fact that they are the property of an individual, but by their relation to production, and the labor likewise is performed on a social scale. A separate section in Jones's work is headed On the Causes Which Determine the Inclination to Accumulate. He mentions the following, quote, First, differences of temperament and disposition in the people. Secondly, differences in the proportions in which the national revenues are divided among the different classes of the population. Thirdly, different degrees of security for the safe enjoyment of the capital saved. Fourthly, different degrees of facility in investing profitably as well as safely successive savings. Fifthly, differences in the opportunities offered to the different ranks of the population to better their position by means of savings. All these 5 causes, in fact, boil down to this, that accumulation depends on the stage of the capitalist mode of production reached by a particular nation. To begin with number 2, where capitalist production exists in a developed form, profit constitutes the chief source of accumulation. That is, the capitalists have concentrated the greater part of the national revenue in their hands, and even a section of the landowners seeks to capitalize their revenue. Number 3, security, in the legal and police sense, increases in proportion to the degree to which the capitalists secure control of the state administration. Number 4, as capital develops, the spheres of production increase on the one hand, and on the other hand, the organization of credit develops in order to collect every farthing in the hands of the moneylenders. Number 5, in capitalist production, the improvement of one's position depends solely on money, and everyone can delude himself into believing that he can become a Rothschild. There remains number 1. All people do not have the same predisposition towards capitalist production. Some primitive people, such as the Turks, have neither the temperament nor the inclination for it. But these are exceptions. The development of capitalist production creates an average level of bourgeois society, and therefore an average level of temperament and disposition amongst the most varied peoples. It is as truly cosmopolitan as Christianity. This is why Christianity is likewise the special religion of capital. In both, it is only men who count. One man, in the abstract, is worth just as much or as little as the next man. In the one case, all depends on whether or not he has faith, and the other, on whether or not he has credit. In addition, however, in the one case, predestination has to be added, and in the other case, the accident of whether or not a man is born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The source of surplus value in primitive rent. Quote, when land has been appropriated and cultivated, such land yields, in almost every case, to the labor employed on it, more than is necessary to continue the kind of cultivation already bestowed upon it. Whatever it produces beyond this, we will call its surplus produce. Now, this surplus produce is the source of primitive rents and limits the extent of such revenues as can be continuously derived from the land by its owners, as distinct from its occupiers. These primitive rents are the first social form in which surplus value is represented, and this is the obscure conception which forms the foundation of the theory of the physiocrats. Both absolute and relative surplus value have this in common, that they presuppose a certain level of the productive power of labor. If the entire working day, available labor time, of a man, any man, were only sufficient to feed himself, and at best his family as well, then there would be no surplus labor, surplus value, and surplus produce. This prerequisite of a certain level of productivity is based on the natural productiveness of land and water, the natural sources of wealth. It is different in different countries, etc. Needs are simple and crude in early times, and the minimum produce required for the maintenance of the producers themselves is consequently small, and so is the surplus product. On the other hand, the number of people who live off the surplus product in those circumstances is likewise very small, so that they receive the sum total of the small amounts of surplus product obtained from a relatively large number of producers. The basis for absolute surplus value, that is, the real precondition for its existence, is the natural fertility of the land, of nature, whereas relative surplus value depends on the development of the social productive forces. And with this, we finish with Jones. This has been an independent production of Theories of Surplus Value by Karl Marx. This audiobook is public domain, both in content and in audio.